Hear the lobby music. Increase the volume. There you go. I hear something. Fire whistle. The swordsmith. What we got? Classic. Ooh, I have a lot of D32s now. Cool. Sniper Jaeyoon. Rocks. Good. I need too much ship. Guy. Got one. Okay, no S stages it seems. Thank God. Yep. Waifu dad. Chen? What this is? This Kibai? What this is? Chongyi's tail. He has a long ass tail. Lin. Sword. Jaeyoon. I guess we just go in. Tutorial immediately. Scary stuff. Ooh, look at that. Ready. Lone Redoubt. War is never far from human. Jessica, a classic. Purus. Oh, they're about to climb up. I think this is the first where it's immediately tutorial. Human, the catastrophe defenses are huge. Dog. Enemies attacking, get ready. There's a platform here. Imagine things is you're shooting sharper than usual. You as the high ground has half the battle won. These catastrophe defenses are very tall. Operators in them will deal increased damage. Yep. That's what Harlequin Wheel said. Let's go for the enemy too. Okay. I see. Okay, so non-humans can also climb up. True for the enemy too. The enemy can climb using ladders. Threatening our operators. This is not even quite reach the defenses. I'll help you out. I don't think you can put anyone on the ladder steps. Chop chop. Ooh. Invis? Invis. Oh god. It's coming around. Oh, they become visible when they hit.
I'm listening.
Oh, he tanky.
Not one step backward.
Mission accomplished.
I think we did all right.
Or at least he has enough defenses that snipers don't do that much. Ah, tutorial first and then story. Interesting. A few are those who truly break away from home. Want to make me play Go with you because you're bored, dear brother? It's better to use the pieces to form the character for bored. Chongye? And Ling, maybe? I can see you still haven't practiced the Go theory I thought you. Except that will help me against you. It's true that the character on the board doesn't look as nice as your handwriting. Are you playing the Othello game? Why don't you find something else to pass the time? If it's not really a Go game that you're after, go hiking, learn an instrument. I could teach you calligraphy if it comes down to that. The Go match may have been devoid of interest. There's meaning in reading my opponent's thoughts from the movement of the piece. Or is this a Grandmaster? Oh, what else did you read this time? Oh wait, no, he said brother. Or she. Oh, we're back here. Invitation to wine. Did he just say Lao Sai? Oh my god, dude. Hey, Lao Sai, what gives? This show skip from episode 17 to episode 20. What happens with the scratch disc? Must have been the sand, just deal with it, it's not that bad. Yep, TV. It was a key moment. King Xiu and Shen Bai were at each other's throats a moment before, then suddenly they're fighting side by side. How did we get there? Old man? Huh? You're trolling. King Q finds out Shen Bai killed his Shifu and sets out to kill him in turn. When he arrives at Yumen, however, he finds Shen Bai, a high-ranking officer in the military. With invaders at the gates, King Q suffers a sleepless night and realizes there is more at stake than personal vengeance, so he joins the Grandmasters' banner face the foe. It's a simple story, but the duel by the cliffs was a classic. Wodetian? Or is that Wotsutan or something? How many times did you watch that? In Child and Dan can recite the plot of Heroes of Yumen backwards. There's just one detail that this gentleman left out. King Q didn't set his grudge aside when he first saw Shen Bai in the army. It was the Grandmaster who pledged to face King Q. Okay, surely I am mispronouncing this. King Q. Pronunciation. How to pronounce? Chole. Clouds darkened the skies and the winds bellowed as though heaven and earth were witness to the showdown. The true drew their swords. Tourist in Sargon garb. In awkward Yanese. Nonsense. Fight looked good, but details no good. You again, Hesian? Did you even know Yanese to understand the story? Of course, Heroes of Yumen tell true story 50 years ago. Many heroes join together even though disagreement. Still fight together against enemy under Grandmaster. Yep, Grandmaster. And it's raining really hard. Why? I know many scenes shoot in these were shot this in. Looks like you know a thing or two about Yanese history. Of course, Grandmaster tell me when teach me fighting in Sargon. Grandmaster has sword, but sword special. Cannot pull out. Okay, maybe the Grandmaster is Chungye? This again. How could you lose to that feline girl so easily if you're really the Grandmaster's pupil? Waifu? What about feline girl? She very strong. Why you look down her? He's not looking down on her. He's looking down on... Ha ha ha. But the TV show was set after from a true story. Was there really a time in Yumen when Kung Fu adventurers joined forces with the army against a common foe? To enjoy the freedom of being one's own master, but also achieve great things fighting for one's country. Pretty cool. Well, it's a TV show. The only people who know how things really went down historically are the ones who went there. DNL? Old man! Okay, bro. Anyway, swords and spears are out of fashion. If you really want to do something for your country, you should learn arts and become a Chanshi. How would a fortress like Yumen operate? Does civilians working to supply its resources? People came here to this cold and remote place where the city was first built, and the people who still stay here are fighting for their country in their own way. The only thing in the TV show that we know is real for sure, the Grandmaster is leaving too. Out of the way. Up, there's the dad. The medicine you ordered? Thanks. Just put it over there. I'll have someone take it to the back. I've got the creams for bruising and burns, but we didn't have enough supplies to make herbal meals. Here's the money. Send my regards to the doc. Oh, and we just had our supplies delivered. Take some back to the clinic. There's a lot of stuff. 1 second, I'll get someone to help. No need. He had the whole cart on his shoulders. How did the clinic find someone so strong? Good morning, sir. Lee. I've been here a few days, but never seen this place empty. You just linked up to resupply with Longman a few days ago, only to run into a catastrophe that forced an emergency separation. Lots of merchants and tourists were stranded in Human, filling up the inns. Business is good, but it also means more trouble, especially when people who are already frustrated start arguing. There are many who would love to have your problem. Although come to think of it, my head would probably start to hurt if my little business back in Longman started getting so busy. Would you care to start the day with some tea? Sure. What about the thing I asked you to look into? Here, the Human Arena Board of Fame, records from the past 6 months. Not much I can do if the martial artist you're looking for isn't on it. Is he just looking for dragons? So Human operates an arena to this day. Such a martial tradition is impressive. The Lord Exorcist trains his troops well, and there's no need for folks like us to fight in the battlefield these days. Still, the martial artists need somewhere to hone their kung fu, hence the arena. Anyway, I would suggest you stay a few days. If it's not urgent, with so many people passing through, someone may have seen the one you're looking for. You could also ask at the Southside Sword Forge. Shifu there knows the city inside and out, plus lots of kung fu fighters hanging around. Yes, yeah, it's always tough when you don't know the lay of the land. Mind if I ask what this is all about? Are you looking for a friend, an enemy, a debt to repay, or a debt to collect? I guess you could say this particular individual owes me a pretty big debt. Really? How long will he be this time? Why Chanpei? No idea who that guy is. Will he ever come back? When it's all done. Do you know that waifu's birthday? Okay, he's talking to the dad. I wasn't a good husband and I can't be a good father. It's enough that I achieved one thing in life. Did he not see him here? A debt to collect, eh? It's gonna be tough. Yan is a big country and more than 100,000 souls live in Human alone. Not easy to find someone who doesn't want to be found. I mean, you just talked to him a while ago. Anyway, your tea is ready. Would you like a side of human-style sauteed meat to go with it? Sure. I'll take a seat and wait for my girl to finish her match. Longman's spring tea just came in. We only get fresh leaves like these once every few years. Is it that hard? Appreciate it. Feels like a waste to use them on me. Don't say that. We always value our guests. Spring tea from Longman shouldn't have a bitter taste this time of the year. Oh, it's the boss. It's the boss. It's you? We weren't supposed to meet here. Excuse me? No, you're not. You two know each other? Would you care to share a table since we're pretty full today? No, we don't. I'm not staying long. Just a cup of tea. It's fine, it's fine. Very well then. Let me know if you need anything. Interesting horn? Also, those are huge ass pole drums. You took me for someone else. You just look familiar. Must have been an old friend that you haven't seen for ages. I suppose, stick to your tea. Have one on me? You're buying me a cup of tea even though we don't know each other? All meetings are the work of fate, even the ones that start with a misunderstanding. Here's to finding old friends soon. It'll happen when it happens. No point trying to force it. That's an interesting answer. The answer lies not in the ones we're looking for, but in the journey of looking for them. Talk so much to everyone? Whoops. Leaving. But that wasn't going to stay long. Well, that was fast. How strange. Ooh. Oh, there they are. Hi, hey. From the regulators. I sure you don't want to speak with the general first. It's been a while since the last time he came back. Swally. Butter's a busy man. I should not butter him at work. Perhaps I'm being too much of a busybody, but Department of Discipline and Supervision found your actions faultless in the Shangshu matter. You should not feel guilty about facing the general. I don't. It's nothing for me to do at home anyway. I thought I might as well take a look around town. The Grand Tutor must have sent me to Human expecting something to happen. I should keep my eyes open. I'll come with you. It's official business. It's been years since the last time you were here, hasn't it? Uncle Taihe? Must bring back memories. Things have changed a lot. It's impressive the general has been able to keep the people of humans safe and thriving. Constant warfare going on in the north. Just lights it. The arena remains as popular as ever. Still ranked 5th on the board of fame. Fame is fleeting. I'm glad to see some young talent knock me off the board. The girls in the ring right now? Did something catch your attention? We're just thinking how your kung fu would compare to theirs. Grand Tutor says the candle holder's duty is to carry the fire that drives out the shadows of the Feranmuts and to travel amongst the people to learn their troubles. A sense of duty comes first, shrewdness second, kung fu comes third or fourth at best. Indeed. So how do I compare them? To be frank, while few as swift as you in a head-to-head fight, I would say your chances are 30-70 in the other side's favor. Pearl Ray traded a dozen moves. There's hardly time to catch one's breath. Feline Girl advances, launching a flare of fists that keeps her opponent's weapon hand in check. She kicks out. Her opponent, a girl in exotic garb, goes along with it, leaping back with a kick. Oh, didn't expect Jaeyun there. You're out of the ring. It's true that you couldn't make full use of your ranged weapons in the ring. But rules are rules, it's my win. You're very good, and I've never seen anyone in your style of fighting. Lose this, no more fights? Martial artists shouldn't be too obsessed with victory and defeat. I can't lose here. You want the sword too? Sword? What sword? People in this city say number 1 on the board of fame can get a special sword. No, I just wanted to climb the rankings so my name can be seen. You number 31 means 30 people stronger than you? Suppose so. You're better than me. Guess this won't work. Hey, where are you going? If I win this, I make it to the first phase of the Board of Fame. But will he see it? And daddy! It's the Pops, Mr. Tiger Man. Record keeper. What's with the horn? Also, there's so many straps in this one. Round 15. The Millennium was hit in the right wrist, right pectoral, central abdomen, and throat. Kibai was not hit. Kibai is the winner. Oh, look at that. It's a horse? Donkey? I would have died 3 times if this were a real battle. Real battle is about the mind as much as Kung Fu. What else things would have turned out? You are indeed a Grandmaster's student. It was humbling. Thank you. Oh, there's Kibai. I'd like to see the Grandmaster's comments. The recent ones are all here. The Grandmaster has been paying close attention to your bouts, despite his busy schedule. And he has high praise in particular for your swordsmanship. Something on your mind? I was just thinking what he meant by not enough purity in the sword. And how long will it take for me to reach the point where I can beat him? There's no mention of it in the Grandmaster's Book of Kung Fu. I don't think he said it to anyone but you. As for beating the Grandmaster, I'm not sure how many in the entire world have ever dreamt of such a thing. Think I'm crazy? My job is simply to follow the Grandmaster and record the martial arts of the world truthfully. There are many more people than usual at the training grounds today. Why isn't he here? Journal as well has visitors. The Grandmaster is also meeting an old acquaintance in the keep. I'll be going then. Manso? Sure. It was an honor. Why do you always treat me like I'm your senior, even though you've been following the Grandmaster for much longer? The Grandmaster says the one who keeps records must be acutely aware of the strength of others. You are stronger and wiser than I am. I have much to learn from you. Hey, record keeper can fight. You say so. Who this? Stern man. The general. Zol? Knocks an arrow drawing the thick bow so full it looks like the full moon. The hand on the bow trembles slightly and the arrow wobbles with it. The general's brow furrows deeper with each wobble. The arrow pierces the target half an inch away from the bullseye. Good shot, sir. Liang Sun. Toshuan Liao? No need to flatter. I know my own body. General Zhou. Zuotuo. I could still swing the sword and spear a couple of years ago, but now I can hardly hold the bow properly. Oh, he has the beads. Even if there's no need for me to stand on the battlefield myself, it's not proper to have a sick man leading the human garrison. My time is short. All the courts know that your injuries bear witness to decades of service in defense of human. I'm not concerned about my health or life, but I have some unfinished business. The Grand Shooter has instructed me to assist you. I will help you manage human's return. Did the Grand Shooter say assist? I'm sure you understand his intentions. I haven't thanked you for your help in Shangshu yet. I apologize for the trouble that Zuole caused. He's still young and inexperienced. You exaggerate, sir. You must understand what the father feels. Zuole has done well, but he is in a position that does not permit any mistake, no matter how small. Lord Zuo is young and bright, a rising star. It's not unusual for young people to be a little impetuous. I would not worry too much about it. What about me, Liang? Am I impetuous to you? I believe you have your reasons, sir. Word of your benevolent administration in Shangshu has reached even human, Liang. But have you ever seen a battle with your own eyes? There were pirates on the Shangshu River a few years ago, but nothing compared to the battles that you have seen. Then you understand that making decisions as a general in the field is different from managing at the desk. The battlefield is ever changing, and thousands of lives hinge on your every decision. Which do you think is more important then? Decisiveness or caution? The bestial Sui matter is pressing. We must act. I am much illuminated. In your position as human advisor, you are on the battlefield. And we are comrades. I hope you understand my way. I trust you, sir. I'll give it my all. However, the Feranmut problem is neither administrative nor military. I trust your decisiveness, but I also ask that you trust my caution. Right. Another arrow. This one struck the bullseye square. Would you care to try, Liang? Your reputation is that of a scholar warrior, equally at home with sword and bow as pen with paper. The human bow is heavy though. Do you feel up to it? Chief Executive Wei Yanwu of Longman is here, sir. He's waiting in the meeting hall. Oh boy. Mr. Lin's daughter was a few days early. It was about time for Lord Wei to arrive. Grand Shooters arrive as well. Did Grand Shooter and Lord Wei travel together? I expect Lord Wei is here on private matters. Official or private, there are still two honored guests at the same table. Looks like you're not the only one here to give me counsel today, Liang. Wei is here, boys. Oh, Chongye and Lin. Nga. My dear elder brother. Why did I say it like that? I had a dream last night. I dreamed I heard the wind rushing by at midnight. I opened the window to find the desert had become a sea of sprouting trees, some of them even in full bloom. The branches of the trees grew and formed a web, trapping human within. Few are those who truly break away from home. You still miss human. What was the thing you had when you left human last time? I forgot. Neath crisp night merriment resounds. Travelers doubt it's truly frontier bound. A new one. It's been a while. Looks like his thoughts have changed. A century is not too long, but I came back at this point in the dream. To me, 100 years is simply 30,000 day and night. Days and nights. The urgent reports, the scouts departing, the messengers returning. The watch has changed innumerable times since you left, and countless new bricks and stones set into this wall. But still it stands. Did you see Nian and Dusking Shang's shoe? Yeah, they haven't changed one bit. They found a place to stay. A place where they can have fun. And so you met our second brother. We lesser siblings always worry our eldest brothers, don't we? Dusk is a sensitive and thoughtful little sister, but she keeps it to herself and tells no one, which is why she's often in trouble. Yan looks carefree on the surface, but she fears loneliness more than any of us. She constantly needs something new to keep her mind occupied. I don't have much to worry about you, other than maybe you getting too drunk and forgetting to pay your tab. But as the oldest sister, and without any official responsibilities, it would be good if you spend more time with your younger siblings. You accuse me of being an irresponsible big sister? How many families are like ours? From whom do I learn? I have to figure things out on my own. But our foolish sisters just don't know how to rise above things. They keep making it hard for themselves. Don't blame them for being self-troubled. Put yourself in their shoes, and you may not find it easy to free yourself from troubles. I'm not as free as you are. After all, you managed to completely cut yourself off and find an entirely new self. The name Shuo and the sliver of soul are sealed within the sword. Now I'm just an ordinary man who knows a little kung fu. A little? How many martial artists would abandon their careers if they heard you just now? Taking into account the fact that I've had centuries of practice, perhaps I should call myself less than ordinary. Bruh. The sand sluice there churns through tons of sand every second, clearing a path for humans to advance. The massive nomadic city rolls towards its new goal at high speed. Where are you planning to go after you leave Human? I'll go south to see the bridges and streams, have some of the Heartland brew, or see the place where Nian and Dusk are staying. Yep, I got 'em. The Jiangyu world is big, there are plenty of places to go. But I suppose all the people with whom I've shared the toast are gone now. In the distance, the heat rising from the ocean of sands warps heaven and earth. The wind is weak by the time it reaches the tower. The sand in the wind touches the cheeks almost like a caress. 3,000 miles of yellow sand in the blink of an eye. And scene. Holy, is this the longest one? Oh, rat. Where are you in my pools, woman? Check the serial numbers on the gear. It's the Catastrophe Messengers group, which should have been back this morning. Traces of Originum explosives. The bodies have probably crystallized and turned to dust. Watch out for Originum residue. This is less than 2 hours from the city. Who would attack a Catastrophe Messenger on official business so close to a nomadic city? Everything valuable has been taken. It makes sense if this was the work of bandits. Or someone who wants to make it look like the work of bandits. Keep looking. We need to find the catastrophe survey data. Found it. Just a little further away, under a piece of broken armor. They protected it with their lives. There's no time. Get back to the city, but keep your eyes open. Doing recon work, eh? 1 prime. WB1. Why WB? No idea. Spring in the Borderlands. Located in a harsh, desolate sandpit, there is no way for peaches to grow in the Lord Exorcist's courtyard. Oh, wow. Go up here. And then you can go down here. Sting. And this one is also just an uppity up. Who'd replace here? You. Fire whistle. I should just. Surely I have the mats, right? At least for E1.
Would have been even better. A promotion? Thank you. If you've got any more security jobs for me and my people, that'd be even better.
Me and my people. What is that supposed to mean?
Nice strat. Would have been even better with some fire on that spot.
I have 140 level 1s. Ruh-roh. You and... where the hell's Chungye?
Lit, quenched, then lit again. The signal fires never ever rest.
Lit. Ooh, salt. Offensive recovery. Wait, what? How do I get max charges with offensive recovery? See this thing. Oh, I have Minar. Whoopsie. Probably want a 3 block. At least one. Should be safe now that we made it into human. Don't let your guard down. You'll return to the barracks and present the data to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau first. Then report to General Zoa about the situation outside the city. Of course. The last breaking, and not a second after I finish. An ambush. Protect Envoy Lin and fall back. No need, we're surrounded. Whippies. Who goes there? How do you intercept a military unit? Mysterious criminal. Watch out, Envoy Lin. That stern sand into glass. How quaint. How quaint. I've had the feeling things weren't quite right since before we made it to the city. I take it you're after the catastrophe observation data. You killed the entire team of messengers, but you weren't able to find the data, so you had no choice but to arrange the crime scene to look like they were robbed by bandits. How shabby. Kill the broad first. She must be holding the target. Watch out for her arts. Think you have the advantage because you have more men? A mace flies through the air and smashes into the scoundrels standing in front of Lin Yusha until he crashes into the road's flagstones, shattering them to pieces. A mace. The mace could not be more normal, but it must have seen better days given how smooth its surface has become. A man steps forward to pick up the mace and stands in front of Lin. Regular blades. His face has been scalded red by the flames of his forge and plowed into a ravine by the sandstorm, like a war drum that's crude yet firm and tough nonetheless. Oh, new guy. Wait! The restaurant manager and the daughter? Impudence. Is that him with the is he back to fighting? Uncle Meng, I'll go after them. I'm not sure. Yeah, we must first check on the waters with all haste. Okay. Scoundrels are ruthless with their attacks. Are you alright, my fair lady? That. They don't have what it takes to hurt me. Some of the men are injured. Their lives are not in danger though, only passed out. They dare look for trouble with government troops in broad daylight. Makes me wonder where these people came from. Uncle, what do you say I take one of them back for an interrogation? We don't know the first thing about the enemy. Yeah? You must learn not to be so rash. Judging by your outfit, you are not from human, yet you have the protection of human's forces. I must assume that you are no ordinary lady. May I ask why these bandits are giving you trouble? I'm on official business. Don't ask any further. You little. And who are you? Why are you here? The name is Meng Chie-yi. I run a sword forge in the southern end of the city. This is Du Yaoye. She just came here from Shangshu. Okay, so that's not the restaurant manager. That's not the dad. I own Xinyu Logistics, human's top logistics company. We're here to the city gate to arrange a welcome. heading to the city gate. This is the first time the guys I brought with me from Shanshu are on a Yunnan job. It's a huge gig. They're escorting a catastrophe messenger even. Of course, I had to be there to welcome them. Well, they're kinda dead. Judging by the time, they should be back soon, Uncle Meng. Catastrophe messenger. I have a feeling you don't need to go. Oh, here comes Wei. I haven't seen this guy since chapter 8? Okay, hold up. Alright. Taking a fancy to another weapon here in my tent. Oh. It's fine, I have no need of all these weapons. If you'd like, perhaps you could take my army's entire armory with you to Longmen. Please, Lord Exorcist, even if you had no need for all these armaments yourself, human needs them for its defense. Okay, so General Zoa and Exorcist are one and the same. Memory serves me right, you and I made a bet a decade ago, and you made off with the fine blade I had only just obtained. Then 5 years ago, you made off with the bow the Chanshi Bureaus bestowed upon me after a bit of drinking. Bruh, he conned him. Then allow me to invite you to another round of drink today. Please, win if that's your wish, hold back no more. I'm joking, all these years, Longman has been providing human with the resources we need. And not once have we seen a delay in shipments. Based on this fact alone, I certainly should have sent you a few gifts myself. It's the least I could do. But as the chief of Longmen, I understand you must have plenty on your plate. Certainly, you must have more important business to attend to than personally visiting human today. You could say I'm not here for business. Few days without Chief Wei won't see Longmen falling into chaos, and it's not so bad if Wei will find some time to pay an old friend a visit. It so happens the Grandmaster's retirement is near, and I will be there in attendance. His retirement is indeed quite troublesome. That blade of his requires the most attentive treatment. Well, it seems in the end, this troublesome topic falls on me to explain. Well, Chongye is here, and Ling. Okay, they refer to Chongye as Grandmaster. Sling, long time no see. It has been some time indeed. Ah! With so many old friends in attendance, there's reason enough for drink. Have you perhaps prepared some wine for us, General Sol? Given your service to Lumen, it will be my honor to share a drink with you, Miss Ling. That said, I'm afraid it must wait for another time. I heard you have already made up your mind and you wish to bestow your blade upon the winner of a Kung Fu Scramble? Martial arts are merely the first of many ways I will be evaluating prospective successors. I will be judging whether they are worthy of my blade via other means. And I was under the impression that you would have known this long ago. The circumstances were different the last time you brought this up. And if I am to say, although this blade must eventually be given to someone suitable, this is not the most opportune time to do so. Grandmaster, after all this time, of all the men and women in our whole army, you've never seen a suitable candidate? Well, what a lively gathering. Who this? Oh, it's a Grand Shooter, right? Yep. My apologies for not personally receiving you, Grand Shooter. It has been far too many years, but you seem a spirited as ever, Grand Shooter. All of you are outstanding citizens who defend the peace of Great Yan's borders. Your magnificence gathered together in one place is truly a sight for sore eyes. Alas, we have no time for idle conversation today, for we have urgent matters at hand. We have all gathered, General Zo. Send the men away. On my way here, I just so happened to come across a returning patrolman. Let us listen to him. 4 hours ago, our men on the city walls noticed a distress signal from afar. When we got there, we found the catastrophe messenger team that human deployed 3 days ago has been wiped out. Well, he's surprised. Ooh, marketplace, marketplace. Now, yeah, you not design this banner yourself. Why pack it up? Are you perhaps considering making your way home? Are you regretting letting the keys go on this job? I'm regretting not going with them. You heard the envoy just now. Of the team of 10, not one survived. The moment they got the distress signal, they immediately left to give their assistance, but were killed on their way back. These are not roving bandits we are dealing with. What could you have possibly done to change the outcome if you were there? Uncle Mang, I'm guessing you must have seen these things happen many times before. What do you think? Over a decade ago, the Shingyu Escort Association came to Human for a few jobs. That was when your father and I met each other. We've had little contact with each other the last few years, but our friendship goes deep. He often talks about you too. 2 weeks ago, you came to my forge and told me you wanted to start your own logistics company. It may only have been a decade or so, but much has changed over the years. It's nothing strange for the youngsters to want to strike out on their own. On top of that, your knowledge of the escort business and wilderness survival is no worse than any of the old veterans. I should have expected no less from the Asker of the Frost's daughter. Asker of the Frost. This is why I took you in. I know little about modern logistics, but having spent all these years in Human, I could at least find some opportunities for you. In hindsight, it would seem I led to your friend's undoing. I was the one who brought them to Human. I was also the one who sent them this job. Their debts are on me, and I won't shirk that responsibility. It puts my mind at ease to see that you have that resolve. Be it the Escort Association or a logistics company, things will always be the same. For the sake of our livelihood, we put our lives on the line. If you wish to make a name for yourself in this business, you need to understand how heavy the weight on your shoulders is. Yao yeah, it doesn't matter whether this is the path you will end up taking or not. I want you to remember how you feel this very moment for the rest of your life. Yeah, of course I'll remember. But I won't let the culprit here get away with killing them. Not the boys. They got the squad. Waifu? Well, this has been another productive day for you, hasn't it? Try to get some rest now. I've left you 2 dishes. The cooks have reheated it already. This inn has a chef with truly magnificent culinary skill. Makes me want to learn a couple things from him. Still has so many errors. I'm not hungry, I can't eat this right now. You can look for your good-for-nothing father, but you need to eat nonetheless. Without the stamina, how are you going to beat him when you find him? Picks chopsticks up silent. What happened to your hand? I scraped myself in the match today, but a wound like this is nothing. Human's arena is open all day long, and I was up against lots of tough opponents, and I won in the end. That explains why the inn keeps so many medicines in stock. Wait here, I'll bring you some. Lee, the true dad. Show me your hand. Oof. It's only in times like these that I remember. Your Wai Tin Pui's, or I guess out here he's Wai Chan Pei, his daughter. We're nothing alike. He's a grown man, but he shirks all his responsibilities, washes his hands of everything. I've been living a fairly decent, productive life on my own, but him, he was already a lawbreaker back when I was still a kid. You're exactly right. That's why we should take him straight to the nearest LGT office the moment we find him. Uncle Lee, do you think he's really here in Human? I heard a rumor that someone saw him here a year ago. He's from your Uncle Liang, and I have no choice but to believe him. If he's really in Human, he has to have seen my name on the rankings at the city gate by now. It's been so many years. The least he could have done was stop by to check on me when he passed through Longmen. Does that mean he doesn't care about me, or is he trying to avoid me? Now, I can't say how fathers feel about their daughters, but blood is thicker than water. Nothing changes that. I have faith that you two will see each other one day. The question is whether the two of you will find the answers you seek once you meet. Actually, I'm still not sure I'm prepared to see him. In that case, let's say we walk outside right now and we bump into him. What are you going to do? I'm going to break his jaw. Nice. That concludes my summary. The catastrophe data has been sent to Imperial Astronomical Bureau Observatory, and a provisional new course has been charted based on the computation's results. The injured men have all been sent to the infirmary, and Envoy Lin is currently investigating the rest. Thank you, you are excused. A catastrophe is approaching, and I allowed this to happen within human borders at this crucial time. I apologize for my negligence. You need not belittle yourself so. The important thing right now is to find the identity of our malefactors. Your thoughts, Lord Exorcist? The Shanghai Zong. They should have been eradicated 20 years ago. The wild hunt of the Feranmuts 1,000 years ago ended the era of their rampage across the land of the Great Yan. Yet this was unable to quell the masses' reverence of those terrible monsters. There have always been those who worshipped the Feranmuts' power and revered them as gods. They considered themselves followers of the Feranmuts and banded together to locate any traces of them. The Sui Regulator has for a long time been tracking the movements of this lawless organization, and ever since the offender's commotion, it's like these rebels have been inspired by something. And they have been growing more and more active. They call themselves the Shanghai Zong. The mounts, seas, and all in between shall be our masters, or so they claim. Their motto couldn't be any more absurd, but it attracted a great number of followers to join their cause. Not only do they have adherents for a variety of backgrounds far and wide, they even have been plotting atrocities in the name of the Feranmuts. Hard to imagine that there are those who find it hard to put this 1,000-year grudge behind them than us. It's been 2 decades. This is their second time making trouble here in Yumen. Yumen itself is a symbol of Yan's triumph over the Feranmuts. These villains naturally have a reason to do it harm. And with Yumen set to sail afar, the Shanghai Zong's actions point directly to information regarding the oncoming catastrophe. I can only assume they learned of Yumen's destination. Investigate this immediately and ensure peace in Yumen. I accept no failures. They did not succeed 20 years ago, and they will not succeed this time. The reason I summoned all of you here today is to discuss what to do with the Grandmaster's sword. After what happened in Shangshu, there is no doubt that the offender has already made contact with the other proxies. Sealed within the Grandmaster's sword is 1/12 of the bestial Sui's consciousness. Isn't this precisely so why we mustn't underplay the transfer of this sword? Whoopsie. As things stand, the other 180 black stones are yet missing. No one knows where his next move will lead us. Should we treat all the world's affairs as a game of Go, no one can claim to be able to best him in terms of calculations. There is very little distance between him and the Sui Regulator. To leave the Regulator in charge of the sword would only achieve the opposite of what we might intend. Against such an opponent, an irrational move might actually be the most brilliant one. Finding a suitable outsider to take the blade might be the solution we need. Jaeyun, my little brother has caused all of you much trouble after all. Okay, so it's not him. It's not Chongye that was in Invitation to Wine. It's this second brother. This is both the Grand Tutor and the Grandmaster's intention. I have no objection. Grandmaster. Something the Master. Assist the Lord Exorcist in suppressing the Shanghai Zong. This is the Sui Regulator's last task for you. Once a suitable candidate has been found, the court will allow you to roam free within Yan's border and interfere with you no longer. Human citizens may not know your name, and even though you and I will no longer live in 100 years, the scrolls in the Sui Regulator's libraries will record everything you've done for Yan. With my dream about to be realized, I have no reason to complain. I simply do not know whether I should lament that I will not get to stay with the city to its final moments. Something on your mind, Missling? Do any of you smell something floral, perhaps? I would say it's peach blossoms. Peach blossoms. located in a harsh, desolate sandpit. There is no way for peaches to grow in the Lord Exorcist's courtyard. I should just say Zol. Likewise, peach trees do not normally bloom this time of the year in Lumen. However, everyone in attendance can smell the thick aroma of peaches wafting through the window like the moonlight peeking through. They also see a single vividly red petal drifting into the hall and gently floating downward. Well, if that isn't strange, says this guy. Watch out! Oh, he actually defended. A blade appears almost out of thin air. Its tip pauses not an inch away from Wei Yanwu's throat. A freezing chill pierces the flesh of everyone in the room, just as the soothing aroma of the flower quells any discomfort they had. Yep, there's the boss. You caught my blade with your bare hands. You can take pride in that. With your advanced kung fu, why do something as vile and base as ambushes? I have a question for you myself. With your immense power, why opt for that frail body? You know me? Oh? We fighting back? Ling. I follow. Grand Tutor, General So, are you okay? We're fine. Think someone could dodge a concerted attack from both Lord Wei and the Grandmaster. Unbelievable. Thank you for your assistance. Chongye? Given her prowess, she must be skilled in more than just melee combat. Chongye, the sentries will be here soon. Let's prioritize capturing the assassin. Be careful. What a refined lady, leaving us already after scattering these petals around us. If you would disturb our gathering, why not stay for a little longer? Let's see what you are trying to keep me here with. From Zia. Oh, a dream. You can tell this is a dream. You still have this power, even after dividing yourself into 12ths. Oh? You not only me, but him as well? I want to see him, and you are not him. I am I, naturally, and why do you wish to see him? Even in the dream, I don't want to waste any time on you. Your fanciful dream cannot keep me here. It seems you have dreamt for a long time yourself. Okay, is she a Feranmut? Now that you've awakened and returned to the mortal realm, it seems hostilities are unavoidable. Awakened and returned. You want my life. Perhaps you should tell me what kind of grudge you have against me. I don't need to have a grudge against you to want your life. Kung Fu is fine in the place of a grudge. Let me have another taste of your prowess. You don't deserve it. The woman takes a step back. Ooh, look at those horns. Her blade slashes through the air like a strong blast of wind. Nonetheless, the tip of her blade is an inch too far from her target. Sharp as it may be, her target is unharmed. Oh. The gang is all here. Fucking Lungman gang. The winds are strong here at the city walls. Don't let the sand blind you. Do all of you have a catchphrase to drop before you attack? Enough. You have nowhere to run. Surrender. You have quite the party here. Oh. She pees off. Nope. The woman slowly raises the sword in her hand. The gleam reflected by this blade shines like the moon above. The moonlight itself is an opening in the dark sky from which the awakening of spring flows abundant. Though it is mid-March, the peach trees are blooming as vibrantly as could be. There are no passersby to be found anywhere, and only the aroma of the flowers linger in the area. What if I don't want to stay? Can any of you really keep me here? Ah damn, 3v1. He's too strong. Wei Chongye and Kojui?
The sunset
It has to be a
silken river. Heaven and earth bolster me upon departure.
Smith!
I'll go this way.
Now, hearken to the song of the distant sea.
Param. Ah, should have been one lower. Dang it!
まだ敵には気づかれてないみたい。
I am bad.
命令、地が崩れていくのを感じる。準備はできてる。どの戦いも楽しむべきよ。Artillerymen in position. Better safe than sorry. Let's burn. My kin, the time is nigh.
Attack range. Okay. This camp?
Many intellectuals must join a battle before penning a...
This one's for you.
Oh,
Need some fire to turn up the heat?
that could be good in IS. Auto activate.
命令を。I'll do my best. Load. Fire. Panicking just spreads the fire faster.
Panicking. You spread the fire faster. What am I hearing?
Mission accomplished.
It'll be better than Ashlock. Oh, Jayan. Who goes there? Oh, she's trying to just yoink the sword. Tole. Snap right there. You know where you are and exactly what that sword you're holding is? It's a sword. The sword that I've been looking for. Let us set aside the question for time being who it is you are working for and how you made your way in here. Hand over the sword. I'll take you to the Grandmaster. A fickle-minded, perfidious man like him does not deserve to keep this sword. Perfidious? Oh my god, it's a word. Deceitful and untrustworthy. Well, we learn something new every day, guys. Perfidious. Impudence. The Grandmaster has defended human space for 100 years. How dare you speak ill of them? How pretentious. What do you even know? Out of my way. I've arrested no small number of criminals, but you're the first one I've met to be so arrogant. Solemn on the outside, but self-centered on the inside. I've met plenty of men like you. I see I have no choice but to get you to comply forcefully then. Try it. It's over. You've lost. This isn't where we settle this. If you would leave, surely you would leave us with an explanation. Reinforcements have arrived. I want answers, but you have none to give me. See ya! You just pieced out. You let her get away. With her injuries, she won't get far. Wait, your old bones don't seem to be much use here. My sincerest gratitude, Lin. Oh my god, the trash talk. You're a master of Chi Shao, yet you need someone to come to your rescue when your mortal enemies come attacking? I do not remember having made such an enemy. A feint? Yeah, you. You're injured. Where can you run? Oh? New transitions? You? Watch out, Chongye. Oh! Whoa, whoa! These are new? Okay, okay. I mean, they're still JPEGs, but you know, the animations are there. Grandmaster, what happened here? This is my fault. Sword has been taken. Vernal, the assassin could not be found within 5 miles of the inner city, and there are no signs of her receiving assistance from anyone. No one else was ambushed, and neither the inner city core nor the armory show signs of having been infiltrated. No signs, or has it been confirmed that they have not been infiltrated? We cannot say for sure at this moment. How could someone infiltrate the human barracks and roam free, even after facing our 4 masters here? Extraordinary. I was too careless. Do you have any clues regarding the identity of our assassin, Lord Wei? Over the years, I've come across many who wanted my life, but I am alive and well nonetheless. All of them have either given up on the idea or perished long ago. I am not acquainted with our friend tonight. Huh. Nobody knows who the hell that is. Swole, any discoveries in your end? It all happened too suddenly. I wasn't prepared and I wasn't able to take the assassin in as a result. I'm not asking why you were unable to capture the assassin. I'm asking you what you saw. It was a young female assassin who infiltrated us and took the sword. She was hurt when she made her escape. Aside from that, I'm afraid I don't have anything. A cup shatters with with the Lord Exorcist seizing all its fragments with his hand. Even with the distinguished guest in attendance, at that moment, he finds himself unable to quell his anger, just as he wasn't able to control his shaking hand as he drew his bowstring earlier. Now that it has come to this, talking about it will do us no good. Send the order out. Seal the city gates immediately and set up checkpoints between each district. Do not allow unnecessary travel between them. In addition, send the word to the entire city. At the hour of Shen 2 days from now, human will sow and adjust course. Have the masses made ready for this. Yes, sir. Tsuole? Sir. Capture the assassin, locate the Grandmaster's sword, and find the Shanghai Zong hiding in the city. Do all 3 without failure. You have 3 days. My personal troops are yours to command. 3 days? Keep this secret and do not disturb the people. That's kinda hard when you're locking down the city, my guy. Where's Lin? He left as soon as the soldiers came. Lin has no standing in the court, meaning he has no right to stand in attendance as you give your orders. Is there anything I can assist with? Seeing as the assassin is after your life, your safety should be the top priority. Why him? Does the assassin want a Qishao? Once this commotion calms, I will send a battalion to escort you back to Longmen. I ask you to stay indoors for the next few days. May I ask what you mean by that? Exactly what I said. Human will take care of the rest. Of course. Our foe this time is exceptionally skilled. Perhaps I should ask you to stay in the barracks and ensure the Grand Tutors and Lord Wei's safety. Is it equally dangerous to allow the criminal to roam free in the city? This affair began because of the Feranmuts. Considering you are who you are, you should not get yourself involved. After all, the only ones who know your true identity are all here in the room. General's tone is hardly heavy, yet fills the entire building with silence. A sigh can be heard from one of its corners. Very well. Do you have any objections to this arrangements, Grand Tutor? I trust your judgment, Lord Exorcist. Very well. Execute these orders at once. That's the bodyguard. Ooh, Kibai. Grandmaster, are you alright? I don't believe there's anyone alive who could do him harm. It seems you really believe in me. From the sound of it, you have heard already. Let us set aside the issue of the soldiers outside the city for the time being. The defense of human was part of your responsibilities to begin with. Considering this arrangement, Suo Xuanliao clearly doesn't trust you. Naturally, I understand and empathize with General Zuo's position, which is why I have a few things I need you to help me with over the next few days. This is highly unusual, and the foe we are up against is especially treacherous. I hope you'll lend Zole a helping hand. Given how he is, he may not be very receptive to me meddling with his affairs. In that case, it would seem now is not the time for us to resolve the matter between us. You need not say any more, I know the score. With how little I have to do the next few days, I am hoping you will help me finish writing the last few chapters of the Book of Kung Fu as quickly as possible. It is my duty as your student. Thank you. If there's nothing else, Grandmaster, I will take my leave. Please get some rest soon. The man sighs, perhaps at the sight of the empty sword mount on the wall or something else. How many more will you drag into this game? Once a pure stream of water flows into a polluted lake, you can no longer scoop any clean water from it. Don't you understand that? Even if you try to replace it, you will never find her in all the chaos. Her? Why torment yourself with all this? The sound of the patrol's clanking armor can yet be heard from afar, with nothing but a deafening silence otherwise. The night is deep. The clamorous night finally calms. He lets out another long sigh. Another sigh guy, huh? Nope. Why even hide the face? Uh-oh. Well, you gonna get the sword. Oh, very brave of you. How could I have failed to realize that you are here as well? Of course I am here too. Are you going to stop? A skilled Go player making no skillful moves in an entire game. Your actions are really a bit too radical. Is this the Grand Shooter? Or the younger brother? Or maybe it's because your time is limited. That's where we are going. You barely have any time left yourself. Do you really think we can ignore everything just because the man sealed himself away in the sword? Yep. I came here for the one. Why would I be concerned with only 1/12? I could ask you, what makes you think that you can become him? I won't become him. I am no one but myself. He and I, we have a score to settle. That grudge is yours and yours only. We are not enemies. That's not for you to decide. At the very least, at this point in time, we both have more important things to accomplish. We won't be a hindrance to each other. Is that a truce you are seeking? It's both in our interests. You have no reason to refuse. You really are nothing like your brothers and sisters. I hope you showed me something more interesting the next time we meet. Miss, I heard you. Keep it down. I thought I told you not to seek me out in broad daylight. It's good to see all of you in one piece. One piece? Any progress on your end? The human markets are open for the first time in years. There are too many wares and people flowing in and out. We have no leads yet. It's not so convenient for us to look into this. Let's have somebody else do it. What do you mean? How many of the merchants at the markets here are locals, and how many are from Lungmen? How many of the people behind us have missing paperwork at the LGD or are in Huck with us? Sift through them and find someone who would have an easier time than we would. It's not that hard. Dice Suisse, this sounds like it'd be against the rules. No idea what that means? Do as I say. Oh, back. The rat. Feranmut followers. You need to know where the intel came from. Out of all the enemies that Yan has faced in the past 1,000 years, no small number of them lurked in the shadows. Human may rely on Lungmen for its supplies, but you shouldn't be responsible for security within their borders. Human is an impenetrable shield, but there are pests hiding behind that shield. They need to be exterminated by others. I want to send you there to take care of this. You can operate as a special LGD commanding officer. On paper, you will be in charge of security while the two cities are connected, and you will have a certain level of support from me. I need you to run a thorough investigation into the dangerous elements hiding among human citizenry and ensure it's smooth sailing. Should the need arise, you may resort to the most extreme measures. Why me? That's what I say. Because you're Lin Yu Sha, because you can take care of this. I want you to do it in human what the Rat King did in Lungmen all those years ago. Chief Wei, you didn't discuss this with my father before he came to me, did you? Huh. Well, now he'll know. Yu Sha. Dad, did you tell me you were coming? You accepted Wei Yanwu's mission. I came take a look. Okay, he always knew. Of course, he's Koju. So you've heard. Investigating smugglers, eh? I didn't want to trouble you. Look at you, going through all the trouble to hide this from me. It's Wei Yanwu who you should be troubling. You never considered turning this down? Somebody has to maintain the peace here. Wei Yanwu has many a capable character under his wing. Why must you, of all people, clean up his mess? Never mind. I could figure out what kind of excuses Wei is making, even if I had to think with my tail. You should know what's happened tonight. Oh, quick summary. So that's why the soldiers locked the city gate. So much has happened in the span of a day. If this was really a coincidence, it would have to be a hell of a coincidence. The chief of Longmen finds himself the target of an assassination attempt. The Grandmaster has his sword taken, and an Imperial Astronomical Bureau messenger was killed. Each of these would make the headlines on its own. And they all occurred within hours of each other. It's unimaginable what kind of forces are behind them. When Yanwu came to you, did he explain how dangerous this was going to be? All I knew was this wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Human is not Longmen, and you are not me. I know that well. I will deal with this carefully. The agents I brought with me from Longmen are all masters in their fields and have all followed you for years. Plus, I know the world of Jianghu. I've seen enough. If you know what it is you are doing, then I won't keep rambling. I just hope this will be resolved quickly without delaying your trip to Victoria. Huh. It's just a study trip. I don't have to go. You've helped me and the LGD take care of plenty of things the last few years. To the point you haven't been able to do what you truly wanted to do yourself. I did all that of my own volition, and it was all for Longmen. It's not your choice if you haven't seen another path. Sometimes I wonder if, perhaps like Chen, you should... Oh. Dad, are you hurt? I'll get a doctor. No need. It's been years since I've taxed my arms and legs so much. My bones are aching. Looks like taking walks in the park every day isn't quite enough exercise. I'll take you back to the General's estate. No need for that either. I'll find an inn nearby to stay the night. Even getting to meet my old friends once is once aplenty, and I can't stand the atmosphere in that house tonight. My, what a coincidence. Oh my goodness. I heard a commotion at the edge of the city earlier in the evening, and I figured something big must have happened. And now that I find you here, Mr. Lin, I'm sure something big must have happened. So what you're saying is, an old rat like me might as well be a plague? Of course not. I was only joking. Yusha, let me have a few words with Mr. Lee in private. Please excuse me. Huh. In private. From the looks of it, your search in human hasn't been too successful. Okay, hold up. I will BRB for a bit. Alrighty. Yoink. So but your searching human hasn't been too successful. Don't get me started. The man has been gone for well over a decade. I was never banking on finding him within a month. But it doesn't matter how long it takes, we still have to look for him. You're a carefree man. It's only what concerns this old friend of yours that you burden yourself so much. Maybe I owe him from a past life. Since you aren't in a hurry, may I hire a leased detective agency for a job? How could I refuse a job from Mr. Lin himself? That gets me thinking though. Haven't I been taking on a few too many troublesome jobs lately? Goes to show what a capable man you are. We'll say I owe you one if you do this for me. Well, with such a generous offer on the table, looks like I really have to think this over and see if I can manage it. Heh, only a crafty fellow like you could manage this. Oh, more chill music, a classic. 1, 2, 9, 10. All the names above me on the rankings look pretty tough. Okay, calm down, just do your best. Oh, yeah? Why can't I leave the city? Two of my brothers just died out there. The gate is closed. Please leave. Hey, be reasonable, can't you? You? Whoa, the Forte hunk with the golden mace just got kicked right out of the arena. That feline girl has won 5 straight matches now. Why did I say it like that? Hey, ni hao. I watched all your matches today. You've got amazing kung fu. Want to come work for me and my escort association? Escort association. Not interested. Don't be so quick to refuse. With your skills, I can give you more than a decent wage. I'm not planning on making a living with my fists. I have a degree in mechanical engineering, I'll have you know. Jesus. Mechanical what? Never mind that. That just means you're something of a scientist, right? Yeah, science. The Escort Association I'm talking about is a new kind of logistics company. Science graduates like you have a bright future with us. Hey, don't just walk away, I'm serious. What am I looking at? So, that just happened. Did you really just say that? It sounds you're going to have to wait till the lockdown is over before you can take your friends' belongings and use of their debts back home to Shangshu. I'm the one who brought them here. No matter how, I will bring them home. Before I came to Human, I ran into Mr. Zheng in Shangshu by chance. He told me that when the day comes that no one needs Kung Fu to protect themselves, that's when we will finally have true peace. That is right about that, but for now, I'm more fond of another saying, an eye for an eye. I will find the one who did this. The rat. What are you two doing here? Yusha. The government official lady from earlier. I thought you said you'd get to the bottom of this. How are you going to get to the bottom of anything now that we're on lockdown? You two know each other? There's been a turn of events. Things are apparently trickier than I thought. Then let me investigate with you. I can help out too. It's too dangerous. I can't drag outsiders. What's that sound? Drums from the outer city district. Look, the beacons are lit on the city walls. It's the Wang Fengye festival, one of Human's traditions. It's a ceremony held every year at the beginning of spring, and it lasts 3 days. The drums at the barracks are beaten for the citizens' benefit. Each beat tells them the city, the lands, and all Great Yan are safe. As for the signal fires on the city walls, they are lit to guide the soldiers who give their lives on the battlefield home. Catastrophes sweep across the country. Barbarians terrorize the borderlands, and bandits stir up trouble. Barbarians and bandits are different in this context. The drums are beaten 17 times, representing the trials and tribulations that befell Human the past year, both big and small. This border city has crossed the country's northern regions for centuries, and its citizens are hardened by these disasters. The great wind cannot extinguish the flames in the meadow, the men's eyes fixed upon their homes through the night. Is this the walls of Jericho? They be blowing trumpets and horns. That was just the first one? Right, god damn, I thought that was already the second one. Ooh, pretty long event then, huh? Yellow Sands. How will the returning city tell dust from sand? I like that. Oh god, there is dust. Or sand. So far, these story scenes have been really long. Anasa. The word means one without roots in an ancient language. My people say that all things are uncertain, except life and death. Trying to cling onto something only brings trouble. That's why we drifted from one place to another, living with the barren lands. There's always water and game to be found. At the end of our lives, we return to dust. Return to the earth. But a catastrophe destroyed our camp, and most of us lost our lives in the migration. A woman from a nomadic city happened to pass by and guided us to safety. She taught us how to fight, shared knowledge, and told us stories of the cities. She said that everyone should have a place to call home. Excuse me. Stay down. Oh, it's Dad. He said that? Ancient sarcasm language? Who are you? Why am I here? Can't understand the word. Not that it matters. You're here to heal your wounds. You'll do exactly as the doc says, if you want to see the sun rise again. If you don't want to die here, do as I say. Huh. Very egregious errors in this one. What the hell is Jae-yoon then? She also has the Chongye motif. In hesitant Yanese, where am I? Who are you? This is an infirmary and you're a patient. I'm a helper at the infirmary. Where's my sword? Oh god. The girl reaches around her in a panic, only calming down when she finds a weapon beside her. It's there, thank goodness. I found you passed out at the door in the infirmary yesterday, but you wouldn't let the sword go. Did you get hurt fighting over it? Doesn't concern you. No need to look at me like that. I could have taken it while you were passed out if I wanted to. I've seen so many people die over so-called masterwork weapons. Did you really think wielding a weapon like that would make it strong enough to beat enemies you couldn't? Yes? I don't trust weapons. The only thing I trust is my fists. Which is a weapon. Got him. A true warrior should entrust victory to something else. You don't understand. I'm not trying to fight with this sword. I want to repay a debt. The sword is a weapon for killing. My mentor told me the sword means a lot to her. I promised her that I would bring her the sword, or bring it to her grave at least. As your mentor passed away. Yes, that's what a grave means, I believe. Well, I'm not interested in listening to people talk about their debts and grudges. See, you fought over the sword to repay a debt? I'll believe it. A woman who's almost died has no need to lie. So it means you see your obligations as being more important in your life. That's not a bad thing per se. Why did you help me? What's an infirmary for if not to help people? But I don't have any money. I know that money is required in exchange for kindness in the nomadic cities. That's not wrong, but you can work your debt off as well. Why do you think I'm working here for the dog? The difference is that I'm working to pay the medical bills of the people I beat up. I do the heavy lifting at the clinics, so you should learn to do things like drying herbs and wrapping wounds. You don't owe us as much as I do. You don't owe as much as I do. A few months should be enough to pay your debt off. Months, good lord. Healthcare is still bad, even in fucking Terra, huh? Did you get Lin? No. Smudge. Wait, no timestamp. Where are my timestamps? Hold up. Hey? There you go. I'll find a way to repay your kindness, but I'm in a hurry. How many rolls? I think? Second 6 stars, so like less than 50? I need to get out of the city. Not going anywheres. Said stay down, you're here to get your injuries healed. You managed to survive them. Would it be a shame if you died now? Not to mention an embarrassment to the clinic. But kindness is important too. I'll think about it once you've healed up and repaid your debt. Exclamation point. Another patient. I'll take a look. Stay down. Chill. Who this? Okay, I guess it's some random dude. That is not a random dude. That's Sole. Are you the doctor, sir? The doc's out. I'm a helper here. I can help you. If you just want meds, but you'll have to wait if you want the doc to look at you. I apologize for the interruption. We're investigating a case and pursuing a suspect. Here's my token. We would appreciate your cooperation in answering a few questions. Ask what you want. I'll decide if I want to answer. Has this clinic treated or seen anyone who suffered a serious stab wound? Nope and no. Either you're buying or you go find someone else to bother. Would like to take a quick look. It'll only take a minute. Yep, here we go. Nope, patients and customers only. I have nothing but the greatest respect for the clinic's work. I would rather not have to force my way in. But this concerns the safety of all of human. Your cooperation would be appreciated. You got your rules, I got mine. You ain't coming in unless I say so. Then I apologize. So his movements are swift as a foul beast. But he feels a hand on his collar just as he is about to cross the clinic's threshold, throwing him backwards. Burly man continues to stand there as though he has never moved. It is as though the foul beast flew into an invisible and boundless net. This man is no ordinary brute. Good brute. I said you ain't coming in. You got that wish, kid? Do you understand the consequences of obstructing justice? Don't understand? Don't care. What a Chad. Try that again, I dare you. Enough. This is not a game. Huh? There's someone else in there. She ran out? Oh my god, Jae-yoon. With a sword, I'm assuming. Hey, where did the girl go? What? Bandages and cotton balls are scattered on the table, and the bed is still warm. Here smells of blood and herbal medicine. You said no heavily wounded patients were taken in late. How do you explain the gaze and blood? Ayah! I told her to stay put. You said she needed to get out of the city. She must be headed to the gates. Oh no, I gotta catch her, or the doc's gonna put her bill on my tab. Okay, who's the doc? Cannot think of Longmanite or Yanis. Tea leaves, Shangshu rock tea, Owu flower tea, Changqi white tea, Da Huang raw leaves. Anything you want, I've got it here. Oh my god, it's testing my Chinese, man. 2 carts of Longman green tea. Horns. Hawker. Excuse me, miss, but we don't sell tea by the cart. Miss Lin. We meet again. Any updates on what I asked you to look into? We agreed on terms. I don't know what you mean. Oh, you're dead. How many caravans in this batch are carrying false permits? How did they get those permits? I need to know more. I'll pay the taxes I owe, the whole amount. Please, don't ask any more questions. We can talk about your previous offenses another day. Answer my question. Oh, you got you there. Help! Thief! Really? Oh my god. You got nerves stealing in broad daylight. Grab her. You test my patience. Watch out, I saw an accomplice go that way. We got rats. Except me, sad. Excuse me? The owner is out. You need something made? I just have a couple of questions. This is a smithy. The inn's where you go for gossip. I hear there are some old Jianghu Kung Fu stories that only circulate here. Fine, I guess it can't hurt to have someone to chat with while I work. Fire away. How are you, old man? Okay, I really ought to buy something for your trouble. Okay, at least this one's named Blacksmith, not old man. Good lord. What'd you want? Frying pan? Kitchen knife? How about a sword? Sorry, can't do that. Household items only. But the sign on the door says Sword Forge. This is probably the last place in Human that still uses that particular wording. It's just a name. You could change it to the tea parlor or the guest house if you wanted. Fair enough. You're not from around here, are you? Tourist? I've wanted to see the deserts of Human for a long time. We get a bunch of tourists every time we link up with Longmen thanks to the Wuxia TV shows. Anyone with half a brain should know that it's all fake. What's so good about this backwater place? Did you want a souvenir sword? Trust me, you're better off getting a pack or two of human jerky. Every place has its own unique scenery. It's always worth a look. Setting aside whether the TV shows are fake or not, I'm sure there's a story behind this smithy. Sure of that, are you? I don't mean to offend, but every shop I passed by on my way from the market was full of people. Except this one. Why would a shop with no history or business be on a busy street like this? And I doubt a shop that really has no business would have so many furnaces burning and so many iron ingots lying around. This is why I hate talking to smart people. Makes my head hurt. I'll take that as a compliment. Alright, what do you want to know? I wanted to ask you about stories from the world of Kung Fu, but you piqued my interest in something else. How did a sword forge become a smithy? A man running for his life can always find an extra burst of speed. Just as he's about to shake his pursuer, a rope appears out of nowhere, tripping him over. He tries to pull himself back, only to find nothing but quicksand around him. A rope appears out of nowhere. Who the hell? Had enough yet? Gasp for air, exhausted. Good, now we can talk. What are you afraid of? This group is different. I know. They'll have my head if I talk. I have a family. They're counting on me to feed them. Please. I'm glad you remember that you have family. Let me remind you. They're all in Lungmen. You, Miss Lin, I know how you and the Rat King operate. You wouldn't. That's up to you. Or do I really need to prove what I'm capable of? Here come the rats. Tell me what you know. The smugglers that make the rounds when Lungmen and human link up are usually pretty consistent. The same groups, working with the same forgers, same suppliers, same fences. This time around though, there's a new group that nobody knows anything about. Not even the oldest crooks. Some tried to pick a fight, and nobody ever saw them again. The new smugglers disappeared? No, the ones who picked the fight. What else do you know? Out with it. I've heard, well, rumors about where they hide and sell their stuff. The forgery. I mean the smithy. You take care of things at the market. Nothing a few coins couldn't fix. Good. And this man? Take him to the barracks, then back to the LGD after we're done here in Human. Oh my god, he's gonna get extradited. I told you everything I know, why? Quit complaining, it's for your own safety. That's kinda true too, I guess. He just disappeared. The markets for Human are not usually so busy. The streets are packed with people, and parents hold their children's hands a little tighter. It is not easy trying to find someone in this crowd. Are you buying or not? Get out of the way if you're not buying, you're in everybody's way. Sorry. The noise of people shouting, arguing, and bartering drowns out deadlier sounds. What the? The sword comes from behind without a sound. Suole takes a step forward, almost by instinct. The point of the sword tears through his clothes, inches from leaving behind a wound that would have crippled him for life. Who's there? Suole turns around, but sees only the bustling market. Did he intentionally draw me here? A commotion here would... Where are you? Oh? Whip guy. The market sure is busy today, isn't it? Mr. Lee? Looks like we have some troublemakers in the crowd. Be careful. I noticed. Did you... Just a little optical trick. Won't last long. It's dangerous here. We should leave. No choice, I suppose. Shanghai Zong member. Turns out we're the ones who fell into a trap. Let's get out of here. We don't want civilians getting hurt. And see. Yellow Shant.
命令に従い出撃
I love the palm. I mean... Huh! It's a straight line. What am I...
ここに立つのは Compared to the calamities I fought
Yes, so.
you are barely a threat.
Get him, Chongye. Oh, you attack fast. Oh, it's not auto-activated. It's only offensive. Oh, man. This is kind of bad. These are kind of bad places.
The tide also rises.
Yeah.
Artillerymen in position. 子供たちの悲鳴が戦いを避けられないというのなら私も自分の弱さから目をそらさないここは視界良好だね Treat me not as a calamity for death is not
Oh, wait, what? They can spawn from there?
Fire! To our eternal home.
Oh, they can just spawn. God dang it.
This one's for you.
Hopefully you're not the... What do you call this? Kill wall. Okay, you are.
I'm so
Oh no, they can spawn from the high ground, man.
for you.
Get him, Chung, yeah? Wanna see the skill. You! You! Ah, this one's annoying. Where does he go at? He's just gonna break. Oh, it's just going down. I didn't even see that. Okay, so every platform with this has a chance of something. Ma, look! A fight! Happens all the time. Haggling turning into a fight. Nothing to see. Stay close. I don't know how I'd find you if we got lost here. They won't give up so easily. Protecting ourselves is one thing, but it'll be hard to avoid harming civilians. You have an idea? There's a way out, but you'll have a mess on your hands. Wait. Damn, too late. Why is the half covered? Interesting. Shanghai's on dart through the crowds like fins through water. The fins leave from the water en masse, so Ale and Lee cannot hope to fend off their attacks without harming the surrounding civilians. Huh? They're using new techniques. Snow falls. It's Kibai. Not scattered flakes of snow, but a steady stream of white. The blizzard cuts off the rapid flow, stopping the Shanghai Zong in their tracks. Ding ding ding! Garoned. Such a response is more than just talent and training. It is a result of experience accumulated from countless deadly battles. Leave. Don't chase. There are too many people here. These villains have no qualms about harming innocents. Heavy pen. Kibai, it's been a while. It's been a while, but you don't seem to have gotten any better. Me? That is definitely not correct. Why have you come? The Grandmaster instructed me to help. And who is this, gentleman? A friend I met on a previous mission, and an old acquaintance of Liang's. Someone without an official position shouldn't involve himself in this, even a friend of Liang's. Ah, well, I just happened to pass by. Anyways, someone always tells me not to meddle whenever I'm hired to do something. Guess it's a private eye trope. My life would have been in danger if not for your help. But are you really here by chance? Would the Sui regulator believe me if I said yes? No jokes, please. This is important. I never look for trouble. Trouble just has a tendency to find me. I'll leave it that my client is an acquaintance of Chief Wei of Longmen. You may have already met him at the barracks last night. I guess the ones who attacked you just now were the people he hired me to find. They'll see you know about what happened in Human last night. Not much. The ones who hire private eyes aren't exactly the talkative type. You get used to it. Maybe I could help if you told me more. I stabbed the assassin in the scuffle last night, so I started my search at the clinics. I searched every single clinic in the city and didn't find anything unusual until the last one. A man called himself a helper and would not let me in. Forced my way in and found gauze and blood. The man ran off with an agitated look on his face. Someone has the nerve to obstruct the Sui regulator in Human? I wasn't sure what to make of it. Obstruction of justice is a crime, but I couldn't make heads or tails what the man was talking about. It didn't feel premeditated. Could he describe the man in more detail? Oh, here we go. Let me think. Chad Tiger Man. Feline, male, looks to be in his 40s, exceptionally skilled in Kung Fu. Could it really be him? Yes, sir. We should hurry. Yusha wants us to visit the Heath bodyguard's family. I'm coming. This is the last house anyway. Say, I haven't had the chance to ask you. Why did you come to Human? I told you I set up my own logistics company. Mr. Zhang told me his daughter came to Human too, but I didn't expect to actually meet you. That's how fate works, I guess. Say, since we worked together on this case, wouldn't it be natural for you to join Singyu Logistics afterwards? You're still talking about this? Anyway, it seems like Yusha dragged a lot of people she knew into this. I didn't know she was the Rat King's daughter. You know Mr. Lin too? Not really. That's just of him on his travels. I thought you would know each other well, being fellow Longmanites. Longmen isn't exactly one of those small towns where everybody knows everybody. I see Mr. Lin from time to time in the course of my work, but I've only heard rumors about Yusha. I'm curious, what do Longmanites think of the Rat King? The word Longmanite is way too broad. Some think of him as a benevolent protector, some want as little to do with him as possible, others just see him as a kindly old man. Only one thing is certain, he's the key to Longmen's peace and security. Sounds like someone not to be trifled with. Must be hard being Miss Lin. Why'd he say that? Fathers always want their children to walk the path they pave for them. Especially accomplished fathers. Do you not get along with Mr. Zhang? I wouldn't say that. It's more like I prefer some distance between us. Some fathers out there don't care about their children at all. They do as they please, leaving their children for somebody else to take care for. They disappear for a decade without a word. Do you mean... Never mind, I don't want to bring him up now. If the old man went missing for a decade, I would take over the association and rebuild it in my own image. I would show him that I can do better. But what if he never comes back to see how well you've done? This is the place. Hello? Anybody home? Excuse me, where... Hey, the door's unlocked and there's nobody in the clinic. Oh boy. This is the 4th place. The guard who died was the son of the doctor here. The doctor is a local who's been running the clinic for decades. No other members in the household. News of the messenger's death reached the city yesterday afternoon. The doctor should already know. But the room is neat and tidy, not a speck of dust on the furniture. 2 bags in the corner look like items from today's market. I don't know human customs, but it's as though nothing happened whatsoever. How would the father react to the news that his child is dead? certainly wouldn't act like nothing happened, at least. But there's no one home. It's not right for us to barge in. Let's rendezvous with Yusha. Oh, he was not there at the time. How unlocked. Warehouse that the smuggler talked about is just ahead. Strange. Do you know this place? I checked out the various depots in the cities where I visited last time. This warehouse was used by the Southside Sword Forge for storing metals and original fuel. Yep, they're providing them to the freaking bandits. Sword Forge is a reputable business operation. It shouldn't have anything to do with this. Yao Mo Gao Ho, he played us for fools. Take it easy. We're in no rush. He doesn't have the nerve to lie in a situation like that. We're already here. All we need to do is take a look. You keep watch. I'll check it out. Be careful. How's your way, miss? Isn't this a stonemason's warehouse? I'm here to buy stone. Your boss couldn't sculpt his way out of a shoebox, but the stone's not half bad, so I thought I would buy a bunch. He gave me permission to come to the warehouse. He says he'll show me around. Zong Stonemason? Think so. Shop at the east, the end of market. The shop at the east end of the market. Zong Stonemason's warehouse is on the west side. This is the south side. So you can stop right there. Well, the rat got caught. Look around you. Nothing but iron and scrap metal. Not a rock to be found. I'm sure you're lost. Damn, I even paid a guy to take me here. The fraud. Sorry for the intrusion. It's fine. Let me see you out. Oh god, the bluffing. Clouds part to let the bright sun shine through, stinging Lin Yusha's skin slightly. She subconsciously reaches behind her neck and looks up at the man. What kind of attire would leave a sunburn on the neck like that? What are you looking at? Nothing. Goodbye. How did it go? Stay here and keep a close eye out for nearby movement. Something didn't seem right? Don't ask questions, just keep your eyes peeled and report anything unusual. Roger.
We should put out the fires before we call it a day. Wanna join me?
But you spread the fires. Whatever. Okay, hold up. The rain's so strong, god damn. Oh my goodness. How old trees grow. New leaves have yet to grow on the old tree. Doesn't remember the ones who planted it. Oh god. Unplaceable. Me. Let us out. We've been through this. The general has declared a high alert to ensure human safety. No one is allowed to leave the city without permission. Turn back. You dare speak of human safety to me? We were guarding human long before you even picked up a stick, kiddo. In times like these, I need you to think about the greater good. The greater good. Do you remember when a group of bandits infiltrated the city and injured innocent people in the process? It happened so suddenly and the situation was so messy that you refused to lift a finger, so we had to take things into our own hands. We chased them hundreds of li and spent 3 whole days in the desert. We had to carry half our brothers back to the city, but we managed to drag the bandits along with us. Now, our brothers lie dead out there, their bodies still rotting, and you're asking us to wait? Master Ching, we all know your story, and we have infinite respect for you. General Zhou has decreed that while we are hunting a serious criminal, no one is to leave the city without his permission. His awe-inspiring authority has me quaking. Tell that Shuan Liao to come out here and face us. Impudence. Master Meng, I heard you shouting from across the city. These men are only following orders. Why do you have to be so hard on them? We just can't let them talk to us like this. You are venerable elders of our city. You fought many battles to defend human, even messengers through catastrophes. Our stability is thanks to your hard work. Even though the Lord Exorcist and Grandmaster are still present, you dare to flaunt your seniority as if it matters? Have you no heart? Good men need not remind the people of their past deeds. If you need to boast above it, then that just goes to show how little it truly mattered. Go home and make no further trouble. I will ensure your fallen brothers are spoken for. Yes, Master. The blame lies with me. I neglected their discipline. We would never blame you. About those 4 brothers, you have my condolences. I'll take care of their families. There's no need to bother the Lord Exorcist. But since they died delivering a letter for human, I'd like to ask the Lord Exorcist his opinion on the situation. You have to focus on the assassin for now, but when we're done, the Lord Exorcist will absolutely dispatch troops to clear out the bandits. Right, you have to prioritize, that makes sense. I just want a word with the Lord Exorcist. I need a reply, any kind of reply, to answer to those brothers. Once we are done with this, you are all welcome to the Sword Forge for drinks. Okay, so that guy is sussy. Yusha. How's the situation on your end? Have the families of the victims been located? Actually, 2 of the 4 were living alone. As for the other 2, their families happened to be away from home, so we took it upon ourselves to barge in. It's a bit strange that all their homes look so normal on the inside. Could it be a coincidence that they all just happened to be out? A whole day has passed since we got the news of their deaths. Oh. Who goes there? Scared the life out of me. I just felt like someone was watching us. You can sense that even in this crowd? Let's continue this inside the inn. Oh, Taihe? Lin Yusha, stay your steps. You know this man? Just give me a moment, I'll have a few words with him. Alright? I didn't expect the monitor censure of the Department of Discipline and Supervision to remember me. I think it's been 5 years since we last met. The timing of our meeting was a memorable one, but not very pleasant. Just official business, you and I both. Right, because they were in charge of the Lungmen sewers. I was here to investigate the events that transpired in Human Envoy Lin 5 years ago. Yep. Can the monitor sensor offer any leads? No. At this time, I am not intervening in an official capacity. I am merely acting as a former subordinate of the Lord Exorcist and as a subject of Yan. Apprehend the villains who disturb the people's peace. I must say, I'm a little surprised that you aren't advising me to stay out of it, Monitor Sensor Taihe. I have no reason to dissuade you from your duties, Envoy Lin. Do forgive me for prying. You have only just arrived in the city, so how exactly do you plan to investigate a case where you are yet unfamiliar with the situation? I have my own means, of course. Don't you worry, Monitor Sensor Taihe. I have no doubt your means will prove more than adequate, Lin. You might as well make your words clearer, Taihe. As I said, we are on official business and nothing more than that. Merely offer a reminder, Lin. The enemy lies in the open while we are hidden, but do be careful still. I'll take my leave. I've seen that big guy before in Shangshu. I think he was from the Department of Discipline and Supervision. Just how many mandarins do you know? It's not like we're friends, we just have prior dealings. What's the difference? The difference is that you don't want to be friends with some people you have dealings with. True, that's a goal. Dusk. The sun goes down quickly in early spring, and the weather is still a little cold. The old man fills the furnace with a handful of firewood. The weak fire is not fit for forging or even for heating. These days, all the forge equipment runs on Originium, but the old man stubbornly keeps such a useless furnace. While waiting for the fire to intensify, he picks up a broom and carefully sweeps up the sand that has accumulated in the courtyard overnight, leaving none of the crevices between the stone bricks untouched. Of course, the old man knows that it will only stay clean for a moment and will soon return to its sandy state. But he still toils to sweep the ground over and over again, as if hoping to catch a glimpse of a completely clean forge. These legs of mine are still ache from the cold, even the weather is getting warmer. It's about closing time. If it isn't urgent, why not come back tomorrow? Who this? Whomst? You? Are you looking for someplace else, girl? This is a forge, not a clinic. I'm looking for a place, mentioned in the story. You're hurt too bad to be running around the city like this. I hate to say it, but the city is under high alert right now, and a girl with a knife wound has shown up on my doorstep. It'll be trouble for me if I don't take her in to the authorities. Last thing I want is more trouble, so I'd better get her to explain where she came from. Are you the one called Meng Tie? It means something that you know the name, young as you are. But I don't recognize you at all. Shifu told me there's a forge hidden here in the nomadic city. That the owner of the forge is a skilled swordsmith. He can make all kinds of weapons and armor, and also craft toys for the children of the city. Can't recall anyone who would talk about this old man like that. In the yard of the forge lies a pagoda tree, transplanted by the both of you from a faraway place. Minos? Oh, I can't help but look back. In the corner of the yard stands a pagoda tree. Leaves swing slightly across the evening wind. Spring comes late in the north. New leaves have yet to grow on the branches. Now can we say that the battle is truly over? We've suffered a number of casualties, but for the next 20 years at least, these bandits will be cowed. I've heard tales from long ago of expeditions celebrating their triumphs by carving out their achievements on the furthest mountains they could see. Perhaps today we are worthy of that legacy. Ha, not a bad idea. But we have only sand around us and nothing solid in which to write. There is a lone tree here, so why not? Good, let's go with that. Good. This withered tree is about to crumble into dust and you still want to torment it? You have an alternative then. What's the point of engraving your exploits in a fixed point when we live in a nomadic city that regularly travels thousands of leagues? I just think that's miles or kilometers. Why not we take this tree back and replant it in human? The story will be remembered by the tree. It manages to take root in the city, even for just a day. Collapse once. Very well, not a bad idea at all. Did you get heat stroke from being out here too long? Or at least 100 li from the human? Are you planning to carry that tree all the way back there? Why not? We carried so much food and water on the way here and now it's all gone. So what's wrong with bringing an extra tree on our way back? General Suo Tiayi, please lend me a hand. Careful not to damage the roots. ... You called her Shifu? Shifu saved mine and my family's lives out in the wilderness and taught us how to live among the settlers. What is your name? Jiayun? If I'm not mistaken, you're an Anasa. It have such a refined name. Anasa. Shifu gave it to me. No wonder. Yun Dong Qian Liu Jiecai Si Shan King, a classic poem. Cloud floats for 1,000 li until it finally settles upon a mountain top. She wished for you to find a home like the cloud. Shifu recited it better than you, but the meaning is the same. Ha! I have no doubt. Come to think of it, she gave the Grandmaster his name as well. That fickle-minded, heartless man. What's this then? Hold on. That sword you're carrying. You stole the Grandmaster's sword? I will bring it to Shifu's grave as an offering. The wind whips up the leaves, rusting the old pagoda tree. Fire in the furnace has died down and the sky grown dark, but the old man does not move. The girl can't see his expression clearly. She's dead? Yes, Shifu's illness was very serious. Her last wish was to look upon this sword one last time, so I must deliver it to her. Do you want it to? Certainly not. Human is a very dangerous place to be right now. I know that with this sword on me, all the soldiers will be hunting for it. No, what I'm saying is, the city will become even more dangerous in the near future. It's about to face a test, but before that, I should at the very least try to get you out. Your Shifu is waiting for you, as are all of us. But how do you get out of the city? I didn't think about it when I came in. They sealed the gates, so I tried to force my way through and was injured in the process. The wind picks up. A handful of fine sand flies onto the old man's face and into the gap of time that has gone by. It is soft, moist from the twilight hours of early spring. The old man kneads the sand in his fingers. I have an idea. Sus. I always knew it. Sus. Hey, welcome back. What's the word? No doctor or staff in the clinic, just some princely looking official who asked me what I was doing. And what did you tell him? Just what you told me. Last night I hurried over with a family member in tow who suffered a concussion when our store shelves collapsed. We forgot to bring money for the bill, so I came back today to make the payment. The old man left us after asking me the question. I don't get it. Here's your money back, since I never had to pay anyone. Just keep it. Take it as reimbursement for your hard work. It's so strange. Is humans through a season that lucrative? Heard of Mr. Lee's skill, but even pull one over on the young like that? That's just any kid. He's a sui regulator candle holder. I wouldn't dare lie to him. Just helping him rule out the wrong answer. As for Mr. Lin, what are you doing here? Just out for a stroll. If you were in Longman Park right now, I'd believe it. And how are things coming along for you, Mr. Lee? It's a little strange. I haven't been able to figure out exactly what the job is you've asked me to do, but the one thing I've been looking for might be able to come clue me in. That's good to hear. You've tasked me with a job, but you still look uneasy. Why not take matters into your own hands? Any action I take would affect Wei Yanwu's reputation. I also want to just watch from the sidelines and see how she does things. Oof. I think I double-clicked. Now that's the Mr. Lin I know. This is an important moment, but there is still ample time to make a probing move. A beard well lathered is already half shaved. I have trust in you as well, Mr. Lee. Wei Yanwu has often lamented your decision to not stay with the LGD. Let's not talk about it. Wei Yanwu doesn't let go of somebody if he's decided they're useful to him. Speaking of which, are you still determined to have your girl Yusha take over your work? That's not for me to decide. If she wants to stay, Longman will have a place for her. If she wants to leave, Longman won't trouble her. I would like you to take care of her, no matter what path she takes, Mr. Lee. It's an honor to have your trust, Mr. Lin. If there's anything I can do to help out, I will give it my all. Totsu. Toze. I don't know what that is actually. Now then, time to stop bothering you and continue my stroll. Oh, Wai Tianpei, he's a father too? Ah. Did you see the city-wide notice issued by the patrol battalion on your way here? According to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau's latest calculations, human needs to adjust course to avoid a catastrophe. I'll just say according to the Bureau. Starting tomorrow at the hour of Shen, the city will begin to slow down. By around the hour of Yu, it will have dropped to its lowest speed and will pick up again once the course has corrected. The chance lies within that time frame. But if the city slows down, won't the gates be even more closely guarded? Dear girl, did you take a good look around you before entering Human? A desert spanning thousands of li, with only misfortune and the occasional traveler to meet, but a part of Yanese territory still. From the very beginning, Human was designed as a military fortress to guard the north, which is why the city has sand sluices in dams on the outer wall, unlike conventional nomadic cities. It is said that the Tumuchianshi took inspiration from the water wheels in the Jiangnan waterways and fitted it onto this border city. The base of the city sinks into the sand, but the huge dams powered by arts are always running to disperse the sand and remove all forms of resistance. Thanks to these sand sluices, the city of Human is able to move flexibly across the vast desert and adapt to any situation. Like a river current, it moves with the tide, a spectacular sight to behold. Normally, the sand sluice would never serve as a path for people to walk on. If one jumps into the sand sluice, he can only expect to be crushed by the turbines or suffocate under the rolling yellow sand. So tomorrow, at the hour of Yu, when Human is traveling at its lowest speed, flow of sand through the sluices will also be slowed. But at least there's a ghost of a chance in this idea. I'll do it. I'll need to get out of the city by any means. What about your wounds? I'll manage. I went to a clinic earlier. Good. It's just that security around the sand sluices is usually lax, but I'm not sure if things have changed now with the city under high alert. On my way here, I heard the general of the city is personally leading the defense of the keep. It seems. To meet or not to meet, that was the question. Really? But it seems the answer is meet. You're going out? You have to be quick. I need to go scout the surroundings. There are also some preparations to be made. Here to leave the city by the sand sluices. I'll hang a closed sign on the door while I'm out, so make use of this time to recuperate. I'll come back to fetch you. Get in cahoots. The eyes Suisse. Yusha? Head up to my room first. I'll be there in a minute. Any news? Not long after you left, some people in Smith's clothes showed up, moved their goods, and headed someplace else. I tried to follow them, but they seemed to be in our line of work. They realized someone was stealing them and quickly shook me off their trail. I returned to the warehouse to take another look, and it had been cleared out completely. I don't know what these people are hiding, but it's clear that something strange is going on. Your intuition was spot on. There's something off about that sword forge. Raid, we already set the enemy on alert, and we've yet to find our key evidence. Dark clouds over the city get thicker every day, while the sand in the wind is also denser. The situation is urgent. Since we have our suspects, we can try some things out. Dai Suisse? Go to the barracks and fetch something for me. Huh, what was that? Flashback. Number 3.
Sand, dust, and blood. Most fail to imagine the sight of their admixture.
Okay, so something's gonna appear here. I wonder where they appear though.
一歩も引かない。命令、子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。
Up, up. Can you put some here?
Now, hearken to the song
Young, yeah?
of distant sea.
You here?
Including that sister of mine.
Think so?
This too is an opportunity.
ま
Yeah.
だ敵には気づかれてないみたい。
The battlefield. A place where lives are taken. Now's the time to help everyone out. The sky and
Big
the
chillin'.
both a drought to relieve.
Oh, right. Forget about that one.
準備完了。
In position and ready to light them up.
Okay, you can destroy those. Whatever those are. Wait, can I hit high ground units actually?
今すっごく気分がいい
What find out? You can! Huh! Interesting.
Need some fire to turn up the heat.
Oh, there was two! Oh
我
man.
慢にも限度があるわドクター。
Better safe than sorry.
Mission accomplished.
The deed is still not done? Ringleader. Oh, look at that getup. Malicious Shanghai Zhang member. There was some serious kung fu on both sides. Leave that young candle holder to his own devices. He won't affect our plans. The woman from Lungman was never accounted for. She's still active. What a pain. We'll keep an eye on things and make a move when the time is right. No, after these two clashes, the Mandarins will definitely be on alert, so we have to be more cautious. Can let the woman live for another 2 days, but our organization can leave no clues. Right, and what do we do now? Just wait, it won't be long before he gives us fresh orders. The Mount, Seas, and all in between shall be our masters. We've stolen the land without even knowing it. The people will pay for their arrogance. Oh, well, speak of the Mandarin? And who might you be waiting for? Attempted assassination of a court official and disturbing the people's peace. Your conduct befiles the laws of Great Yan. It's like they mean nothing. You have two options. Lay down your arms and come with me, or I bring you in. You were followed. The same man from before. He turned the tables on you, considering his skill. It's no surprise you couldn't do anything about it. But in the end, it was still you who led this man here, do you understand? Yes. Good, now we'll get rid of him first, and then decide how to deal with you. You dare. He's number 5, so I don't know about that one. Late as it is, you're still awake? You must be vigilant, lest something like yesterday's incident happen again. Surely the Grandmaster has not invited me out so late to enjoy the scenery. It's auspicious for Lord Wei to stand here with us at such a crucial moment. Indeed, it would have been best to take a stroll through the city of Yumen and enjoy its scenery. Lord Exorcist's decision naturally comes after careful consideration. Perhaps this is not for me to say, but the Lord Exorcist's responsibilities reach far beyond the safety and security of Yumen. The consequences of just one mishap are grave enough that the word trust no longer carries much weight. Indeed it's so. General Zuo and I have worked together for decades without relying on trust. I hope you understand. Have I ever expressed any dissatisfaction? Speaking of which, we have yet to properly catch up on each other's affairs. Last time I came to Yumen was 5 years ago, and the time before was that 10, but both were hectic visits. In our last meeting, let me think. We were in the capital. Yes, the year you left the capital, I had happened to be there to report on my work. I didn't expect you to remember something from so long ago. Do you not remember it, Lord Wei? I don't recall what year it was exactly, but my memories tell me it was also spring then. Late spring, a little later than the current season. That's it. At that time, you still wielded a sword, and you were not called Wei. Interesting. There was much scenery to enjoy, and plenty of kung fu spectacles too. I've lived for so long, there are not many who leave a true impression. But even now, as I evaluate the various styles of kung fu, I still think about Chi Xiao's ultimate move. I'm honored to win such a praise from the Grandmaster of Kung Fu. That night seemed like it was set to rain, the weather stifling. Clouds looming low. I was in the keep and far away, but even then I saw a light in the direction of the post house. The sky abruptly broke with the chill of a sword, a sharp and decisive style of swordsmanship. A sword of Strat's rent once stood stand fast. That's the thing that was in chapter 8. The chance when Amiya used the sword, okay? Afterwards, Lord Wei must have left the city. In the end, the rain did not fall. It was a very long time ago, but I wonder why you're bringing this up. The tower stands high. Two men's clothes rustle in the breeze. Even though it is a windless night, as far as the eye can see, human sentries and buildings stretch on without end. Only through the wind on the highest of points can one clearly perceive that the city is moving at a high speed. There is treachery in the court, and minds can be unpredictable. Surely no one understands this better than you. But I also believe that whose mind is consumed by ambition and cunning could never wield that style of swordsmanship. There is a matter that I would like you to help with. I dare not refuse a request from the Grandmaster himself. I would ask you to trust Yumen just this once. Well, you and the Lord Exorcist are alike, shouldering the peace of Yan. There are many matters of concern, but in the end, Yumen is unlike Lungmen. Yumen was built on strength of arms, and most of the people here practice Kung Fu. These people have great passion, but lack strategic thinking. Regardless, everyone here asks for the country and its people, and there is nothing wrong with hating evil as an enemy. I only fear that simple-minded people will be manipulated without their knowing. General Tsuo has agreed to a time limit of 3 days. Within these 3 days, you will get your answer. Until then, I hope you will set your grievances with the Lord Exorcist aside and stay your hand. A guest must comply with its host, and the Lord has asked me to wait in these barracks at ease. I simply wish to share his burden, but there is really nothing I can do. I recall that Envoy Lin of Lungmen from a few days ago is indeed shrewd and capable, solving several cases cleanly in just a few days' work. I imagine there must be several talents like her in your employ. You might be overthinking the situation. Whether the Grand Suitor, the Lord, or Wei and Wu, every move is calculated for the safety of the people and prosperity of the country. There should be no conflict between us. But looking back over the few millennia, there have been those who share a goal, but a number of them inevitably break and even turn against each other, yes? Indeed, you are most qualified to speak of this. Very well, for your sake, I will agree to your request. Yeah, my thanks, Lord Wei. The night is no longer young. I suggest you retire. Oh, but there is another thing I have yet to mention. Cloud-splitting sword is not actually Chi Xiao's ultimate move. Jesus, man. Oh, they're putting up a fight. Now, you still hold the option to surrender. Choose that option or you will never stand again. Bonk. Anguished groan. Right now, it is merely at your waist. Move again and the dirt will bury you up to your shoulders. 3 more of you lie in hiding in the alley on the left, and 2 more in the eaves on the right. Your actions were to draw out my weakness and create an opportunity for an ambush. But you will now not get such a chance. I admit I underestimated your strength. It's rare for one to be proficient in both Kung Fu and original arts. You're unworthy to comment on my Kung Fu. Yesterday, Envoy Lin of the LGD fended off an attack while returning to the city. It was followed today with errant intent. Earlier, a Sui regulator candleholder met with an assassin in the city center. These acts are most probably all you're doing, correct? To intercept and kill a catastrophe messenger, to steal catastrophe data? Just what are the Shanghai Zong planning in Yuma? Who exactly is behind you? You'd better check who's behind you first. What? Yeah. Thank you very much for saving my life. Sorry for all that. You shouldn't be wasting your time here. The Longmanite woman investigated the warehouse at the Sword Forge. She's making a lot of trouble. If you're so worried about trouble, why not go directly to the only variable that can sway the whole situation? The old man of the Sword Forge. Go find him and let the catastrophe data disappear along with his body. Understood. Master, look out. The boss. You shouldn't be able to stand. Rest. Go. The ground suddenly sinks beneath them, as if charged with vitality. The raised earth and rocks surround everyone in an instant. Master, this man is not to be underestimated. Cold light flashes for just a moment. A man falls to the ground, earth and rock unmoving. The block is dead silent. Waste of time and boring beyond comprehension. Is he dead? Yusha, what took you so long? I happened to meet an acquaintance, so I took the chance to say hello. You're a Longmanite, and yet you seem to know plenty of people in Human. Well, that's enough talking. Let's piece together the information we gathered and see if we can figure anything out. I didn't get to finish that conversation in the street. What progress have you made on your end? Miss Du, what kind of person owns the Sword Forge? You mean Uncle Meng? Yes. He's an old friend of my father's, from when he was still in the business. His kung fu is renowned, but he's good at talking too, and every martial artist in Human trusts him. I'm familiar with Human, so Shishu Logistics being able to operate here is all thanks to him. Does this staff have anything to do with Uncle Meng? Just wondering. If you have something to say, get to the point already. I've had a suspicion that this band of thieves causing chaos in the city stowed away with the supplies smuggled from Lungmen. I've been on the smuggler's trail and it led me to the Sword Forge warehouse. So, what did you find? The warehouse had only iron billets and forge fuel, all the materials you would need for a forge. What was strange was the warehouse guard. He had an unusual sunburn around his neck, looked like a mark from wearing special protective equipment. As I understand it, the catastrophe survey teams dispatched by Imperial Astronomical Bureau trek through the desert for long periods of time, and they wear a standardized mask for protection against the wind and sun. That sunburn wasn't faded, and the Imperial Astronomical Bureau has only dispatched that one team late. So you're saying there's something suspicious about the team and that they're connected to Uncle Meng? Trying to get us on the same page with the facts I've found. Humans just returned from the depths of the desert, where the sunlight can be intense and sunburns are common among the city residents. Is that one little thing all you got to make you suspicious? Do you recognize this object? Where did you find this? The warehouse. I found it lying in a corner. It seemed unique and was standing out from the piles of iron billets and fuel. This is a sinew logistics armband that I designed myself. The red armband is inlaid with gold trim as well as Shangshu style embroidery of twin lines flowing through a pattern of 5 pointed stars, symbolizing auspicious and smooth trade routes. Signifiers of luck and peace are dyed a disturbing ochre red, and the strains of yellow sand make it look mottled and old. Only the kids who follow me to Human from Shangshu would have this. Did the keys also... What befell the messenger team happened outside Human, and this shouldn't have made it into the city at all. Are the keys still alive? If they are, then why are they hiding? No, who's holding them and keeping them from showing themselves? Uncle Meng? But doesn't he have 4 men he knows on the team? What's going on? Miss Liu, let's not jump to conclusions just yet. We need to calmly analyze the If I can't figure it out, then I might as well stop thinking. I'll just head to the Sword Forge and get my answer. There she goes. Yusha? Hmm? I saw a tourist dressed like a Longmanite downstairs earlier. Probably one of your men? He came to pass you something, right? That armband was evidence brought back from where the message team was intercepted and killed outside the city. You're using Miss Do. We have a lot of clues pointing us towards the Sword Forge right now, so we need to probe it a little. The man is innocent, then we've ruled out a decent possibility. She will also feel at ease. There's really something up with the Sword Forge. Won't you have put her in danger? She's certainly not the only one in danger here in Human. Yusha, I know you have your responsibilities, and maybe this is how you've always done things. I'm not about to argue with you over what's right or wrong, but I can't agree with your approach. I have to go help her. Faded. So, what happened? Tall Forty lies in the hospital bed, his visage pale, he's barely still breathing. In smallest memories, Taya was always like a mountain. This mountain stood beside his father and himself, unshakable. What sort of force could break this mountain? Wally has never considered such a possibility. Taya was brought to a military camp by 2 civilians not long ago. Tell me his condition first. The medics say they've managed to save his life, but perhaps only his life. Taya has suffered multiple external injuries, but what's more serious is the damage to his organs. He has suffered massive internal bleeding. If you were an ordinary man, I'm afraid he would have already... I shouldn't have been involved in this. He was helping me under the table. Where is father? General is guarding the outer city tower. I've also notified the General, and there were only 4 words in his reply. Stay at your post. We're the ones who brought Uncle Taihe here. Tell me the truth. We just saw the fortune dressed in Mandarin clothes lying by the roadside. We have no idea what happened, but we figured we should bring him over here. City is under high alert right now. What were you doing out so late at night? We had trouble sleeping, so we went out for a walk. Who would have thought there would be someone lying on the roadside as soon as we went out? Terrifying. So you live in the area, but heard nothing strange? Nothing. Where did you find the wounded? In the south of the city, near the Sword Forge's alley. The Sword Forge. Sorry, can I go home now? No. Your testimony is unclear, so as a witness, you can't leave just yet. Ah, oh, well... Millennium? Present. I'm moving out. Gather your team. Search the Sword Forge. Sir, the General's orders were to stick to our posts. Father ordered me to hunt down the assassin and locate the sword in 3 days to restore peace in Human. Even with his strength, Taihe has been gravely injured. He surely has some link to the Feranmut followers. Going to the scene of the crime to find the truth and arrest the culprit. Is that not sticking to my post? Go. Yes, sir.
A 1,000 armies move at the beating of your war drums, with a handful of sand to clean the blood from one's armor. What a tremendous victory.
Nice. Huh, guess they ain't food yet. Ah, guess we keep going. Let the old times go. The gazer did not want to keep an old friend reminiscing about the old days. Or the old worship. What? Only high ground units, Monka. Oh Meng, are you in there? I need to talk to you. Xiao Ye. Stop knocking, miss. Don't you see the sign on the door? It closed at dinner time. Come back tomorrow. Hey, are you listening? Uncle Meng, are you hiding something from me? I'm coming in if you don't answer me. Oh, he's also here now too. Another one. What is it with young people these days and going to the blacksmiths in the middle of the night? Oh, you're Xingyu in Innkeeper Zhang's. Oh my god. Are you the Mandarin who came looking for Dad? When did you get to human? And why? I'm looking for someone. What about you? I'm investigating a case. The government is investigating the Sword Forge? Did Uncle Man really do something? Sounds like there is something suspicious about this place. I'm the one asking the questions. Please do not obstruct the investigation, assuming you have nothing to do with it. Who's obstructing who here? Flash of a sword interrupts Yao Ye. A lock and a close sign fall to the ground, cut in half. So Ale charges in the Sword Forge. Feng told me to keep an eye out. Didn't think there would really be someone here looking for trouble. I have to get help. Thus, what are you doing? I'm talking to you. Bonk you. Is this how you people investigate? Show yourself. There it is, the whip guy. Or gal. Linen Yi. Some wife who run off just now. Didn't even respond when I called out her. She just graduated from university. Kids her age tend to act before thinking. I hope you can give her some pointers. I'm in the position to act high mighty in front of your employees. I was the one who made trouble for her. No worries, it's a good experience. A few crooks are no match for her anyway. Was my father asking for your help last night? I wouldn't quite call it help. Just happened to overhear something when looking for someone. We detectives always hear more than other people. Hopefully, it will be of help to your case. I would love to hear it. Please take a seat. Let me decide where to start. Just hypothetically, what would happen to Lungmen if Wei Yanwu and your father didn't get along? Power struggle. We're facing catastrophe on the outside and Shanghai Zone insurgents on the inside. The general has no time to see a commoner. I hear he knows the general. We should still pass the word, just in case it's really something important. Go up, the general will see. He's on the tower. The night is deep. Stairs, however, remain as bright as day, illuminated by original spotlights in the walls. Meng Tianyi walks slowly. The soldiers behind does not rush him. It has been more than a decade since he last climbed the towers of human. Nordic sources, sir. Cut the formalities. What is it? I would like to ask permission to leave the city. I heard about what happened to the messenger's party. There wasn't much left of it. There were a few boys from the Sword Forge in that party. Someone should pour out spirits and bring back a few grains of sand where they died. Come. Sir? The lockdown being communicated to the entire city. Yes, sir. You heard him. That's why I came to ask you. No. Sir, human is currently moving at a high speed over the barren desert. There's no point in leaving the city right now. Enough. Yes, human has gone too far. How will we find our brothers in the sand and wind? The dead are already gone. The forward progress of human permits no delay. Criminals who killed the messenger have infiltrated the city. The entire city is on high alert. Catching the criminals is the most important thing we can do for the time being. Or for the dead. If that's the case, please allow us to join the hunt for the killer. We have many connections in the city. I'm sure we can be of help, especially with so many Jianghu wanderers in town lately. Catching criminals and protecting human is the duty of the soldiers of human. I am not so incompetent as to need to ask for civilian help. Is that all? Oh, it keeps refusing, huh? He struck out in midair with such force, yet somehow managed to stop the momentum. The foul beast dives into the river and flies away with a fin, leaving behind only ripples on the water. The mastery of your kung fu has reached new heights. May I ask you to demonstrate one more time? Only if you can get that frightened sand beast to come out again. That's beyond my ability. A move is simply the abstract compilation of human reaction, something that is not and cannot be fixed. People don't react in fixed ways. Kung Fu is all about improvisation. Do not let yourself be bound by form and moves when you record the martial arts under heaven. The form is the shell, while the concept is the spirit. The Grandmasters taught me that long ago. Knowing and understanding are different matters. You should learn to be flexible. What is this? The Millennium is assembling the troops. A full 100-man regiment. That's big. The men are assembled, sir. Here check, then we go to the south side sword forge. Yes, sir. Miss Q, record keeper. Have you picked up the Shanghai Zong's trail? Tai He was injured near the sword forge. Lord Zole has ordered a search of the place. Has the Lord's exorcist been informed? The general is stationed at the outer tower. He authorized Zole to command his personal troops for 3 days. Is there direct evidence that the sword forge was involved? The details aren't clear. Where's Zole? He went over first. He is very anxious about Tai He's injury. Come, Sword Forge. It's a hideout for gangs. He's not here. So Meng had dealings with the candleholder. I knew he couldn't be trusted. He still has the catastrophe data. Fine. After dispatching these two kids... Who are you? Where's Uncle Meng? Did you kill him or are you working with him? Where are the keys? Not in talking mood? Then we can do this the hard way. Sword flashes past Liu Yao Ye and Soli steps forward. He swings his sword without a word, his bow furrowed. It's the second time that Yao Ye has been interrupted today. Son of a... Bonk bonk. The old smith told me to stay in the house while I recover from my injuries. Someone has intruded into the yard. Things are chaotic. Have the mandarins found me? Jain holds the soul tighter in her arms. People said a sword forge would be easy to find. There are as many sword forges as there are inns in the nomadic city, but you are always pointed towards the same place if you ask for the sword forge without specifying which one. Shifu was right. He said the sword forge was not big or impressive, just a few furnaces in an old tree. But there are always friends coming in and out, drinking, singing, sparring with each other. They come from all walks of life, but they have fought together and went to many places together. They take turns fueling the fire, sometimes even grabbing the blacksmith's hammer to bang on the metal for a while. The bright fire keeps the night away. Shifu says there is a place like this in every city. Inconspicuous but indispensable. All Shifu talked about in her last days were these things, these people, and this place. Who's there? Place cannot be allowed to come to harm. Stop. You're making a mess of the yard. Go outside if you want to fight. So they had help hiding here. Oh. This. Why does she have the sword? Boss, the girl's injured. Kill her first. Gust of wind sends sand flying everywhere, obscuring the figures darting across the yard. Injured girl steps back, pressing on her wound, and leans against the old tree, panting. She does not notice Xiao Ye's approach. The masked attacker once again disappears into the shadows. The young candleholder steps into the middle of the yard, shielding the two girls behind him. The sword has appeared on his belt, tightly attached to a hidden fastening. My sword. When did it impact just now? A broken leather strap falls to the ground, made by hunters out of the hide of their prey. The tough, durable leather was perfect for holding a sword. The sword that has never left her side. This is the Grandmaster's sword. Now that I have the sword, I won't pursue this particular matter any further. You're not working with the Shanghai Zong? You're not working with Shanghai Zong. The matter of you trespassing into the barracks can wait. Hey, give it back. Who are you? Let me go. You're hurt. Stay put. I don't care about the sword, but you being here at the Sword Forge means you must know Meng Tie. Tell me, where is he? Did you see two young people from Shangshu in the Sword Forge? I'll rip your wound open if you don't talk. Looks like they're not together. Those outside block the exit. Don't let them get away. Did you hear me? Sound is very close. He turns around, startled. The pain increases as he moves, becoming as clear as the communicator that has been cut in half. He does not have time to regret. Chop. Decapitate. Take care of the ones outside. Same group that attacked you at the market. Shanghai Zong? Yes. Reckless. Not only have you failed to improve your Kung Fu, I can listen to your approaches later after we've taken care of these. Wait. Palms have begun to sweat after just a few movements. The yard, the heat. It's getting hotter. It's only March and it's night. How could the temperature be rising? Could be the Sword Forge original furnace? The fire is out. Boss, we lost a few guys to hurt. Stop wasting time. So you know you're wasting time. Do the cicadas sing in March? The air is so oppressively humid. It almost feels like water. This is no morning dew. Everyone realizes that something is out of the ordinary. A drop of water falls in Kibai's face. Spring comes late in the north. New leaves have yet to appear on the old pagoda tree. The water droplets formed on a sword blade. Inya. Masta. Where's Meng Tie? Not here. We ran into them as we were preparing to leave. His sword. You're the one who attacked Uncle Tai Heth. Indeed. Nope. Fourth stage.
面倒事が起きなきゃいいんだけど。
Okay, so that one's easily just blockable.
一歩も引かない。命令信号を実現させた者が北総 M なの。君は気づいていない。
What do I do with this though? Sure.
Rest at ease. The tide also rises.
Doesn't read. What
まだ
else?
敵には気づかれてないみたい。待機中。
Ooh, big boy.
するは規律。想像したことある。友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。ご指示を。
Better safe than sorry.
どのたた。
The sky and the land. Both a drought to relieve.
Oh, pass through.
I'm in fact
おやすみなさい。
Just in casies.
In position and ready to light 'em up.
Oh, big boys can come on?
Fire!
Bit scary.
Many intellectuals must join a battle before penning a decent verse. Including the...
This one's for you.
Mission accomplished.
Noise. Was that man? He just came in, looked around, and left. Could be a plainclothes from the patrol battalion coming to see if there are smugglers here. Plainclothes won't bumble like that or draw so much attention. And he came to cause trouble. I'll go and catch him. Ow, he was gone in the blink of an eye. Clearly knows King Gong. That was the last inn. Nothing. The girl said she wanted to leave the city, but she's not at the gates. Dog had to use the best meds to treat her. What if she doesn't come back and he puts the bill on my tab? I have to catch her. This guy. Not sure I understand your analogy. It wasn't the most apt. I opened my little agency in Lungmen to make a living, but business ended up better than I expected. Wei and Wu and the LGD can't deal with every little trouble out there. We need good citizens like Mr. Lin to pitch in. It can't be helped. Can't be helped. That's true for Lungmen, and it's true for Human as well. Human patrols the northern borders to repel potential threats to Yan. Back when Origin of Technology was not so advanced, it took several times the manpower to run a mobile fortress like Human compared to today. A group of patriotic martial artists went to Human at the time. They never officially joined the army, but they helped out with all sorts of things. Escorting messengers, scouting the path ahead, even going into battle with the army. Played a key role in Human's peace and prosperity and earned the respect of the city. According to Cheng, who were of one mind, this was how Human used to be. Until 20 years ago. Shanghai Zong? Yes, once again, the Shanghai Zong were the reason. There's nothing else. I hope I didn't bother in your duties. I would be on my head. You knew I wouldn't agree. Short whistle, then the tower's original lightning shuts up without warning, surrounding the pair in darkness. A flickering flame lights up in the distance a second later. Soldiers run back and forth, passing the torch between the beacons. 17 roars of the drum drag through the night sky and rapidly move. Today is the second day of the Wangfen Festival. It was created to remind the people of Human to remember the past. This meeting may have taken place earlier or later. By then, you may have recalled a few things. I've never forgotten. Do you remember how many of the heroes who died for Human were not soldiers? They owe Human nothing. Nor does Human owe anyone anything. So, stand down. It was my negligence that allowed those criminals into the city 20 years ago, disguised as Human martial artists. You can blame me, punish me, execute me. But the blame should fall only on me, or on you. All the responsibility falls upon me. And how have you taken responsibility? Alienating the brothers who gave blood and sweat for Human, driving them away, is that your idea of taking responsibility? Human owes them an answer. Human belongs to Yan. All it does is in the service of the Yanese people. That's my answer. This meeting is over. Easy dodge. The name Shanghai Zong is not widely known. It wasn't that anyone was negligent. Everyone was so focused on guarding against external threats, they didn't realize there were enemies hiding in the shadows. Bodyguards, bouncers, blacksmiths, these civilians often fought alongside the soldiers and enjoyed a great deal of freedom in human. The Shanghai Zong took advantage of this fact. The city was caught off guard and responded slowly. Shanghai Zong's plot to destroy the city's power core was foiled, but only after heavy casualty had been taken. After that, taking measures after the fact is still better than not at all. The measures might have gone too far. After that, the Lord Exorcist began to reform the city's administration, removing Jianhou involvement and setting increased restrictions on the movement of people. Some of those who stayed joined the army. Others put their swords down and took up another leader. An ordinary cook at an inn may have been a famous swordsman back in the day. 20 years is plenty of time for a city to look very different. Ad always says there will come a day where Longman won't need downtown or the Rat King anymore. If there comes a day when this city no longer needs a patrol, the Barren Lands, and the people in the city won't need to carry swords anymore. Times changed. Someone to give it a push, so there's a pull. In the end, they all left behind. That's the story that I heard. Does it help? A lot, actually. Thank you, Mr. Lee. What did you learn? 10-man, 2-hour shifts, no extra guard at sandstorms. Just as I saw. One more thing to ask you to do. The hour view, I want you to cause a little commotion around the sandstorms. Nothing too big, just draw away the patrols. What do you? Ask no questions if you still trust me. Alright. Did you see Shuo Shan Yao on the tower? Yes, I did. Getting hotter. Someone attacked Wei Yanwu last night and threw the human barracks into chaos. You were the assassin. You cause abnormal weather wherever you go. Is this arts or some other trick? Murder of a messenger. Attempted theft of catastrophe data. Attempted assassination of a court official. What do you think human is, Shanghai Zong? A city headed the wrong way. This way is wrong. Go no further. You know why human is returning? It's not hard to guess. Father tasked me to complete 3 tasks in 3 days. Recover the Grandmaster's sword, catch the assassin, and track down the Shanghai Zong who have infiltrated the city. Turns out all the answers were right here in the Sword Forge. You won't complete any of them. Stand back, this one's kung fu is unfathomable. We're no match for him. You're not as strong as the Forte man, but you seem a little quicker on the up. So it was you who attacked Lord Tai He. You dodged the last try. Will you dodge or block the next one? Neither. He often told her that kung fu is like climbing a mountain, whether as a tool of revenge or a way of life. The more treacherous the path, the steadier one's heart must be. She saw her enemy and she saw the mountain. That's why she spent 5 years with him. If the battle cannot be won, she would seek to not lose. Offense is the best defense. You have guts, I'll give you that. But things are not as simple as you think. Cross swords, and she realizes her decision was imprudent. She's facing another mountain. Cold steel flashes before her face, the droplets on the blade touching her nose. She can hear her own heart. If the record keeper was here, he would have exclaimed that Kibaya recreated the move on the training ground. Dive, stop, and turn around before hitting the arc of death, like the foul beast that narrowly avoids the waves on the river. He dodged again. How dare you? You? Get out of the way, Zoli! Kibaya grabs Zoli by the collar and pulls him back. He sees the foe's third swing, which lights up the yard. It is March, but the Sword Forge feels like it is midsummer. Even the night sky looks a little whiter in the heat wave. There's only a pagoda tree behind them. There is nowhere to run. Freaking tree gets referenced so much. Sword. Don't move. You're still trying to take the sword? You want to get yourself killed? You're not dying until you tell me where Menkei is. Wawatsu. Bonk. Burly man suddenly appears in the yard. He grabs the girl and knocks away the sword in one fluid motion. Like a bucket of cold water poured down on the ground, he forces everyone to scatter. The heat disappears. Here he is. I've been looking for you. Let me go. You almost got yourself killed. I told you to stay put in the clinic, and you made your injuries worse. You're still inhuman, why? Oh, it's you. Shifu won't fight me until he's left his post. I have to wait for him. You haven't budged for 3 years? Nope. What's more important than this? Where can I find an opponent like him after he leaves human? There's a kung fu master right here in front of you. Why don't you have to go at her if it's a fight you're looking for? This woman? Something didn't feel right when I blocked that attack. It was heavy, but had neither form nor design. I don't know what that strange power is, but you're no master. I have no time for you, god damn. Immediate diss. You hear that commotion inside, Jing? That Yaman just broke in before I could stop him. Damn. This is Chei's last workshop. He's been good to us, we need to protect it. Master Boss, there are more Jianghu adventurers coming, and human soldiers behind them, coming from 3 directions. Around 100 in total. No point wasting time here if the one we're looking for isn't here. Sudden silence. It is as though the cicadas were never there. It is still March. The chill of early spring makes everyone shiver. Let's go. Stop right there. Nope, see ya. That's the one, Jing. Where are you going, sir? Out of my way. Look at the mess here. Hardly anything left standing except the walls. You owe us an explanation. This is a human military case. Anyone who interferes will be arrested. Wait, you're Shuo Shanliao's kid. Shuo Shanliao wants to take down the last sword forge now? Impudence. Millennium? Lord Zhou. Did you see the Shanhai Zong on your way here? Send men after them. Good, round and out, take them into custody. Lord Zhou, there are dozens of them, all local residents. They appeared right as the criminals retreated and obstructed our pursuit. They must be investigated thoroughly. All the rest have something to do with the case. The girl in the aquatic outfit was hiding in the sword forge. You must know where Meng Tei-Yi is. I'm going with you if you take her away. Sword Forge is linked with the Shanhai Zong. Given your ties to Meng Tei-Yi, I would have asked you to come with us regardless. As for you, she's coming with me to get her wounds treated and pay her bill. This is no time for jokes. I can't go with you. All you care about is the sword. Yoink. Why you just gave him. Take these people back to the barracks for questioning. I'll go after the Grandmaster's sword. Are you alright, Miss Q? Just a scratch. Do as Zode says for now. Please treat these Jianghu people with proper respect, Millennium. Probably a bit too late for that now. That man. Noises continue to emanate from the direction of the sword forge, but Waifu stops in her tracks. Figure on the roof vanished in the blink of an eye, as though it was just a gust of wind. Waifu tightens her fist. She has never been more certain.
Will you treat me the same way? Is this also the ending you designed
Alright.
for me?
Probably eat first.
If that is what you
Oh
wish
my,
for,
I'm definitely gonna eat first.
I will not deny
Story
it.
time! While good food. Are we 4? Okay, after 4. Believe my belief. For vengeance, for loyalty, for the peace. Capital R, river. I was born by the river. It told me that the river links the entire world. Build a good boat and you can go anywhere. Dad hated the snow. People can't go out when it snows, so business stops and the whole family starves. That's how I got my name. I didn't know what business was, only that Dad would come home at the end of each month with a sword in one hand and stuff for the family in the other, including a present for me. Mom would sort the stuff and wash Dad's bloody clothes without a word. Then one day a group of people wearing armor broke into the fort. Dad lived on the river all his life, and that's where he died. I remember the leader. He didn't look happy at the total victory he just won. He only gazed at the river dyed red with blood, lost in thought. There's only one thought in my mind. Who is this, Jae-yoon? Wanted to take revenge. Found out where he lived. I left home, going from the easternmost edge of Yan to the westernmost. I learned that the land was more than just the river. There were mountains, streams, forests, plains. People lived in many different ways and dealt with many different hardships. The fort was too small. Dad might have chosen a different path if he came out. See all the land under heaven. Well, Dad was wrong. There were only so many places you could go in the boat. Finally, I came to Human. He stood atop the walls with that same expression. I began to understand. I should take revenge. And this is... Ibai? Dongya? That's about it. Why has the sword? The Kung Fu lunatic is too much for Zoli to deal with. He waited 3 years just to fulfill the promise. Interesting man. Our Tai has injuries. He's still unconscious. The one who wounded Tai was the same one who attacked Wei Yanwu. She got away in the chaos and was too fast for me to catch. Suole closed the sword forge. Many martial artists are under observation. Catastrophe lies before us, while the relationship between the military and Jianghu has broken down. Human is only going to face even more chaos. I could hardly reproach him for being impetuous. You must take action yourself. This guy likes impetuous. General Zhou entrusts garrison to me. I can't very well openly defy him. You know, I'm not just talking about what happened these few days. He'll be leaving soon. You must answer to those who looked up to you before you leave. Or did you think you could dodge the questions that you cannot answer clearly? People think that you're my student. Sometimes Yubi and I forget where you came from and treat you like I would Zole and the record keeper. Okay, so it's Kubai. I never called you master. I'm not your master. You're a natural. Most of what you could do with a sword, you learned on your own. There was little I could teach you. You hid my identity from the others, allowing me to stay at Human. I can't very well abandon a child to the barons. You never thought I would try to kill you? Or did you think I could never defeat you? You didn't have to beat me to want revenge. Slip some poison into my food or push me off the wall. I worried that you wouldn't be able to let it go even after killing me. I would have called you a hypocrite if I hadn't hung around you for 5 years. 5 years? It's been that long? Not so long from your point of view, is it? Why would you say that? Your appearance hasn't changed the slightest, and you still have that sad, depressed expression on your face, as though you've grown tired of seeing everything that happens in the world. The slowest burdened beast would realize that you're no ordinary man. I always thought the stories about long-lived races were a myth. Turns out there's one right next to me. You knew. I just never cared. I wanted revenge. How long you could live didn't matter. And thinking about you not being an ordinary mortal is just looking for excuses. Like you said, climb the mountain one step at a time. All their thoughts are just distractions. Can one truly let go of one's obsession with vengeance, one's obsession with victory and defeat, even when one's wish is fulfilled? Distractions make your sword slow. We mortals need our obsessions in order to keep living. You know that. Humans, of course, when we first met, taught me a lot these 5 years. Only the basics of Kung Fu. As you said, you can only teach me so much, but how much one learns is up to oneself. You should go and see those who remember you. Far too many have an obsession with you. The big man is gone. Stop right there. You again. You're not in league with those criminals? Why did you steal the sword? What is your connection to the man at the clinic? I don't know them, I don't know who he is. You don't understand what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself in. You've never lived in a nomadic city and you know nothing about humans. Someone told you where the sword was and got you to steal it. But you don't understand what kind of trouble it would bring. Tell me, things may still be salvageable. I told you, I'm not acting under anyone's instructions. I'm just repaying a debt. Even the price of your life? Stop following me. Whatever the truth is, I can't sit aside and let you put yourself in danger. I'm trying to help. All your words won't change anything. You're not a good person. I'm under orders to investigate. You're the one who stole the sword. You may have your reasons, but that's no excuse for distorting the truth. The man who arrested all the smiths at the forge can't be trusted. He tried to cover the Shanghai Zong's escape. They were there to protect it. All involved must be investigated until they are cleared of suspicion. We face a double threat of catastrophe and criminals. I must abide by my duty to human. My clan only makes weapons for strong and healthy Anasa, who have reached the age of 16. Those who receive a weapon swear to protect the young, the elderly, and the sick of the clan. You say things about not letting me put myself in danger, about protecting a city. You point your weapon at the common people. This is my duty. Shifu was right. You people think that you're always right, just because of your lofty justifications. Oh, here comes Y. Slow down on purpose, only to find that no one was following. You two started chatting while I still have the sword? There's been a misunderstanding, sir. I asked that you return the sword to its rightful master. I heard you two arguing more or less. Have an idea what's going on. The sword belonged to the Grandmaster, but this girl sneaked it out. I'm sure he doesn't rely on any single weapon. Don't tell me he sent you after it because he missed it so much. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to say. Causing trouble for him would delay his retirement even more. But I promise to help this girl here. What a headache. Aha! I can't really be bothered with complicated questions, but I have a quick and simple solution. Both of you have some kung fu. Why don't you two fight it out here and now, and whoever wins gets the sword. No weapons, hand to hand only. Ridiculous. How can something so important be determined so callously? I'm not fighting. Bonk. I'm in a hurry. Oh, I guess they're fighting. Piston foot as 1 in points of 5. Catch and parry, barrage to open. Even within an inch, there lies right and wrong. Focus elsewhere only negates effort. Oh? The day has barely begun to break. The inn's workers wipe down the tables and prepare food for the day in the kitchen. Lee rises to the call of wild beasts in the backyard and the sound of fists cutting through the air. Like father, like daughter. Nice. Uncle Lee, it's been a while since I've seen you practice this form. I thought maybe you had some sort of divine inspiration that helped you rise above forms and moves. Don't tease me like that. The only way to get better at martial arts is to practice. There are no magical secrets. You're right. Remember how you got on the wrong side of a gang the first time you went out on an errand for the company? When I arrived, all I saw was Trias lying unconscious on the ground, while you stood there like nothing had happened. You were only 16. I started learning Kung Fu before I learned to talk. You remember? You told me. At least he taught you well in that regard. Like they say, your teacher can show you the door, but you have to be the one to walk through it. Well, I suppose being shown the door is important too. Maybe this was the only thing that he felt he could do as a father. I'm not trying to defend him, he wasn't a good father, but you shouldn't let that stop you from living the life that you want. Consider your kung fu a gift. You can always tuck it away if you don't like it. Pursuit of kung fu mastery was his path, but it doesn't have to be yours. I have nothing against kung fu, and of course I have my own life. I graduated magna cum laude with a degree in mechanical engineering from the Longman University of Science and Technology. I'm an employee in the Lease Detective Agency and field operator for Rhodes Island. What did I just read? But not the first hero of justice to graduate from Longman University Science Technology. I could be, if needed. Then tell him next time you see him. Uncle Lee, you wouldn't just pick up a form that you haven't practiced for a long time for no reason. Consider his irresponsible behavior all these years. It would be more than understandable if you wanted to pick a fight with him. It's okay if you lose. I doubt he was any better at your age. Duel is young for a candle holder, but he has seen his share of cases. However, there was never been one where he could not fight back, nor has he ever been taught what to do in such a situation. Does he have a guilty conscience, or just not willing to take advantage of an injured girl? All Zoli does is block the attacks as they fall on him. They both fall to the ground, their faces covered in dirt, but the girl continues to strike with all that she has. Looks like a fight between children. Shakes head and sighs. Stop. The girl wins. Catch. Go and repay your debt and come back and pay your medical bill. Alright. Here's your sword, boy. You didn't fight back because you knew she was hurt. No shame in that. No need to give me that look. Okay, he seems like an upstart guy. Seems. The girl promised me she'll come back. I trust her. She goes back on her word, I'll catch her for you. You can go now. Why are you looking at me like that? Looks like you're unharmed. Surprised or disappointed? I didn't want anything to happen to you. There was a misunderstanding. Sorry to get you in trouble. I explained it to them. Everything is fine. Hold on. Soldier told me that the armband, the one you gave me, was evidence retrieved from outside the city the day before. Are you going to explain it to me or not? Why should I if you already know the story? Yo, yes, fist stops in midair. Linisha makes no motion to block or dodge. We've only just met. I can understand if you don't trust me. You wanted someone to help you check out the sword forge, that's fine. But you shouldn't have used my friend as a pretext. Sorry. Stop. You don't get to apologize to me, I won't forgive you. Fine. Is this how Longmanites do things? It's how I do things. Well, I'm not going to come away empty-handed from this. What did you find? Tell me everything you know. I became certain of what I had only suspected. Starting with the attack on the messenger, something was off about everything we see. It wasn't a coincidence that you ran into Shanghai Zong at the Sword Forge. It's proof that Meng was in leagues with him. So it was him. He is the only one with both the motivation and the means to plan all this. I don't understand why he would do it. What else do you know about my friend's whereabouts? Not much. I sent someone to look into it. In the worst case scenario, all of human could be in great danger. I hope this is not his goal, or that he has a plan. Knew it, sus. All these years, Meng Kieyi has rarely stood outside his workshop to gaze upon it. Inside, the yard has always felt cramped. The walls and door look more impressive than when one looks on them from outside. There are only a few days left in the month-long market. Streets are busy as ever, making the lonely sword forge feel conspicuous in comparison. The closed sign had fallen to the ground, replaced by red and white ceiling tape. A rivet has fallen from the door. He has never noticed, nor has anyone told him. Am I getting senile? I couldn't even get this one last thing done proper. Oh, all for that? Water. Water good. Okay, that wasn't too long. Rain forecast. Catastrophe is coming. Let those who must leave, leave. Let the debts that must be settled, be settled. How I stay. I wonder where there appears. My base? I should just swap Minaro. Classic music. The sun sets in the west. Both the people in the city walls cast long shadows, covering the stalls by the road. A vendor closes his umbrella and yawns. Closing up, 30% off on what's left so I can go home for dinner. Just go, tourists these days don't care about your toy weapons anymore. I would have joined the army if I had the skills to forge real swords. Say, I saw a tourist carrying a blood red sword yesterday. Now that was something unusual, I wonder where it came from. Girl looks around, perplexed. She has never seen a scene like this before. The ground rumbles slightly underneath her feet. Likely a sign that the nomadic city is decelerating. The people on the street seem completely unperturbed by it, going about their business as usual. She smells the aroma of food, remembers that she has not eaten for 2 days. Soreness all over her body hits at the same time as the hunger. Her legs take on a mind of their own, following the scent to a restaurant. What would you like? Whatever that person is having. Cold noodles with roasted meat for table 3. It's near dinner time and the place is almost full. Good hearty dinner is the most comforting thing for honest, working people who have been busy all day. TV on the wall plays a martial arts drama on repeat, a familiar story occasionally catching the attention of the customers. Why does the man in the box look like him? Swordswoman next to him looks like little like Shifu, but not quite the same. What does adapter from True Events? Your noodles, miss? Thank you. I say 100-meter scroll signed by every single person in town. Now that's a meaningful gift. Nishulama? Grandmaster is going on a journey. How is he gonna carry that? Let's have something practical, like some local food for him to eat on the way. How many years has the Grandmaster protected you? All I know that he's been around since before my dad was born. He must be more than 100. No wonder he's leaving his post. Must take a toll on him. But I heard some Jianghu wanderers say that they've seen him lately and he still looks like he's middle-aged. Wait, is he immortal or something? I heard that there are those who live much longer than normal thanks to arts. The Grandmaster must be one of those. Anyway, the one thing everyone should remember is that he's the hero and protector of human. Never heard about a spouse or kid though. What a shame, when you consider that General Zhuo's son has already reached adulthood. They called him a hero? How did you like your meal, miss? It was very good. Now the bill. Oh, time to book it. I'll take care of it. Thank you. Sure, now how about that? We meet again. Did you lose your wallet or just forgot? I lost it. Ouch, that's unlucky. Looks like you're new around here. I'm guessing you don't really know the place. I'll go with you to report the loss. Well, it's gonna get awkward. I'll pay you back next time. Hold on. Is this the sword you said you were looking for? Are you trying to take it too? What do you think I am, a thief? I've heard rumors that the special sword went missing. Could it be? I have to go. Deflect? Who's there? Show yourself. They say you don't try this with martial artists. Especially not with the martial artist. My gunner, if he just takes a swing by instinct without looking, then I would have to arrest him for manslaughter. So did I win the bet? You did. I had the bet with Liang Xiong over how you react when you saw us. You said you would turn around and leave, but I said you would freeze on the spot. Never seen one who could read others better than you. Well, he is my oath brother, not exactly a stranger. Don't worry, waifu doesn't know you're here. A reunion of father and daughter calls for a grander occasion after all. I'm not like our Lord Magistrate over here, who drags me into trouble the first time we see each other in a dozen years. Yes, I know I owe you one. Is it too much sarcasm if I keep harping on this? Well, there's no one else here, just the three of us. We have wine and food. Shall we sit down and chat? The locations of all the suspicious warehouses have been sent to your terminals. Check them one by one, going from east to west. Move quickly, time is short. Don't do anything rash. If you find something, contact the others and we'll move in to get... Were you looking for me? Reacts quickly. Years of experience have taught him when it's time to fight and when it's time for flight. As soon as he turns around, however, he feels a hand on his shoulder, immobilizing him. Why are you trying to run if you're looking for me? You. Sharp but not enough guts. Fix that and there's potential for bigger things for you. The old man withdraws his hand. Tell Miss Lin that I will be waiting for her at the warehouse in the southern city. On 5th Street, Block 7 at the hour of Shen. Very specific. Well, that's awkward. Not drinking? I'm still on duty. What about you? Alcohol isn't good for you. Well, what are we gonna do if we're not drinking or talking? Just stare at each other? Did you have something to ask him, Mr. Liang? I could ask you the same. Have we gotten to the point that we can't talk while sober? If you have something to say it. What have you been doing? Wandering. Looking for strong opponents in each new place until there's no one left. Then I move on. I had to study Mr. Liang to see what the changes were over the years. You, why, or I guess why, you wear them on your face. What changed? You got old. That's obvious. I was actually worried I was going to hear someday that you died in a duel. Would I? There's always someone better, as they say. So how long have you been in Yumen? 3 years. There's someone here who promised to fight me. Said it could take 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, maybe more. Why Chanpei is so obsessed with earning fame, learning patience. What's a few years here? There's no one else to fight anyway. So you've been working at the clinic for 3 years. Scent of herbal medicine covers up the aroma of the wine. There's nothing left but a bitter taste. Pulsatilla yenensis, Ecortria ruba, Santoxylum avicennae, Senecio scandent. I spent almost a month asking the various schools, never imagining that you were right here in this clinic opposite the inn. Debts have to be paid. Then you know who it is you owe the biggest debt. That's all I have to say. What about you, Mr. Liang? Just here to see how an old friend is doing. It's not an interrogation. White Chanpei has been in Yumen for 3 years. You've been here for a while yourself, but you picked this time to visit. It's no time to consider private sentiment when there is unrest in the city. In your patriotism, you won't even permit commoners like us to think of private sentiment? What do? I'll sit for a while longer if you're really here to reminisce about old times. But look at us. We've gotten to the point where we can't even talk freely. Chanpei picks up his cup, drinks it dry, and leaves the room. You get the answer you were for, Mr. Liang? Guess so. As Taipei's old brother or as the advisor of Yume? I should be used to you seeing through things by now. Maybe you should change your habit of bringing trouble on yourself. At least don't get to the point where you don't even have someone to talk to. There's a job he just might be the right man for. Like how you had me handle that goblet? Nothing that complicated. Even when he's one Taipei, he's still Wai Tin Pui. He's the hardest to change. What about you and I? Same flowers, the same wine, but the spirit of youth is no more. It's precious enough that we can still sit around the same table and chat a little over a drink. It's a fool's errand to try to go back to the past. You're trying to stop me too? A lot has happened over the past couple of days. There's a lot happening that I'm not sure about. You mean no harm? I suggest you stay and help explain what's happened. I don't have time. Hand it over. No. Did they follow you? I don't know them. Are you the ones who have been causing trouble around the town? Stupid girl. Bonk. Was she holding back when she fought me in the ring? These crooks sure can bark, even if they can't bite. Stage.
I need only do as the manual said, yes?
Yes.
Warriors from afar rest scarce. The armor they wear stirs them to march.
I should put him here. Yes.
Hearken to the song of the distant sea.
Get him! Oh, oh, oh.
まだ敵には気づかれてないみたい。命令信号を実現させたも
Oh,
の
they go all the way.
君は気づいていない。生命の救済修
Let
理
me
を
see
美し
that.
む。
That is funny.
In position and ready to light 'em up.
Line them up.
Let's share a dance.
Right, should be done.
Song seep
There you go.
into your soul.
Now we good. Invis increased damage when breaking invis. Pretty sure Gladia should be able to tank that. Who's tank here? Has to be Gladia.
ご命令の通り。
So you're 6 stars, 3, 3, 2, 4.
音楽が聴きたいな。
Oh yeah.
Load! Fire!
You have 2 blocks, right? Oh, that's pretty good.
この程度の戦いですし、余力を残すことをお許しください。
Panicking just spreads the fire faster.
Panicking just spreads the fire faster. Another pyromaniac in the team, I
Panicking just
guess.
spreads the fire faster.
Chill, woman.
Mission accomplished.
1,000 armies move at the beating of your war drums, with a handful of sand to clean the blood
Oh,
from one's armor.
Okay, already at 6.
What a tremendous
Light
victory!
of Autumn. We fear no wind. Huh. Interesting stage. Immediately go up. Are you maxed? Just missing Lynn. Hopefully I get her in the dailies. Hopium. Ha!
面
Nothing
倒
again.
事が起きなきゃいいんだけど。
Okay, we immediately get these guys. They're gonna climb up here. I mean, it's the only way to climb up. Yauzbai?
一歩も引かない。
うん
信号を実現させた者が北総 M のに、君は気づいていない。ビクトリアのバグパイプ、波状棒とともに。
Bagpipe! Ah. Oh, that's not it. Goodbye, Puwai. Where do I put this? Has to be here then. Wait, why would I put it there? Why not here? Yes.
Now, hearken to the
Go
sound
straight?
of the
Yeah, we're
distant
fine.
sea.
獲物はどれです？
Face left? Face up. I think it's
まだ
face up.
敵には気づかれてないみたい。
Up comes one. Dongye! Get
Many
him!
intellect
想像したことある。友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。
Get the back seat.
ごし邪悪を壊滅しうる勇猛さ。
Back for machine.
The sky and the land, both a drought to relieve.
Everyone out.
Expand me.
命令都市が崩れていくのを感じる。準備完了。
Better safe than sorry.
今すっごく気分がいいの。
Get through. Oh, she just put the spectre there.
Mission accomplished.
Gimmick's easy so far. Ayya. Work well together. How many of them are there? Hey, it's a dog! Leopard jaguar thing. Why does it have blades on the side? It's like an armory, mobile armory dog thing. Hey, why did they stop? Why are they looking for you? What's your name? I'm wife. Even if they read my name like waifu around here. Dialects. Waifu, I'll remember. I'm Jaeyun. I'll come back and find you. Wait. Strange girl. Let's get some bad people first. Granchuto. The old man gazes over the map, growing coarse. His gaze moves slowly. He knows how vast a distance every inch on the paper represents. Tea and tables long grown cold. I didn't think you would enjoy our provincial human tea, Grand Tutor. Everyone here drinks the same tea, so can I. Tea is yin in nature, not ideal while the weather is cold. Your knowledge is vast, but you don't pay enough attention to your health. The others would be anxious if you fell ill. Someone better will take my place if I fall ill. Each generation is better than the one that came before. There is no single person whom Yan cannot do without. What is important is not one person, one generation, but a legacy. Such has always been the way. Legacy. A difficult concept for us to understand. You've taught countless people who've contributed to Great Yan. The army still uses the martial records left behind by the record keepers for training. I myself have received military instruction from you. At the end of the day, our expertise was all learned from others. Chongye dumps the cold tea and pours a new cup of hot tea. Thank you. Since we have become strangers, I've never forgotten times when we discussed matters of state over candlelight and drew swords alongside one another. But where we stand has changed. Excuse my impudence. You didn't come just to talk about old times, did you? You're right. I came to say goodbye. Here I am. Hello, Envoy Lin. Wasn't it 2 days ago that we last saw each other? More has happened in 2 days than in the 20 years prior. Now that I think about it, you did what you did that day not to help me, stop me from investigating. I still help you. I had heard that the LGD sent an acting inspector to oversee matters of public security when the two cities were docked. I could not associate the commotion you caused at the market and the Sword Forge with the young girl who stands before me now. You set your sights on me from the beginning? No, only just now. I wasn't sure that all this was your doing until you showed up. You only suspect? That was enough. Your style is unique. I've always been like this. Did you want to say unscrupulous? Could you really call all that you have done unscrupulous? Fair enough, but what specifically do you mean by all that? Working with the Shanghai Zong, faking the bandit attack on the messenger, then setting up an attack on me, making the fake catastrophe data real. Then you had someone else steal the Grandmaster's sword to muddy the waters. The theft of the sword was unexpected. Otherwise, last night would have never have happened. It is impressive that you've deduced the switching of the date. Good thing you have enough decency to not actually kill the messenger. I have a question myself. Why? I'm sure you already know the answer. You wanted to cause a catastrophe and destroy humans just because you had a grudge against the Lord Exorcist? Zuo Xuanliao and us have been through more than hell and high water together. The word grudge is far too light. Zuo Xuanliao has taken us too lightly. You are from Lungmen. I am? I heard it's a good place, a prosperous one. I never had the chance to visit. You've seen how things are at Human. Traveling through the desert all year long, risking catastrophe to deliver important reports, trekking through nothing but sand for days in search of water. You've never experienced that. Someone must protect the borders, protect the nation. Soldier or civilian, most Humanites are not local. We left our homes to settle here without a word or complaint. Luo Shanliao should not forget that there are others who had a hand in Human becoming Yan's bulwark. Who does he think he is, driving away those who have bled for Human? You misunderstood the Lord Exorcist. Why is the Grandmaster leaving Human? I don't know. What I can't understand is why you want to destroy the city that you've protected for so many years. How many catastrophes do you think Human has encountered in its history? A single catastrophe won't destroy Human, it will only unite its people. Madman. Two young people cower in a corner of a warehouse, looking rather haggard. The keys. Where are the others? What about the soldiers and the messenger? Yep, there they are. All the men from the Sword Forge let them go just now. It's the squad. Thank goodness they're alright. Miss Du. I'm sorry, we didn't get the job done. Guys from the Sword Forge knocked us out before we even knew what was going on. We found ourselves in the warehouse by the time we came. Why did they look like that? It's a long story. Come on, stop with the long face. But it seems Shield Logistics' first job. We ran into something this big on our first job. That means we're meant for big things. Now put yourself together and follow me. I have an idea of where the sword is. You had an idea from the beginning. Just a little private interest. I guess I couldn't keep it from you. Everyone has private interests. That's fine, as long as it doesn't interfere with duty. I have an idea whom to entrust the sword to. I just want to see the last trial through. With your permission, of course. The goodbye you mentioned, it's more than just this. Path ahead is unknown. Who knows if we'll meet again? A proper farewell is in order. Human is headed for the capital. He's about to wake. Old man turns around and once again casts his eyes toward the map. He sees and thinks about Machan. Suddenly he has a question, one that the Grand Shooter would not have asked. Do you have regrets? parting is a fact of life. Seeking perfection doesn't mean there won't be regrets. Sometimes I feel that there just isn't much I can do. Human started out as a fortress built for that hunt. Hero of Human could have humble beginnings, or he could belong to one of the long-lived races. The one thing he cannot be is the incarnation of a Feranmut. This is a secret that the Sui regulator must protect at all costs. One cannot expect to be understood and accepted no matter where one goes. The man walked slowly to the old man's side, and two of them gazed silently at the depiction of mountains and rivers. Human will approach the capital in 6 months, barring any unexpected events. The markings on the map are locations where civilians are expected to be evacuated prior to Human's arrival at the capital. Things get to that point, you must be prepared to sacrifice itself to kill the bestial Sui. This is a price that Yan must pay. Shanhaizong struck 20 years ago. Lord Exorcist came to me after things calmed down before the Sui regulator arrived. He realized then that the bestial Sui was a great potential threat to Yan. Human will someday return to its original battlefield. When it comes to that, Human cannot rely on me or the Shanghu fighters. Everyone must go. This place that has many people have called home will return to dust. People on the outside call the Lord Exorcist heartless, but there's so much that he cannot tell anyone. We had a group of common friends. Those who carry heavy responsibilities cannot be trapped by private sentiment. 20 years of conflict, there were misunderstandings and there were grudges, but there must be closure. This is something that I need to do myself. This is a private request. I dare not ask for your understanding. Yet in some cases, an allowance can be made. Shou is part of that atrocity, but the people of Yan owe Chongye a great debt. So what you mean is, the Lord Exorcist has tasked you to ensure my safety. What danger is there to me if you can protect Human? Thank you. Man turns and leaves the tent. The old man nods slightly in his direction. Lord Wei. I can be of help in the hunt for the criminals. I will see you off. Wei being proactive. The air feels dead silent. The only sound is that of gravel as it falls on the roof. The warehouse has no windows. Linyu just listens intently for any sounds outside. Minute after minute passes. Have the catastrophe clouds drawn closer? The night winds blow stronger. You look impatient, Miss Lin. Thank you for chatting with this old man. Perhaps because you thought I may still have the real data collected by the catastrophe messenger. Take it. How would you give it away for nothing? It's too late for Human to avoid the catastrophe now, even if the correct data reached the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. I would like to make it clear that this plan was entirely my own. The folks who were taken into custody are innocent. Good to still you still know what innocent is after putting an entire city's worth of people in danger. There is act of nature and there is act of man. They should not be confused. You must have other reasons for delaying me. Of course, I would not simply waste time on a day like today. I promised to help an acquaintance leave the city, but I have no choice but to go back on that premise after what happened at the Sword Forge last night. I can only hope to draw more attention and make it easier for her to get out. The sword thief. Did you say the theft was unexpected? Astute as ever. But this is rather a silly matter, too silly to talk about. Let those who should leave, leave. Let the debts who should be settled, be settled. Hey, he said the thing. But when you came for Miss Lin, you should leave. There was one thing you didn't catch. It's not just Zuan Liao I have hold a grudge against. I picked this time and place to settle another debt. It's a trap! You hid well. You made us work to find you. Turned your back on our partnership. Weren't you trying to silence me when you went to the Sword Forge last night? Get the data from the girl. They leave this one to me. Maybe you misunderstand. Old man opens a bag in his belt and takes out an unremarkable black iron hammer. He glares at the Shanhaizong and speaks through clenched teeth. Hi. I've been waiting for a chance to finish all of you off. Noise.
I managed to help a little, didn't I?
Wind Aegis. Fortress that guards the borders has no shortage of those who would guard it. That's hard to defend-ish. Ish. Two of them? Oh my goodness. Boom, bada boom. Sorry. I heard that. There was a sound. 1, 2, 3. The hammer swings. For over 7,000 days and nights, he swung the hammer just like this. How he wished the hammer was not falling on an unformed iron billet, but on the blazing heads of his enemies. Just like right now. The rest of you retreat. Your hammer is heavy, but not fast enough. As long as it's heavy enough to break your blade and smash your head in. Oh no, I planned a much better death for you. I wanted to stop this warehouse full of explosives, and when the catastrophe arrived, to give your lives as an offering to human. Of course, mine would be in there too. So that was your plan? Why would I have taken the initiative to seek your cooperation otherwise? I don't see why we should have such enmity between us. Maybe it was how you somehow managed to sneak into humans, somehow disguise yourself as martial artists to gain the trust of the guards, and then somehow cause chaos all over the city, turning human into what it is right now. My memory is not that bad yet. The day you first showed up in the city, I recognized you right away. I waited 20 years for you to come. Such a pity that with just a little accident, everything was lost. Okay, I still have this hammer of mine. Warehouse is dimly lit, and the glass plate in Lin Yusha's hand turns more and more transparent. And Haizong seemed fearful of her exquisite original art. Instead of swarming her, they coordinate and slowly begin to encircle her. For such a group to hide in the city for so long and stay undiscovered, their fighting style doesn't seem to come from any common school or military, and yet they're fierce and unrelenting, but also disciplined and highly organized. Where exactly did they come from? If only I had Chen's sword here to better deal with them. What am I daydreaming for? My top priority is to break out of here and bring the data with me. Hey, let me help. What are you still doing here? I got the keys out and heard the fight over this way. Sure enough, it was this bunch again. They're friends. They're fine. The messenger and the escorts are all fine. Meng Tiayi had them locked up, but didn't harm a single one of them. Don't look at me like that. You haven't been forgiven yet. After we clean up these guys, I will settle the score with you. It's best you start thinking about how to survive this. They won't be easy to deal with. You don't need to remind me. Yao Yi? You're not allowed to call me that. Sounds like you know. Distracted. Shut up. Why should I shut? I wasn't talking to you. Anyway, I'm glad you're alright. I'll make my apologies after defeating my foe with my own hands. Yeah, that's not happening. Why do you sound so relieved speaking to me? Because no one actually lost their lives because everything is still in your hands? If you had always planned a fake death for the messenger team, why did you ask me to put the keys on the job? Everyone in the city holds you in the highest regard and you play games with their lives. To be honest, it's not like I've never wavered. But when you showed up at the door so enthusiastically, saying you wanted to open the first modern logistics company in Yumen, and told me not to consider your father, Zheng Qingye's reputation. Oh, how I miss the times when we were young. Of course, the speech played on him increases, as does the ferocity of the girl screaming at him. Meng Tiayi stops talking, grits his teeth, and swings his hammer. I remember you telling me that you are a well-known figure in human for all the right and wrong reasons. In your day, you trained with the Grandmasters to kill your enemies, and quick to exact revenge. In order to exact justice for the people who were robbed, you chased the bandits for more than 100 li out in the desert and destroyed their stronghold. You know exactly how many streets, shops, and tents there are in the city. You know every part of Yan that your sworn brothers in the army hail from. But right now, do you even care about the human anymore? You're way more pedantic and muddled than my father, who refuses to let go of his old ways. Times change, and so will we. Escorts will turn into logistic companies, and the Sword Forge will turn into a regular workshop. No one can stop this, and you shouldn't even try. No matter how much you hate, how much resentment you hold in your heart, you have no right to test human with a catastrophe just to see if you can hold a candle to its old days. How dare you? Are you even worthy of this city? Meng, are you even worthy of yourself? That. Yao Yi, watch out. Huh? Yep. See that coming. Meng Tiayi has never once looked back. A duel between masters does not tolerate even the slightest distraction, let alone an enigmatic figure like this woman. He isn't sure if he fully comprehends exactly what little Yao Ye has been scolding him over, only that it is loud and muddled with a lot of emotion. But he hears Lin Yusha's warning loud and clear and turns his head on reflex. Meng Tiayi throws the hammer in his hand, knocking away the enemies and closing onto Zhu Yaoye's back. At the same time, a long and narrow blade cuts his spine open. Uncle Meng, Linear logistics is a good idea, but I won't get to see the seeds sprout myself. That's the second person he cut. Have you never considered this Zhang Hu you speak of is still here, just in a different form? The rest of you are next. The woman steps over the body lying on the ground. Blood drips down the extremely long blade. She's coming. I can see that. Since escorting the messengers was a trap, that means Singular Logistics has yet to really open. I'm not sure if you will be willing to accept my request to deliver something. Right now? This box holds the true catastrophe data that must be handed over to the Lord Exorcist. Take my token with you and he will let you in. And then what? Then you start hoping that it's not too late. Don't give me that. You'll have me run off while you stay and play the hero? You should know very well, I'm not that good of a person. But someone has to get the data out. This woman is so unfathomably powerful, she even killed Meng Tiayi. With my arts, I might be able to hold him back and create an quick opening for you. What about you? Who knows? What are you talking about? If you think you can hold them back for me, then we'll switch roles. Well, got him with that. I'm sorry for lying to you about your friends. You're not the only one who has lied to me. When I was yelling at Meng Tiayi earlier, that was all for you too. Right, I forgot to tell you this. Honestly, I think it is impressive for someone to travel so far and work so hard to make her living. Now's not the time for... Remember this, if you don't make it out, human won't make it through the catastrophe either. This is a tall order, but Shinju Logistics accepts. Close your eyes. Lin Yusha shakes her hands and the glass shards fall to the ground, instantly turning into quicksand. Streams of fine sand flow from the corners and ceilings, quickly converging as one. Still feel like putting up a... The sand rises. In the cramped warehouse, a sandstorm forms. Right, just like Ojui. Did something catch fire over there? Could it be arson? Let's go take a look. Sand sluice? Who would even come here? True. Military whistle sounds from the top of the city. The sky is already pitch black. The outline of the full moons can be vaguely seen through the clouds. If the old smith has finished his work and returns to the Sword Forge to find her missing, he could probably figure out that he should look for her over at the sand sluice. The nomadic city foundations chew through the ground, the high-speed turbines grinding up oversized obstacles, along with tons of sand and gravel, spitting them out with a deafening sound. The old smith was right. There are no guards posted here, because no one would ever want to leave the city this way. Almost time. Oh, you caught her. 3 times you've gotten away from me, and lucky enough, you've once again walked yourself into a dead end. I don't know you. Sword in your back has nothing to do with our plans, but an object hiding 1/12 of the bestial Sui's consciousness is of great interest to someone. Bestial Sui? What are you talking about? Sounds like you don't know anything. That makes you even less worthy of holding that sword. Hand it over. A black halo behind your head. An Anasa. What if I am? An Anasa actively mingling in a Yanese nomadic city. How ridiculous. Have you forgotten where you came from? Forgotten what happened to your people? While you were suffering out in the wilderness, aimlessly looking for food and shelter, did Yan ever help you? Anasa. You should join the Shanghai Zong organization. All I see is the terrible things you've done in the city. Then you're a fool. Sand will soon disperse. There's no way I could match the woman Chief Wei and Dad couldn't be together. But I can at least delay her for a while longer, to buy Zhu Yaoye a little more time to make her way out. You're scared of me, but you gave another the opportunity to escape. Seems that after all these years, you people have not changed a bit. Consider it an honor to die a brave death. Gallantry isn't exactly my style, and I'm not about to let you kill me. Crunch sounds. Within the next second, the yellow sand condenses into a glass blade. Trying a sneak attack. You'll not really enjoy your cheap tricks. Zoop! To try and sneak an attack while ignoring the disparity in strength is just asking to die. In the end, so many means were employed to force Meng Qiayi out and obtain the catastrophe data. I guess I could count this as having done a good deed. Oh well. The glass sword crumbles inch by inch, the long blade already falling on her brow. Qi Shao, or, well, here comes Chen. Crimson Taurus tears through the airborne sand and dust. Swords clash, the sound rings through the air wrought by friction. Lin Yusha's sword shifts its form between sand and glass, countless shards in the air reflecting a silhouette within. A figure stands before her, tall and straight as a poplar. Well, another skin we'll never freaking see. Also, her face looks a bit different? How did you know I would be here? What are you talking about? I saw your arts in the distance. I figured you were asking me to come save you. Don't flatter yourself. I have no idea you were coming to human. So why are you here? Just passing through? Did you follow me here like you did in Dawsolis? Wasn't that you following me? You must have heard about the assassination attempt on Wei? If you got time to talk at me, you've got time to explain what exactly is going on here. The sand and dust have dissipated completely. Not a soul remains in the warehouse. I don't have time. We have to get to the city gates. Well, there's the Chen. From the poster. Yaoi has been in the city for a while, but she never realized that streets went on for so long. Just 100 meters feels more difficult than traversing the mountain roads of Shunri Peak. Small bags in her arms feels heavier than any quarry shouldered by the mountain pole carriers. With the Escort Association, our logistics company, things will always be the same. For the sake of our livelihood, we put our lives on the line. If you wish to make a name for yourself in the business, you need to understand how heavy the weight on your shoulders is. I'll never forget all the stories about escort missions that would tell me, even if he kept repeating them over and over again. Or maybe because he did. The principle is the same every time, but you only really understand it after experiencing it for yourself. Faster, faster. I can see the gates. Oh. You've almost caught up to me? Yaoye is skilled in the art of using the wind to anticipate danger. If she focuses without distraction, she could absolutely dodge this arrow. The arrow pierces her right shoulder, causing the box to slip out of her grasp. She hastily reaches out with her left hand to catch it, but ends up falling to the ground along with the box. Silencer retrieved the object. Miss Du. It's you. I was chasing another group of bad guys and ended up here. Last night, when I hurried over to the Sword Forge, I saw the Mandarins taking away with them. What's going on here? Don't want to talk about it. Help me out. Let's take care of these guys first. Good plan. Loose your arrows. Impudence. Well, here comes Zoli. Just of silk, a patch of snow, or perhaps the gleaming of a sword. The arrows fall to the ground, neatly sliced in two. Nope, it's P-Bai. You're the one who saved Zoli last night. Help me, I have something very important to deliver to Lord Exorcist. He's at the Yato City Tower and you're seriously wounded. Can you still run? Save the goods, then the men. Very well, then leave them to us. Right, that envoy Lin of yours is still holed up in the warehouse fighting some evil woman. Oops, did I? Go help her. Yusha. Right, you get moving. Again with public acts of violence, Yusha and Haisong have gone too far. Oh, there she is. Where's the girl? I almost got her, but it's too stopped. Useless. Hurry after her and get a date. You shall not pass. You think you can stop me? Let's see if you can dodge my blade another time. So she's the evil lady Du was talking about? If she's here, then that means Yusha is. I'm fine. Finally caught up. Yusha is that Superintendent Chen? That's her, alright. Where's Ju Yaoye? She's already on the move. Good, and there's only one thing left to do here. Stop that woman. Boring. Seems that after all these years, you people have not changed a bit. You don't know how to respect power. Colony of ants is still just ants. The wind blows away the clouds, and moonlight shines on the long and empty street. The road is clean, save for a few of the yellow leaves swirling around the stone bricks. It's a kind of cleanliness that comes after the decline of prosperity. Like a bleak autumn night. It all ends here. Autumn night. So she's behind all the chaos that's been plaguing the city? It's time to put an end to her troublemaking. Be careful, her arts are extremely strange. Even my father and Chief Wei working together couldn't capture her. She's got a lot of tricks up her sleeve. You're telling me that this woman talking all that trash is the one who tried to assassinate Wei Yan Wu? You scared? You've got to be kidding. Sounds perfect. We'll knock her right out here and I'll get to shove it in Wei Yan Wu's face. Alright. Let's help this here and now. Alright. The boss stage already? Windy Aegis. I don't think this is a boss. This does not look like a boss stage.
When their arms penetrate his body.
Sure. Oh god, cringe. He needs thorns. Mistakes were made! Okay, get light. Oh, what's this going straight? Yeah, what's the best idea? Yep. Yep.
I'll do my best.
視界良好だね。
Now, hearken to the song of the distant sea.
聞こえる。
There's way more people here, so you
ど
should
の
be
戦
there.
いも楽し
Better safe than sorry.
Chop chop, kids. Oh god. Ow!
ダークを壊滅しうるは有能さ。
It is tanky as hell. That's his bagpipe third skill.
The sky and the land, both a drought to remain.
木が崩れていくのを感じる。
Hey, something over here.
Old folks. Not even worth drawing my sword.
Uh-oh.
五子生命の救済修練美しい。
Who's gonna block that? Oh, it's Scott. Scotty.
I'm Hada.
Hello there. Get out of here. Just hit fast. Uh-oh. Oh wow. Miller just melted them like butter. So they're really weak to magic, I'm assuming, and pure. Low HP, high defense. Someone, anyone. You again. Didn't we just let you out? Keep making noise and it's no more Mr. Nice Guy. Daichi. This box is holding something that can save the city, so shut up and give it to Zol. This is data from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and a token. Girl, how did this come in your possession? Hey, wake up. Hurry, call the medic. Emergency time. Where exactly did this woman come from? Has Superintendent Chen finally met her match? Jishao can't cut through her arts. If you can even call it arts in the first place. She doesn't seem to know any kung fu, but her swordplay is ridiculously quick. It's like the kind of kung fu you find in those fake forbidden techniques manuals that say they'll teach you to transcend space and time. I'll trade a few more blows with her and see if I can figure it out. Careful now, she's not playing with us. Slip up once and you might die. Even if you don't, you still will. You want a few more rounds with? Sure, let's start with you. This time, her blade flies quicker than in her previous bouts. Waifu can only feel the autumn wind brushing against her face, leaving her no time to react. The dude, yep. Suddenly a wall appears in front of her, or rather, a man's back as thick and wide as a wall. Waifu looks at the wall in front of her that she last saw over a decade ago. Still, the sight overlaps with one of her in her memories. The reunion comes sooner than expected and catches her off guard. Yep, there he is. Wai Tianpei. So this is the one Lee mentioned, the one who's been bothering everyone? You again. Turns out I've been sleeping bad because I was about to run into someone I'd rather not see. Wai Tianpei sweeps a quick glance behind him. His movements are light and quick, but Waifu catches them perfectly clear. I didn't want to fight anybody until my match with the Grandmaster. Guess today's a cheat day. So yeah, you've got some skills, but I can't say I know any kung fu school where you bully your juniors for practice. If you're itching for a fight, I'll take you on. Why, you're at a disadvantage unarmed. I'll lend you my sword. Don't need it. Anything my fist can't break, a sword won't cut either. Don't overestimate yourself. Boop. Waifu gets a front row seat to the action. Sidestep, chop, quick step, twist, elbow strike. Almost you have learned so. Is it a fighting game? Seeing the pained expression on his opponent's face, it is clear that Wan Taipei is using his full strength. Waifu imagines what it feels like to be slammed into a wall. Right, that's some blade. I dodged it by a hair, but cut my skin. Damn you. After being knocked back several feet, the woman steadies herself with her blade. The tremendous impact seems to have little lasting effect on her, as she lifts her sword again and assumes a defensive stance. But being knocked off balance has made her furious, and anger whips into a tangible wind, with everyone present feeling a chill run up their spine at the same time. The moonlight intensifies. Still got more tricks under her sleeve. This sensation again. Oh? Her key feels different. Great, let's go for another round. Die beast, the beast. The woman raises her head and glances toward the sky, the clouds drifting across and obscuring half the moonlight. She lowers her half-raised blade. Since the girl already delivered the data, I'm not going to bother with you any longer. It doesn't matter, you're out of time. Human City won't escape this calamity. Poof! Oh wow, when you and Chongye was here. Seems like we weren't needed. We did witness a splendid showdown though, so I wouldn't say it was a waste. The young will surpass us in time. I assumed you were referring to that fellow. I'd say Chen here has already learned a good chunk of what you have to offer. What do you think of her swordplay? Skillful, but not yet the peak of perfection. Oh? So what you meant to say is... Brother Meng. Sorrowful howl resounds through the long and deserted street. He is dead. Back at the agency, waifus saw plenty of soap operas depicting children reunited with their parents. Some cried bitterly while others threw furniture around. The actors' intense performances felt strange and unfamiliar to wife. In watching with Hung or Lee, they would always silently change the channel. She tried to imagine what it would be like when she saw him again. Pent-up resentment, anger, confusion, and dissatisfaction that accumulated over a decade. How would she express herself to him? But at this very moment, the man standing right in front of her feels less real than the cold wind blowing on her face. You came to my rescue, so thanks for that. Sure. Anything else you'd like to say? I'm good. Then prepare yourself, alright? Oh, they just fucking fought. Dad, what does Hong Mei Wing Chun mean? Of all the countless Kung Fu styles under heaven, you chose this one, huh? Alright, I'll teach you this one. Which style do you use, Dad? I want to learn the same one as you. I'll teach you mine, but not now. You still haven't mastered the basics. Once you get a solid foundation, then you can learn my Kung Fu. Alright? I sparred with him so many times that I've lost count. The moment our fists connect, my arm adapts with my muscle memory. More submerged memories also flow out of my mind. Small courtyard with blue brick and stone flooring. A large porcelain water jar always filled full. Wooden stakes wrapped with cloth. And a tall figure whose face could never be clearly seen. That was my world day after day, diligently practicing and enduring hardships, year after year, cultivating my mind and tempering my character. My sparring partner changed from my father to a wooden dummy, never letting myself rest, even for a day. Over the past decade, practicing Kung Fu became as natural as eating and sleeping. I think I asked him the question. Why? Why did you teach me Kung Fu? Why did you have me become a warrior just like you? The intertwining of moves and techniques, the simple and genuine connection. You've taught me so much, but I was never chasing you. I found my own goals. I know why I practice Kung Fu, and I won't change the path I chose just because a man's back popped up in front of me. Now I will surpass you. Bonk. A fist lands on the man's robust chest as if hitting a thick wall. It gives off a muffled sound. You've improved over the years, but you're still a long way from matching me. Big talk, but I wouldn't have even landed a hit on you back then. If this is as far as you've come in a dozen years, then I'll catch up to you real soon. My daughter enjoys some big talk. That's not a compliment. I lose. Wai Chanpei twirls his beard, thinks for a long time, and suddenly bursts into laughter. That move where you kicked me in the chin doesn't look like anything I taught you. What fun. Anyway, I'm heading back to the clinic. Why? Wait a second. Do you need me for something? Where's the Grandmaster's sword? In Zuole? Sword's with the girl, and that Mandarin boy probably went after her. Can't say for sure, I'm pretty much done with all this stuff. Wait. The Grandmaster wants to see you. Oh? I've been going easy on you since you're Anasa. But hand over the sword now or I'll show no mercy. No. Her wound reopens and the young Anasa girl holds the sword in front of her chest with her left hand, throwing her chakram with her right, barely deflecting the enemy's attack. She falls back step by step as her arms feel heavier and heavier. Gasp. It just occurred to me that even if I let you go, you still need a way out. How did you know I would be here? I grew up here. I was a mischievous boy who tried to sneak out of the city through the sand sluices, and was duly punished by my father for doing so. But only someone as stubborn as you were there. Take this way. Still want to stop me. Tell me, did you come to Yuma just for this sword? Yes. And you wish to present the sword as an offering? Yes. And after that, will you return it? Well, yes I will. That eccentric from the clinic promised me earlier that if you broke your word, he would bring you back himself. But having said all that, retrieving the sword was, and still is, my duty. So while I have no qualms about taking you at your word, just this once, I will get that sword back, even if I have to jump into the sand sluice myself. You know a Kwanjin? You may not know the idiom literally. A promise worth 1,000 gold. Make your word and I'll drag you back here personally. Alright. You're wasting your effort. Bet as she is, she'll die when she jumps down there. 3/4 past the hour of you. Turbine should have slowed down by now. There's no time to waste. Get going. The young candle holder turns around to face his powerful foe, and light gleams from his sword unsheathed. The young Anasa girl hugs the sword tightly in her arms and leaps down into the churning sand. Oh god. The Bureau representative? Observatory has recalculated its results according to the information we have just received. The catastrophe has manifested as a sandstorm. Its scale is about 3 times larger than the one that struck the city 4 years ago. Prior misinformation already cost us too much time, so the situation is not optimistic. The wall looks at the box in his hands, the surface clearly worn down by gravel and sand. A few days ago, was there another person looking at this box just as he is now? How did he feel? There was a mirror in his military tent, and Zwo would have noticed the strands of silver hair on his scalp multiplying over the past few days. Let's get to the point. Presently, Yumin is in the middle of the catastrophe's trajectory and won't be able to avoid it, even if we change course. We have but one method available to us. We can split Yumin up into blocks and disperse in different directions to evade the catastrophe. How much time would that cost us? Connecting after separation and returning to full speed will probably take about 6 months, good lord! That is a shit ton amount of time. There's no time. It is the only feasible way to ensure the city's safety. It is not the city's safety we want to secure. General lingers in his tent, the night outside his window still seemingly serene. The unseen danger lurks far away, but he knows it is still out there. He has seen these sights for decades, but he has never loathed the vast desert as much as he does right now. We can only ensure the safety of our people. General, you mean to prepare the front for direct catastrophe impact and evacuate all civilians from the east side of the core city to the west for resettlement. Activate all defensive fortifications and station Imperial Astronomical Bureau's casters on the city walls to resist the aftershocks. How long will repairs take after the fact? General, the risk is too great. How long will they take? Repairing the front walls in some of the city's infrastructure will take, by a conservative estimate, 3 months. Okay, that's much better than 6. Time is of the essence, so I urge the general to make a decision as soon as possible. Liang, hello? Have you come to shackle me to ensure I don't act on my own? I'm here to relay the Grand Tutor's opinion, to trust in General Zhou's judgment. Very well. Prepare to confront the catastrophe. Well, we're facing one head-on.
The words and
You know,
thoughts
just pull
of
a
our
doctor.
enemies mean nothing to me.
Just remember
All I
a
care about
certain
is how to
formula and then
defeat them.
drive through it. Oh, right on the sword, huh? Ancient mutters. Someone must make a stand for a human. Oh, that was short. This still doesn't look like the boss area? Up, 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 up. Let's go. My bag! Plenty of time, folks. Don't panic. Get in line, careful not to step on each other. Well, too late for that. Mama. I'm scared. You scared? Just hold my hand and stay close. Where are we going? There's a big storm coming. Honey, there's a big storm coming. So we're going to a safe place where we won't be blown away. Massive shadows begin rising from outside the walls, blocking out the sun. 4 guardians of human, retractable external mobile barriers known as the Wind Aegis, designed by Tumu Tianxi, and built by the military Department of Smelting and Fabrication. Smelting! For centuries, human has served as Yan's border bulwark, and the Wind Aegis have been her shield, protecting her from the sandstorms, winter winds, and originum storms of the Great Desert. The 3 winds shall not pass as long as the 4 guardians stand. Wow, it's so tall. I've never seen the Wind Aegis deployed in all my 3 years in Lungmen. Nothing to gape at. Humans also are tall and fully equipped with originum defenses. Mundane catastrophes rarely require Wind Aegis to be deployed. But it's not entirely unheard of. However, this is the first time that we've had to move half the city's population, as far as I know. So, what is the class of the catastrophe? So big not even the Wind Aegis could hold it back? The Wind Aegis locked into place. Steel plates interlock so tightly not even the wind can get through. Long lines of civilians move away from the walls in the shadows that the Wind Aegis cast. Perhaps comforted by the sturdy presence of the barriers, the crowd calms down after some initial chaos. The poplars that grow in the borderlands have grown used to the wind and sand. What's the matter? Scared? Man your post. Don't think about anything else. Keep your eyes open. The Shanghai Zong is still in the city. Anything can happen with so many people moving about. Protect commoners. You're still here. They've been broadcasting it all day. Yumin is about to run into a catastrophe. Those on the east side need to move to shelters on the west side before noon. I know. The catastrophe cloud isn't here yet. I need to pack my things. Here it is. I could lose the tables, chairs, even the building. But not this recipe book. Jesus. Say, you could come with me to Longmen if you lost the inn. Don't say that. Sorry, yeah, that's bad luck. I just figured your culinary skills would do well in Longmen too. I've had a chance to see your work close these few days after all. Nah, can't have that. Where would the people of Yumen get my special sauteed meat if I left? Are you a native of Yumen? No. I was born in the Heartlands and went to Longmen to seek my fortune. I came over when the cities linked, wanting to see what things were like in the north. Then I lost my wallet and started working at this inn to make ends meet. Now that I've been the innkeeper for years, what the? The building doesn't matter. Houses can be rebuilt. Absolutely. Well, I'll help you back up. The winds are calm. The dark, ominous mass of air is clearly visible, even from a distance, darkening parts of the sky. The catastrophe does not seem to have moved, but the temperature is rising. It is as though it is wanting for a gust of wind before lashing out at the city walls. Ling, where are you? Phew. Want to watch my brother's duel, General? Catastrophe preparations are already done. The Grandmaster wants to see whether that one is worth his trust before the catastrophe strikes. I can't miss this. Still, it seems absurd to determine the sword's ownership in this way. You've been at my brother's side for decades. You would not trust his choice as a friend? Friend. We have fought side by side, but we have never been brothers. Neither sword nor spear, nor gun nor cannon can harm your kind. How could you truly understand the camaraderie of a man? You remain outsiders to it all. Outsiders? You could say that about me, but it seems unfair to apply it to my brother. Man and beast are different. This has never changed. You know how the Imperial Court views your kind. An alliance can only endure when the two sides are equals. One should not wield power beyond one's control. I'm not in the position to trust him unconditionally, for I'm not his equal. I'm surprised you would be so frank, but perhaps you underestimate yourself. Luo Shuanliao guesses wordlessly at Great Desert Beyond. The two shadows there are like 2 drops of ink on a great scroll. Heaven and earth are silent. It all feels like it happened yesterday. We partook in more than just war. We hunted, drank, and sang together. Human is still human. Why is it that you have worries enough to turn your hair white? Does the sight of those two remind you of those golden days? You say that man and beast are different, but look, man has chosen to challenge this great barrier. Does your heart not race at a clash like that? Loosen that brow of yours. Care for a drink? You could even make a wager. Good, good. You finally agreed to fight. Sorry for making you wait. It's only been 3 years. I could wait longer if you have unfinished business. 3 years ago. Hold it. That was just one exchange. It was enough. We traded 3 blows in that exchange. Someone could have been hurt if we were using our full strength. But you're holding back, and I can't use my full strength either. That's no fun. Sparring is about restraint. Screw sparring, screw restraint. Let's have a proper fight. All the kung fu under heaven evolved in the struggle of life and death. You're not talking like a top-ranked fighter on the Human Arena Board of Fame. You have a point, however. Fine, I know you have a job to do. You're not in a position to go all out. When are you quitting? We'll put this off until then. Jesus. Well, I have no idea when that might be. Guesstimate it for me. Could be 3 years, 5, 10, maybe more. Alright, I'll wait. You're right here after all. I'm not ready to run away. The madman waited. There's always more to do. This is the right time and place for the fight that I owe you. I should explain that I have my own reasons for doing this. Oh? There's a tradition of military commanders sparring before the troops prior to a campaign in order to inspire the men. Human is about to fight a catastrophe. This bout between you and I will inspire the warriors of the city. It suits me just fine, as long as you're not worried about losing face and will make you eat dirt in front of the whole city. Ha! It's been many years since someone challenged me like this. It's been many years since I've seen someone worse challenging like you. Ready to give me your all? Hold nothing back. Victory and defeat lie in the hands of man. Life and death lie in the hands of heaven. Did they start yet? Hey, take it easy, you're injured. I'm a trained kung fu fighter, I'm not so fragile. There's plenty of time to rest later. Miss the fight and I may never see one like it ever again. It's not that big of a deal. The feline is your dad, right? The good-for-nothing old man you were talking about? I definitely did see the resemblance, like father like daughter. In what way? The way you look before a fight. Like you're gonna eat someone. Huh. Here the Grandmaster's skills are almost supernatural. He hasn't fought in public in years. Some even say that he invented half the kung fu under heaven. And I hear Dad defeated that evil woman last night. Who did you think will win here? Silly question. Of course you want your dad to win. That's his business, not mine. I just want to see myself how big the gap between us is. Mr. Liang, I didn't think you would be interested in such violent business. I ought to be here as a friend. I wonder if he achieved his goal of making a name for himself. Look at the number of eyes on this fight. It'll be the stuff of legend no matter who wins. A lunatic must answer to himself before telling others who he is. We must all answer to ourselves. You... I was looking for White Chanpei before trouble found me. I went back to my old detective tricks and found out a few things. I have a good idea of what you're planning. There's probably a reason why trouble finds you. A big brother must look after his siblings. What did you hear? You know that the Grandmaster is Link's eldest brother. Seems like it's being kept a secret. True. Retrieving the Grandmaster's sword is, of course, an urgent matter. The bigger headache is what to do with it afterwards. You don't want it at Human. Perhaps you speak for the Sui regulator. Perhaps use your judgment as advisor to Human. But the Lord Exorcist won't let it go. You needed someone who could take the sword. Someone both sides can live with. You just happen to have an oath brother who is a Kung Fu master and he just happens to be inhuman. It didn't take much effort to guide the girl to the clinic where White Chanpei worked in order to ensure his involvement. From Shangshu to Human, you'll always get your old friends to solve your problems. Isn't that a little lazy? I don't have many friends. Question for you. When did you start thinking about getting White Chanpei involved? Never mind, no need to tell me. No matter how many strings he pulled behind the scenes, it was always his lifelong wish to fight the best and become the best. I might even thank you for setting the stage if you knew. We are all doing what we wanted to, even if things often don't turn out the way we want. After all these years, perhaps he's the one who's closest to his oldest dreams. Achieve one thing in life, easy for him to say. Sir Huai came, despite his injuries. He would have come as long as there was a single breath left in him. He doesn't care if it's the last thing he does. I know Mr. Huai came to Human to challenge the Grandmaster, and the Grandmaster accepted the challenge. Grandmaster has spoken of it from time to time, and I can tell you that he's no less looking forward to this than Mr. Huai is. All Kung Fu fighters search for a good opponent. It's an obsession, a strange one. It's natural that you don't understand. Same reason that you follow the Grandmaster. You can actually be kind of astute at times, you know that? I'll head down now. It's two masters at work. Nothing in your records will come close to what you are about to see. I'll try to be detailed. Just keep your distance. You don't want to get hurt. Of course. I guess you're the next event, huh? Q bye. Earlier that day. Today's the day, isn't it? Are you ready? The veterans say Human has been through many crises in the past, but nothing on this scale. Not even you know what's going to come up with, do you? Things are more complicated than meets the eye. From Jiangqi to Human, how many times has she seen danger, seen her life hang by a thread? Yet she did not die in the wilderness, or did she become the Shanghai Zong? What is it that has kept her going? This city has treated me well. I should do something for it. Before that, however, I must answer to myself. You said that you would fight me whenever I felt up to it. I did. Strike me if you're ready. Oh, Kyubai takes a step back, focuses and raises her sword. She knows that he knows her every move like the back of his hand. An eye for an eye. Is there wisdom in the saying, or is it simply a result? How many people have fed the Finns by the river fort? Your family seek revenge on her father. How many people would seek revenge on her if she killed this one in front of her for the sake of her own revenge? The cycle of vengeance never ends. Could it really be hate that keeps her going? How long has she been thinking about that question? 5 years that she has been around this man, seeing all he saw. No, longer than that. Her sword has seen blood every step of the way from Janki to Yumen. How would she judge those dead by it? That is why she came to Yumen, for revenge and to learn. Exact what must be exacted, and discern what must be discerned. Sword is pulled back abruptly. It leaves her hand and falls into a nearby ditch, sending a pack of foul beasts scattering in all directions. The violence of the move almost injures her, showing none of her usual grace in practice or battle. Her expression, however, is one of satisfaction. That will do. Sword has been thrust. It couldn't have killed me. Correct. I didn't let go of vengeance because I can't kill you though. It's just not worth my sword anymore. When did she find the answer? It seems you have made great strides in the past 3 years. We? You've said too much. Chongye stops mid-sentence. His opponent is injured. A few more words would give him time to adjust his breathing. But he soon realizes that such kindness would be an insult to his opponent. There's no such thing as a truly fair fight. Cast away irrelevant thoughts and give all for a victory. That is what fair is. Let's begin. Oh, the catastrophe is coming. Quan Chanpei clutches his fist, feeling the lines etched into his palms. They are the marks of 40 years of Kung Fu practice, his pride, his very emblem. He's waited 3 years for this fight, but the preparation for it began on his first day studying Kung Fu. Martial artist always aspires to the top. The wind is still, the world is silent. Gonna cut there? Of course. Ancient mutters.
Sand, dust, and blood. Most fail to imagine the sight of their admixture.
Sand, dust, and blood.
ここに立つのは私の使命、子供たちの悲鳴が
Okay,
聞こえ
who
る。
do I put up there actually? What kind of frag?
ビクトリアのバグパイプ。波状
Where
棒
does this
と共
go?
に参る。
Oh, it just goes up there.
まだ敵には気づかれてないみたい。
Off one. You for now.
Look at this spectacular sight. Alas, it is now a battlefield.
Alas. Indeed.
ご指示を。すぐに解決いたしますわ。命令想像したことある。友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。
Rest at ease. The tide also rises.
And walk.
What shirt?
I can't block it. Oh god. Should we get blocked only with
Artillerymen in position.
3 block? Oh my goodness.
Load.
Yeah, I need something to
Fire.
replace them. I can't even block it with 3.
Need some fire to
got
turn up the
baited.
heat?
You got baited.
I'll do my best.
想像したことある。友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。
Falling low, huh?
I'm just at a distance. There!
Sandwalkers.
My kin. The time is now.
Please kill these golden glow.
This is the battlefield.
Where's it going? Oh god,
どう
picking
気を
up
つ
the
け
beat.
なさい。この海流は脆弱な命を飲み込みますわ。
At your command.
今すごく気分がいいの。
Ah, sandwalkers. Get him!
準備完了。
Just like the old days.
気をつけなさい。この海流は脆弱な命を飲み込みますよ。
Saki. Not that tank. Yeah, it's not that tank.
Mission accomplished.
Are they unblockable or block 4? Saw two children fight over a fruit in that blurry mist. They were about the same age and size, but one was quicker and punch heavier, and he knocks his foe to the ground. He gets the fruit. To the victor goes the spoils. I saw that hunt. You might have declared war on them. Okay, wait. This Chongye? Capital T. Mortals brought down gods that they could not even fathom at the price of millions of lives. Okay, it's Feranmuts. Victory or death? I mean, that was a lot of death. What is the meaning of Kung Fu? Strength, skill, an instrument of killing. One man, no matter how strong, can never overcome an entire army or a battleship. Is assassination and backstabbing a kind of skill? Why pick one's means of killing? Why study it at school? Searching for an answer before this obstacle, I forsook my power, sealed myself into a sword, and built myself a human body. How long has it been? How long has it been since the last time I encountered an opponent against whom I could give my all? Huh. Round 8. Grandmaster takes one step back before his opponent's assault. Wai Chan Pei's fists are exhausted by the time they reach the Grandmaster's palm. Plexus bones. Puff. 40 years I have studied Kung Fu. I have never seen a mountain I could not overcome, never known defeat. My first Shifu told me he had nothing left to teach me after 6 months. Each subsequent Shifu that I studied under sent me away after a year at most. There are hundreds of Kung Fu schools under heaven, but what use are so many moves when you only have one pair of hands, one pair of feet? I'll practice my own Kung Fu. Heavier, faster, more precise. But this man before me. Round 9. Wai Chan Pei strikes at the Grandmaster's flank, cutting off his retreat. Grandmaster stays still and strikes back with equal force, cutting off Wai Chan Pei's attack. The outcome is already clear. Who could take 9 hits from this man? If he is a rock, then he is not facing a bigger rock, but a deep pool. Pool with many rocks at its bottom. How can one defeat Kung Fu itself? But he is still standing. Wai Chan Pei digs deep into the sand, focusing his mind and breath, breathing out, breathing in. Then he holds up his fists again. Move a mountain to fill a lake. The pond cannot be filled, it only means that the rock is not big enough. Puff's blood. I lost? Round 10. The record keeper's ink brush stops. He does not know how to record this. Could not be simpler. Punch, hit, separate. No forms, no variations. Just force against force, like two children fighting over food. The only difference is that they are fighting over victory. He has never seen Grandmaster wince in pain until now. Win. The Grandmaster has won. Looks like you weren't concerned with victory or defeat. How could I not be? You're the first under heaven. But all it took was 40 years for me to get the upper hand on you once. Another 360 years and I'll beat you and become first under heaven. True, you would likely surpass me if you had another 300 years. But how can a mortal live that long? It's true that some people have lived 3 centuries, using original arts to extend their lifespans. I doubt that would be possible for Mr. Huai, however. You're the first among men. No need to wait 300 years. Grandmaster, Mr. Y has fainted. Take him back to the barracks, treat his injuries. Well, at least he got one off. Oh. Liang Shun, that man is your friend? Yes. Do you think he can be entrusted with the sword? In terms of skill and character, there is no other choice. Very well. What say you, Lord Exorcist? Luo Xuanliao says nothing. He gazes at the battlefield below. One lies on the ground, one is standing. The outcome has been decided. But the soldiers continue to bang their swords on the sheaths. A tradition among human soldiers while they watch a demonstration. It was a rare sight, a life and death struggle on a great battlefield, under the raging wind and sand. Even the sickly general feels his heart breaks. How many times has he fought alongside him? Has he ever fought so hard against any other foe? If there is one to whom he can entrust the sword, it should be the catastrophe. It's coming. I'm back, Shifu. Jaeyin limps towards a small mound by the nomadic city's roots. The grave is new, with a few poplars on each side that she planted to mark the place. Okay, 15 poplars. What exactly is that? It's a plant. Cottonwood. Fortunately, it is close to where she thought it would be. The city has not traveled far. She bows down and places his sword at the grave. I said I would bring the sword back. I did it. I went to the forge, saw the blacksmith and the old pagoda tree. The city is very different from how I imagined. Is that a place that can be called home? Why are people not afraid to live on a great moving plane? They're not afraid that a catastrophe would destroy their houses, not afraid that they won't have food or water. I don't understand. I don't understand the people in the city, or you who left the city. I don't understand what kind of person he is. He's brave, strong, invincible. He's foolish, pathetic, alienated. He held his sword, you were close to him. The voice feels far away, someone speaking to her. She suddenly wants to see what the sword is like. I'm leaving tomorrow. The borders have been peaceful lately. Things should be fine even if I'm away for a while. Such a hurry? Your condition, and that of some of the others, they can't wait. Just because there's no doctor who can treat it, doesn't mean there's no one in Yan. There's no one in Yan, perhaps there's another in these vast lands. I have a brother who may be able to do it. Take care while I'm away. You're not a doctor. Why don't you ask what the patient wants? My days may be numbered, but I want to see other places with the ones I have left. All I've seen in my years at Human is sand as far as the eye could see. I want to travel, while I can still ride a burden beast. To see Shangshu's famous mountains, taste Jiangnan's famous freshwater chestnuts. With someone, hopefully. You're sick, you need to stay put. What do you know about being sick? You've never been sick or injured, have you? Not only that, we've known each other for so long, but I've never seen a crease appear on your face. We're not the same. I'll be leaving, don't think too much, get some rest. Is this a dream? He draws the sword. The ancient sword leaves its sheath. Its shape is somewhat unusual, but otherwise it is an ordinary sword, not even sharp. Through the blade, she sees the clouds in the sky and the shadow of the sun. So this is how you separated yourself from it. So obvious it was hardly worth thinking about. You are the one who became most like man. The sliver of the ghost leaves quiet. He has found the answer. I must go. I need to return the sword and ask him face to face. Why are you sleeping on the walls, Miss Ling? A catastrophe is coming. Get down and get to a shelf. Leave this to us. What's the situation? 4 guardians have been deployed, as have the sand filters and iridium scrubbers. They are humans first and the firmest line of defense. Given the size of the cloud formation, however, the 4 guardians will not be able to completely shut the storm out. Dust and iridium particles that get through will form a secondary storm. Scale will be equivalent to a small catastrophe. Following the evacuation, all the plates on the east side have been retracted to avoid impact, but the plates on the inner city are immobile and will be impacted by the secondary storm directly. How many are you? The Bureau has 12 casters stationed at Human. How are you deployed? 6 here, 6 in the inner. Are 6 enough to protect the inner city? The Lord Exorcist has deemed both locations critical. The Bureau will do its best. Go to the inner city. Leave this place to me. The danger is the same. Go. Last time I saw a scene like this was decades ago when I first came to Changshu. And she drinks, of course. Human doesn't have brews as refined as Husong and Qixing, but Li Taozi is good stuff. Heavens, look at the scene you're treating me. A toast to you too, Heaven. Ah, there's no goblet for me to throw right now. Bruh. A crack of thunder, so close it makes everyone's heart skip a beat. The dark clouds are above the city in an instant. Thick masses of air pull the sky down, while darting arc lightning looks like almost alive. Raindrops evaporate the moment they form. The air is so dry that the slightest contact could set something on fire. Human serves as the flint. A single sight as far as the eye could see. How overwhelming, how terrible, how magnificent. And it's also raining outside. Calm. The lantern lights. The poet stands up and drinks her fill from her flask. The sandstorm and thunder rage as earth and heaven become one stage. Throw a goblet to the setting sun. Close the tower with sand overrun. All of heaven and earth is in the flask. Increasing output. Keep it up, the dams must run at maximum power. Sand sluices have never been asked to churn so much sand, even with human at full speed. With the city stationary right now, running the sluice dams at full power without the normal offloads will result in very high wear. No time to think about that. While the sand and iridium dust that the Wind Aegis block piles up in front, it's going to swallow human's foundation, jamming the whole city. They're still here! Maybe you should worry about yourself right now. What? Freaking Shanghai Zone. The sky is unrecognizable. Mr. Jing, why are you here? Everyone should have evacuated to the west side. I came back. Those Shanghai Zone Wang Badan are using the case to sabotage our catastrophe defenses and harass the people. We caught them in the act a few times. That's a job for the patrol battalion. Can the patrol battalion deal with the catastrophe and the Shanghai Zone at the same time? Why do we carry swords if all we do is hide them at a time like this? This guy! I completely forgot about you. Hey, I help. Tourist in Sargon garb. You're a tourist. There's no need. Yan saying, repay drop of water with river. You buy me many drink, I repay. I like your spirit. Alright, hop on. What's most important is Zuoshuan Yao, protecting Long Human. Catch. Freshly brewed light Tzu. The old man said to give you guys a treat. Mr. Meng was. No need for any of that. All we need to know is that he died at the hands of these Wangbadan. Ah, those Humanites didn't forget to take all their valuables, even when they're fleeing for their lives. But there are a few jewelry shops on the street, they can't very well have taken all of it. You just can't pass up a little looting, can you? Your team has gone to close the sand sluices. Don't forget the mission. I would never. But they're ready for us. A bunch of ruffians who haven't had a real fight in 20 years, satisfying themselves with fighting in the ring for show. Useless rabble. Here they come. An impressive sounding name won't change the fact that they're just a bunch of thieves and bandits. Useless rabble. They're spreading out and trying to cause as much chaos as possible. Don't let them get away. I need the group to cut up Kangqing Street. It leads to the west side where the civilians are. I go. We'll have a drink and kill some bad guys. Why does the trip back feel so far? Oh yeah, you're caught in a catastrophe, woman. I don't know what you're gonna do. The wind and sand are getting... Zuoli? Zuola. Why are you here? Get the sword back. And to make sure you're safe. Why, are you hurt as well? No time to talk about that. We need to get back to the city. You were lucky to survive to jump down the sand sluice. Your injuries will take a long time to heal though. Here, hold on to me. What is it? I must be seeing things. There couldn't be anyone else out here at a time like this. Let's go. Oh? It's Wei Yanwu's Shadow Guard, man. Well, they made another appearance. Human has come to a full stop, slightly off the expected location. The catastrophe has reached the eastern side of Human, unable to hail Lord Wei at this time. We're climbing. We? Though the path may sever, let not thy spirit falter. Spring chill presses armor, autumn frost dapples human's barrier. That long dream laments ere and now. What, stoplight? I just saw that. Just look at Miss Ling. Excitement is rubbing off on this rat. You want to close the sand sluices. You know how important it is right now. Does Shanghai Zong have people with engineering expertise? You can jump now, or I can throw your corpse down after I kill it. Miss Q? I heard Suola came here, so I thought I would help out as well. Looks like I came at the right time. You. Shanghai Zong once sent an invitation to the river fort of Jiangqi, but we didn't get a response. How ironic that you've chosen to take the side of the Yanese army. You're well informed. Of course, we pay attention to those who walk our path. What the crap? Have you forgotten you came to Yuban for revenge? Good question. Unfortunately, I've already found the answer. She raises her sword again. This time, there's no need for her to pull back. The man from Sargon swings at the Shanghai Zhang member trying to attack the soldiers, forcing him back. His Yanese is mediocre, but his attack is clean, powerful, pragmatic. Nice. So you weren't exaggerating back at the end. You've got a couple of tricks up your sleeve. No couple of tricks, only one trick. I like this guy. What the fuck? I thought it was stolen. Grandmaster taught me when he came Sargon, but only one move. They're still not backing off, even after losing so many. Are they not afraid to die? That's definitely not stolen. What happened? It's the sound of the storm impacting the Wind Aegis. Be careful. This is a bigger catastrophe than any human has encountered before. I don't even want to think about the Imperial Astronomical Bureau casters who are taking the full brunt of it. Catastrophe is raging. They have their hands full dealing with it. Those don't waste time here. Take these ones out and retreat to the evacuation shelters on the west side. Gotcha. Greedy. Where do you think you're going? We knew you were coming this way. Round them up, boys. We'll leave the catastrophe to the casters. These Wang Badan are ours. Okay. That has to be like Wang Badan. Bastard, son of a bitch. I think that was easy to deduce, at least. Ooh, sandstone. Gas ruffle. Gravel and rock beyond the reckoning clash, roll and rub against each other in the maelstrom, screeching like metal on metal. Storm bears down on the tower, then hits a wall of arts. Hold your ground. Form up. Rat King. That's a secondary storm after it passes through the Wind Aegis. Mr. Lin, what are you doing here? Lending a hand. We can handle this. You should go back. To where? How am I supposed to get my afternoon nap when there's a commotion like this out here? What a boomer. The wisdom scrubbers in the inner city can stop the particles from spreading, but the impact of the storm itself must be met with original arts. One more warm body. Lin steps forward. He has already taken off his coat. I've manipulated sand for decades. I might as well find a coffin to sleep in now if I can't make myself useful at a time like this. Or are my little tricks just a burden to the great Chanshees? Just be careful, sir. Ooh, we see the tail. Make way for Mr. Lin. That's right. Dad, I've been looking for you. Perfect timing, Yusha. You're hurt. Will that get in the way of anything? Watch, you still have much to learn when it comes to arts. Storm converges again in midair and approaches once again. Dirt and rocks spin chaotically on the outer edge, while the air has been so compressed at the center the sparks are flying. The heavens roar, then silence. A wall of sand rises, filling every gap in the wall of arts, pushing it slowly but steadily forward. 1 meter, 3 meters, 10 meters. Lin stands at the center of the casters, a great tree that budges for no storm. Ah, so this is where that art comes from. I've never seen arts like this before. To achieve such stability over such a large area. It's coming again. Lin Yusha has never seen the full extent of her father's arts. It has never been needed for his enemies. The shadow of Lungmen leads a regular life, taking walks through the streets, enjoying a bowl of pinball soup, visiting people living and dead. Most of the time, he is smiling, nonchalant. There are few things that make him bare his fangs. He looks much smaller without his coat. Yusha can see his arms begin to tremble, like thin branches that could be broken by a stiff wind at any time. Help Mr. Lin down. He has taken the brunt of 4 waves of Originum storms. He can take no more. Cups blood. Everyone's cuffing blood in this one, huh? Dad! Oof. I just hope this will be resolved quickly without delaying your trip to Victoria. It's not your own choice if you haven't seen another path. Those are the kind of things that Dad always said. Lin Yusha did not want her father to set her path. Perhaps she has not made a decision yet. But Dad is already old. He was not joking when he talked about retiring. When the old fall, it is time for the young to take their place. The logic is illogical, yet immovable. Yusha steps forward and takes her father's place, shielding him behind her. Miss Lin, don't speak, you're all injured. Adjust your breathing. Here it comes. Keep your eyes forward.
fight
wait.
to the very
Oh, that was an
end.
after.
That's our destiny.
Ah, we're getting close. Hibernate. Old wounds fester in suspicion and anger. Infinite seasons, finite lifespan. And it has returned home. Among Us. Boom, boom. Rat. Thick layer of gravel is formed on the streets. Most of the south side have been spread the effects of the catastrophe. At the peak of the storm, there was nowhere in Newman where the sun could be seen. Crack. The lock is broken. The furnace has been toppled, racks scattered everywhere, the yard littered with broken bricks and tiles. The master of the house will never return to clean this up. Yet the tree still stands. Oh, they got back. Thank you for coming here to the Sword Forge. The sword has been found, but she insists on returning it to you personally. I need to talk to you. Go ahead. It's been more than a decade since I was last here. It's like coming home, even though we're in the same city. About Mr. Meng, there's no need to say anything. He knew it was wrong to put the whole city in danger. I reckon he had planned to atone for it from the beginning. Still, my ill-considered actions have alienated the Jianghu heroes of Yumen. I'll speak to my father and accept any discipline once this crisis has passed. And I will indemnify any losses suffered by the Sword Forge, as well as the costs of any repairs. Lord Exorcist is fair and just. He will give them a proper answer. However, the events that transpired were sudden. Some misunderstanding is understandable. As for whether you lost your calm and stepped out of bounds, I will let you be your own judge. I did what had to be done. My conscience is clear. I'm sure you understand that the Shanhai Zong are even more dangerous to Yan than the Feranmuts. The Feranmuts may be powerful, but we won the hunt 1,000 years ago. Yan is even stronger now. There is nothing to fear. True, times have changed. What is truly frightening is the shadow that had been cast on people's hearts since time primordial. Ooh, I like time primordial instead of time immemorial. Heaven and earth, the moon and stars, wind and rain, the changing of the seasons, it is unfathomable beyond our reckoning. The Feranmuts were the same to the people of the time. Ignorance breeds fear, which becomes twisted into religion. To those madmen, we are the ones, we are the outsiders, we are the traitors. Religion is simply another kind of obsession. Shanhai Zong's activities never waned, even after the Feranmuts faded from the public eye. In the past centuries, they have absorbed bandits, pirates, robbers, and other sorts of villains. They use the Feranmuts as a shadow to conceal their activities. Sui regulator records indicate that the Shanhai Zong have done unmeasurable harm in the name of the Feranmuts. The scale of their deeds is so widespread that complete elimination is impossible, and the vileness of their acts horrifying. They have started to reach out to the proxies of your kin. They were thankfully foiled by the timely intervention of the Sui regulator. I doubt my siblings want anything to do with such disciples. However, the Sui's true form stirs from slumber. Human returns to its motherland, and the Shanhai Zong have infiltrated the city. It is a complex web, too complex to be a coincidence. Do you mean all under heaven is the offender's go board? The Shanhai Zong may simply be a piece in his game. That's a serious accusation. Is it the Sui regulator's official stance? Or perhaps the Shanhai Zong have already made contact with the Sui. Therefore, the Sui regulator sees this as the greatest Feranmut threat that Yan has faced in its history. Yes. Tracking the sword, dealing with the criminals, hunting the Shanhai Zong. You are the youngest candleholder of the Sui regulator and son of Lord Exorcist of Yumen. In this matter, your burden has no equal. Yes. In a world of chaos, decisions of life and death must be swift and forceful as thunder. Err on the side of going too far. Better to be too harsh than too lenient. That is what you think. Yes. There's a young Suoshuan Yu in you. However, you seem to have forgotten Suo Xuan Liao's last instructions when he ordered you to do 3 things in 3 days. Keep this secret and do not disturb the people. Yeah, that's not happening anymore. What was the ultimate goal of the Imperial Court when the Sui Regulator was established to deal with the Feranmut matters? Why has human returned to the motherland? Its survival at stake. It's for the people in the city right now. The people whom you brought back to the camp. For all the people. Never forget what all you do is for. Maybe you were right in this instance, but the position of authority and holding the power to make decisions also means holding the power to kill or harm. Some mistakes can never be undone. Though it shouldn't have been me to tell you all this. Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster. The catastrophe rages on. Go on and help. Boss, everybody, get in here. This out-of-the-way alley is a blind spot in the patrol battalion's search routes. We're safe here for now. Finally, a breather. This is all the men we have left? We lost the rest of the street. The human soldiers moved much faster than expected, setting up watch around catastrophe defenses and key roads in a very short time. And those guards and brawlers who appeared out of nowhere. How? They were tough. What about the DBs we sent out? None returned. The other ground troops are probably no better off if they were captured alive. A rabble of greedy crooks who were recruited did not leave a trail to begin with. They won't give away anything important. We've done what we came for. Let's go while we still have the catastrophe, before human can cut off our escape. By the way, where's the master? Where is she at this crucial time? She's... Feel like just gunning you. I took your sword, now I'm giving it back. Since you returned it, I'll say you borrowed it. I want to ask you a few questions. I'll only give it back after you've answered. I know you're much stronger than I am, but don't try to take it by force. Very well, ask. Why don't you look anxious at all? Don't you care about the sword? Worldly possession, one that cannot be easily discarded. I wouldn't say I don't care. Either you care about it or not. Shifu was right, the way that you beat around the bush can be annoying. The one who said that. Is the sword called Chongyue? Shou. Chongyue is my name. Shifu often talked about the sword. But maybe it's not just the sword that she wanted to see. The last couple of days I've been thinking, is this Shifu's home? Shifu taught us how to fight, taught us knowledge from the nomadic cities. How to build sturdier houses to stand against the sandstorms, and how to listen to the pulse of the land in order to plant crops and dig for water, even the barrens. The nomadic city that Shifu talked about was tall and strong. I saw how the people turned back even an all-consuming catastrophe when they stood together with each other. Everyone should have a place to call home. Home lets us rest without fear of disaster or having to chase the seasons. Why did Shiva leave 20 years ago? The man does not answer. He was very ill, but she taught you Kung Fu? We Anasa are gifted with strong bodies. Shiva said that when one has a home, one must learn to protect it. We learned quickly so that Shifu would not have to demonstrate over and over again with her sickly body. My people thought about taking her away from the barrens to get treatment. Shifu always answered, "But how draining would the journey be? I would rather see how the lightouts I taught you to brew is coming along." Did you ever find a doctor? The man shakes his head. Not in the places I looked. I was going to look elsewhere when I received an urgent message from Yumen. The Shanhaizang were wreaking havoc in Yumen. They asked me to return as soon as possible. But Shifu's illness could not have been treated, even if she never left. Yes. Shifu said that the cycle of life and death is something everyone goes through. A little longer or shorter doesn't change anything. What really separates us is the age between life and death, and even more cruel, illness. What can be seen but cannot be helped merely makes one troubled. First batch of lightouts was finished just before Shifu passed away. She drank it with us and heard us sing a song with no name. It was an old song that the Anasas sang for our dead kin to put their souls to rest. Shifu asked what point there is in singing a song for her if she can't hear it. Let me hear it while I still can. Good, she didn't die alone. I was eating at the inn yesterday and saw the people were preparing to see you off. Did you? Are you leaving? It's been more than 100 years. It's time to go. You've been here so long. Isn't this your home? Many people's home are somewhere else in Yan, but they stay here to protect this city. But where it's going, I can't go with it. Would you have gone to look for Shifu if she was still alive? Spring comes and goes, leaving the autumn heart despondent. Such is mortality. You are like the Anasa. Anasa, those without roots. In ancient Sarkas, maybe. The words and intonation are indistinguishable from a native. The Anasa girl knows, however, that he is not one of her kind. He has simply gone to too many places and met many people. Forget it, here's your sword, I have nothing more to ask. The man never answered any of the questions. He neither answered nor dodged them. The Anasa suddenly understands how her Shifu must have felt when she left. I'm going home. Oh, and faint. The Anasa girl falls to the ground. She has passed out from sheer exhaustion. Her injuries. She pulled the sword. The ancient sword leaves its sheath. Looks no different, save for the vestige of an old friend, almost gone now. The medium is the jade on her forehead. She used to wear it, saying that it calmed her mind and warded off evil. I see. A move decades in the making. But a poor one if the sword was the only goal. No one in the city? He had his eye on one corner of the board, ignoring the other. Ha! So this is what it is. This is how you have fallen. How amusing. I haven't showed your name. I want to see how you swallow it. The shame. Sui. First the Lord Exorcist Land, now the central room of Human's inner city. Have you never been taught that it is rude to come uninvited? You got your sword back. Just now. Looks like he has discovered your secret. So you have met my brother. You separate that part that belonged to it and sealed it away, while he wants to take its place. The attitude with which the two of you treat it, what you're doing, is bold and interesting, but ultimately foolish and pointless. Perhaps no more than what you're doing right now. You're not here for the catastrophe, for the city, or for what I hold in my hands right now. You made all this mess just to ask for directions. You want to know where the Sui is. How dare you compare those things to it? You're slow on the update. It slipped my mind as to who would be so interested in it other than the Imperial Court and my siblings. You have forgotten what you used to be. Oh. Only a Feranmuts would seek out another. Long time? No see. An utterance with a million connotations behind it. Poignant lament, bold sarcasm, or seething anger. 1,000 emotions exploded at once, then dissipated. They dig wounds in the depths of memories immemorial. In time beyond reckoning, it and it, they, engage in dialogue from afar or from afar. It has to be from afar as such. I came back to this land to settle our debt. But what right does a fragment sealed in a trinket have to engage in dialogue with me? I want to see you as you truly are. There's something I'm curious about. You fled after the hunt. not to be heard from all these years. Why have you chosen to return to Yan after all this time? It was my brother who awakened. As for the Shanghai Zong that appeared with you, they just made some company on the way. I encountered them in the desert. I shared the forming catastrophe that I saw and made a little show of power. You're surprised that someone could know the Feranmuts so well. You were convinced that I was a herald of the Feranmut. Some were pretentious, some sincere, but all tried to prove their faith to me, worshipping bits and pieces that they claimed to have come from the Feranmuts. They cursed their own kind and imagined overthrowing all order. They looked down on mankind, uttered meaningless words, and tore me to communicate their faith. Little did they know that the object of their faith itself stands before them. Your encounter with the Shanghai Zone was by chance, and you had intended to sneak into Central Room all along in order to lock up on the Sui's location through humans' navigational coordinates. Why are the Shanghai Zone here? Destroy human? Not very likely. Until they met you, they didn't know there would be a timely catastrophe in humans' path. Not interested in mankind's petty machinations? I just needed some hands to cause chaos. In human terms, you manipulated your followers. And become infected with hysteria and start thinking about one's own existence, even denying it. Only slightly more amusing than those who remain foolish from their first moments to their last. That is to say, not very amusing. What would they think if they knew their god thought so little of them? Since when have we needed the fate of such puny beings? Except for fools like the Sui. The Feranmut off, leaving so soon. Spared some time for you only because you are its fragment. I've already wasted too much time. I should have realized the other day when we fought, the scent of flowers and the sight of spring were too real to be achieved by original arts. Sui regulator records speak of a beast by the name of Ya, who cuts away the seasons and holds them at its bosom. You have its memory, yet you dare call me in the human way. Ya! What a disciple name, just like Sui. Cuts away the seasons? Humans measure time in such silly ways. Oh? Nani? What this? It is no illusion. An illusion cannot be so real. It ceases to exist in some other fleeting time. It exists in its never-ending present. Time has stopped. 8,000 years of spring, 8,000 years of autumn. A maze that has no ending. Time has not stopped. A lone boat on a river, each one standing on one end. A ripple spreads from the end of the boat. Only one end. You're trying to make me stray. Stay. Yes. You demonstrate incredible mastery of space, but I must make you stay. Even if I can't. I would have left human by now if things have gone according to plan. For you, neither catastrophe nor human can compare in importance to the Sui. For me, however, there is nothing that I care less about than the Sui. For you, all that is happening outside is a fleeting cloud. For me, it is the damaged walls, broken houses, suffering soldiers and civilians, and one old friend who died with regret. The catastrophe has not passed. Do not even know that you exist. Someone must make a stand for human. I guess there's no one but me to do it. The fight, Feranmutov.
泥沼に引きずられるような進軍速度ですけれど、気にな
Best
さらない
place
で
for
結
this.
構ね。
Yeah, I know the boss is gonna
私
go
は
here.
待っててあげられますから。
Probably the bottom one?
一歩も引かない。
Compared to the calamities I fought against, you
I'll
were
go.
barely a threat.
Easy one.
ビクトリアの
Do
バグ
this.
パイプ、波状棒とともに。
Okay, who to put where? I can wait. Okay, normal ass mobs. They climb up here. I can put Adriana and Gladia there. Here better? Hold up. Here.
Now,
Adriana here is pretty good.
the song of the distant sea. Now's the time to help everyone out.
You can kill that, right, Golden Glow? Yeah, I'll assume we can.
すぐに解決いたしますね。
Get away from me, please!
Block 2, right? Ah, that's so good for high ground.
ここは視界良好だね。
Pillows. Up, 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 up. Oh my, I cannot read! It's actually too small. No, I left clicked it. I'm an idiot. She fucking tall.
子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえ
You
る。
just go down? What am I looking at?
今すごく
My kin,
I probably should have put
the time
Nightingale.
is nigh.
I have no idea what to do. Uh-oh. The floorboards are getting shiny. That's not a good sign.
Just like the old days? No.
Bum. Getting squiggly. Not really sure what that means.
命令子供たちの悲鳴が
Well, we're about to find out, I guess. Only 27 enemies.
準備完了。
Hang on, does that buff them or something?
I'm fully prepared.
I'm fully prepared, indeed. Oh, here they come.
Still haunts my mind.
Swing. Can I deploy here? What
ビ
happened?
クトリアのバグパイプ波状棒とともにマイル
What happened? Like an illusion died or something.
待機中
I'm assuming just a second form. Yep. Let's put this. You can't put it on top. I think I forgot about that.
護身生命の救済シールが慈しみ
No, block him! Oh, because it's flying now. No shield.
集中
Oh, she died. That's. What was that? Weird ass ranger.
I mean, this sword has a terrifying power.
まだ足りないわ
Get away from me, please!
You tank.
Artillerymen in position! This one's for you.
I have no idea what the boss does. Chop chop. No, the boss is just kinda dead. I have no idea what the boss does. Chop chop.
This one's for you. I'm scared of the distance. There!
Hey, someone died out fire. Oh, they come out of the thing. I'm just noticing now. That was pretty damn easy. Even the normal mobs are easy. Oh, they're in the paint world. Them pauldrons though. Second long journey through the vast void. Awakening at the end of the journey. Regret, shame, anger, disorientation. Even more so, confusion. You want me to stay? Then answer my question for it. I came so far to find you. Did you know that those ants have dug through mountains and filled in rivers, calling the scars to leave upon the land's cities? Is this frail and sick land still the cosmos that we have once lived and frolicked in? Did you know that the marks they left before they died remain on this despicable city they call human? The marks they left before they died, the Feranmuts? The ants have not repaired it for 1,000 years, calling it part of the glorious journey towards civilization. This is the city that your fragment has sworn to protect. It is it. I am I. Heaven's repressed anger. That's a good one. The boat continues to sail. The plants on the banks grow shorter, pressed down by the snow. Do you remember how our consciousness journeyed the sleepless void and became the first living beings here? Do you remember how we watched the sun rise and set, giving order to time and objects, and heaven and earth took shape? Do you remember that eye which broke the heavens? We watched and clashed in the cosmos. The rivers turned red, the mountains leveled. The bodies piled up until they reached the clouds, becoming new mountains when they rotted away. Wait. The eye which broke the heavens. Wasn't that the opening scene in Arknights? There's like a dragon eye. Such a magnificent thing a true war is. Heaven's repressed anger. The boat continues to sail upon the river without end. The snow grows thick. Each question echoes like an avalanche. It is white up above and down below. The skies are so low that one only has to reach out to touch them. Why would one who has seen such an era care about the ants between its claws and the dust that they stir up? To deceive humanity, you meddled with cloud and rain, set preposterous blessings from the heavens, helped the so-called true long triumph. How utterly meaningless. Why do you answer them again after 1,000 years? Harass, provoke, hunt and kill your own kind. Compared to their ancestors, puny but brave, these ants are feeble, despicable, filthy. Why do you want to rule over them? Why do you want to become their god? I mean, he doesn't? Since time immemorial, has our kind ever seen the shame that you have put yourself to? Answer me, my kid. You're angry. That's why I said, it's mad. In all these millennia of slumber, it has ever been like you are now. Swallowing the shame, chewing upon betrayal, seeking answers. That is why fragments like us were born. But we are not it. I cannot answer your question. I cannot understand your fury, just as you cannot understand mine. Fury. You will stand for humanity. Here. Draw the sword and maybe you can. I'm thinking how much you treasure this dimension. Born in spring, prosper in summer, wilt in autumn, fade away in winter. Cut away the seasons and hold it at one's bosom. I could imagine how you hurriedly cut away this little pocket and took it with you when you fled Yan 1,000 years ago. How you hid in a remote corner of the world, flipping through the pages again and again, licking your wounds before a sniffet that will never fade. Since when have the Feranmuts become so sentimental? How is it different from those feeble, despicable, and filthy humans you speak of? 8,000 years of spring, 8,000 years of autumn. Snow never stops falling. This little corner will ever be itself. This is how you measure time. How silly. Days, months, years. Winter turns to spring, then to winter again. Time can be divided no matter how long. One mind, one will, one move. From equinox to solstice to the next equinox. Humanity has always been so, breaking down life into tiny constituents and perceiving everything within those constituents. Oh, that sound effect. The boat stops. A firm fist connects with Ya's chest. There is no extraneous motion, only the utmost simplicity. The ice and snow melt into a single point on the river. Ya falls from the boat and hits the cold, hard ground. This is what you learned after you forsook its power. You are not it. The man does not speak. He watches the human before him in its last throes. All the living things of the world do not look so different on the brink of death. Why haven't you killed me? No point. You can reshape your proxy's body at will. Leave human. We'll meet again. Tough. Third, the initial damage report is in. Casualties? All civilians on the east side were safely evacuated to the west side. Half of the casters deployed at the city to deal with the secondary storm were injured. Also on scene were Mr. Lin of Lungmen and his daughter, Envoy Lin. Mr. Lin suffered serious injuries. He's being treated at the army hospital. All of human owes Mr. Lin a great debt. Spare neither money nor manpower. Yes, sir. Damage to buildings? The west side was unaffected. A number of buildings were damaged by the storm in the east and north sides. The east sides took the brunt of the storm. 2 of the 4 guardians were damaged beyond economical repair and have been detached by the Qianxi. Part of the foundation wall has been severely warped. Emergency repairs are in progress. About 60% of all city defenses have been damaged. The Qianxi's assessment? Initial estimates are that it will take at least 2 months before human can move again, even with full effort devoted to the repairs. 2 months. Slightly better than pre-catastrophe estimates. Oh, better than 3. Here are my orders. The entire army will remain alert for potential afterstorms. Continue to assess damage and treat the injured. Erect emergency shelters to house the evacuated population. Yes, sir. In the Shanghai Zong, they attempted to cause chaos by attacking city defenses and harassing the people. Most have been brought to justice by the patrol battalion's prompt intervention, assisted by civilian volunteers. Only a few managed to escape through gaps in the damaged walls. I see. However, we have not found the Shanghai Zong leader responsible for the assassination attempt at the barracks. Search efforts are underway. She did not show herself. Strange, given her ability. What of the Grandmaster? Grandmaster visited the Sword Forge. He has not been seen since. Why did you give me this sword? I want you to keep it safe. Consider it a request. So this was the sword that all the fuss was about. What is it anyway? It is too many things. An artifact holding one of the 12 fragments of Tsui. Witness a relationship of love and hate, an old antique sword. A keepsake for our next fight. Just don't let anyone see it again or pawn it for money. Right. Sounds important. Well, if it's too much trouble, I'm just thinking. We don't really know each other that well. I know your name is Huai Qianpei. You have 2 wise friends and a talented daughter. And you're the only one who's ever gotten the upper hand on me, even once. Right. I know you're the only one I couldn't beat in my 40 years of training. I'll take the sword. I'll find you after I've trained for another 40 years. Right. I'll be waiting. Excuse me, Doc? How much does the man who worked at your clinic owe you? I'll pay it. Nah, he worked that off ages ago. It was just a convenient excuse to take him in. Better for him to be here mending people's bones than out there breaking them. Thank you for everything. Are you his daughter? Dr. Reveal? Just found it hard to believe he had a daughter so polite and well-mannered. No offense, of course. Still, it takes some getting used to not having him around. How am I going to clean up all the sand by myself? I'll help. Left without a word, again. Yeah, some men never change. I'm not so anxious to find him this time around, though. Looks like you made your own plans. I have my job at the agency and school, and Kung Fu, of course. We'll get more than just a kick in the chin the next time I see him. No doctor reveal. I guess he was just a minor character. From above. Talking about Ya or... But humans survived the catastrophe while we took heavy casualties. Sneers. A tiny corner of gold even more conspicuous. Pink from a special seal that only top Imperial mandarins may use. Only 5 people have access to it. Oh ho ho, somebody wanted this to happen. From the inside. It's an inside job, guys. No one rubs the seal in sand, crushing it in tiny pieces fading into the sand. Our mission was to cause a commotion that would catch the Imperial Court's attention. We still have a use for human. It will not do to lose it. We move now. We're not waiting for Master. We could hardly have done this without her. The D-Beast. Master is back. Careful. Who inhuman could have injured you like this? A man. What else did you hear? Eerie roar. How long? 2 months? That's enough. I know where it is. As I'm afraid we must part here. Suit yourself. Just don't get in my way. We found a suit. There's always an end to the past, no matter how long. I've felt it since my awakening, growing ever clearer, what they call mortality. The wounds from that hunt will never fully heal. I hope you have awakened. I have little time left. I have few kin left. Let us settle this.
Wait, is
that the fragment of the Sui that the Lungmen Sui defeated? There was like a Sui versus Sui. I'm stupid. Keep the ploy. As boring as a chess match is, a winner must be determined. Is this Grand Shooter? Chen. How is Mr. Lin doing? Doctor says he'll be fine. Just that his old injuries and overuse of arts have taken a toll on him. And he's getting old after all. Sometimes I forget how long Mr. Lin has served Lungmen. That is not like Chief Wei. As a symbol of Lungmen, Chief Wei always stays in the public eye. But Lungmen doesn't exactly want everyone remembering that there is a Rat King up downtown. Heard Wei Yamu dragged you into this. It became my business when I chose to accept it, of my own accord. It all turned out fine, thanks to a certain someone. Sith. This incident always helped me answer a couple of questions. I'm going to Victoria. We travel together. This is after the Victoria incident. No, my plans have changed. I'm going back to Lungmen. What do you mean by going back to Lungmen? I'm staying. Throwing off your burden sounds nice, but whatever you throw off, somebody else has to pick up. Whether one leaves or stays is up to oneself, but someone has to take care of Lungmen. I say that for me, but feel free to take it as criticism if you want. Glad to see you still have the strength to joke. The daughter of the Rat King doesn't have to be the Rat King, but it doesn't mean she can't be. It could be a different sort of Rat King. It's time I made my own choice. There are slums in Lungmen, but there shouldn't be. It's a job that someone has to do, no matter how many years go by. The times are changing, but no one should be left behind. I believe that when it's you saying it. By the way, what is it? You turn to hem and haw? Have you seen Wei Yanwu these past few days? That is true. Where the hell is this guy? Fucking scheming. Are you leaving, Grandmaster? Yes. Once I've handed over my duties. Speaking of which, I must thank you. For what? You chose to trust human. He chose to trust my friends. Right, he had the fucking shadow guards just waiting. Jesus, this guy. It's all water under the bridge. We suffered some losses, but we should count ourselves fortunate that the situation remained under control. More importantly, I saw how the people here remain united even after so many years. Human hasn't changed. Man will triumph over heaven. Now I can be at ease about leaving. There's no telling when we'll meet again. Take care, Grandmaster. You too. Beware the intrigue of the court. Huh. He warns away with that. You said something about Chen's swordsmanship yesterday. Skillful, but not yet the peak of perfection. Yes, I remember. Chen has talent, but she only just started learning the Chi Shao style recently. She has not mastered its true essence. Ah, you wanted to show off your skills. I said before that Cloud Splitting Sword is not actually Chi Shao's ultimate move. Jesus Christ, the Arknights. His fingers are his sword. I mean, they did say that in... was it chapter 7 or chapter 8? Hojui commented that you don't even need a sword to use the skills anymore. A light breeze begins blowing out of nowhere, creating tiny ripples in the teacup. The ultimate move of Chi Shao, Heaven's Eye, is for fucking tea. The form. The Eye of Heaven sees all and nothing. The concept. Only when the clouds are parted is Heaven's wrathful eye revealed. One must free one's mind to learn the form. The obstacle? Let your heart guide the sword, never looking back. Turn around and the sword loses its sharpness, harming the user. Farewell. The breeze continues to blow long after the chair is empty. The man gazes into the ripples in the teacup until a smile appears on his face. I have never seen the likes of it. Oh, there he is. Grand Tutor. Of course, here we go. The Shadow Guard. You understand that entering human without permission is enough to carry the suspicion of treason on its own? Yes. Lord Wei was attacked and trapped in human while human travels towards the capital. We were concerned for Lord Wei's safety. The urgency of the situation did not allow for deliberation. We have nothing but our lives to repay Lord Wei's kindness. Did Wei Yanwu tell you to look for him in human if he did not return in 3 days? That is so. I can tell you now that both the assassination attempt on Wei Yanwu and the crash at the human were accidents. There's no need to worry. I understand. Where were you when the catastrophe happened? We operated in secret, eliminating insurgents stealthily. At least you did one thing you were supposed to. You may go. We are not subject to the Grand Tutor's punishment. As far as the Imperial Guard is concerned, all of you are already dead. I never saw you today. Yep, here we go. Fucking hush hush, huh? You knew. From the beginning. And you never had any intention of hiding it from me. Do you not reproach me for overstepping my boundaries? The situation remained under control thanks to the young envoy that you brought from Lungmen. The Grand Commandant will soon learn of this incident. Soon is not the word I would use. This is why I came to Yumen. There is no consensus on how we should deal with the bestial Sioux. Whether we should prepare for war or reconciliation, it is hard to see the forest when one is amongst the trees. The minds of some of the parties concerned may no longer be on finding the right answer. We wanted to help the Lord Exorcist eliminate the insurgents out of a sense of duty to Yan. As long as you don't lose sight of it, you won't need me to tell you what to do. I'll remember your teachings. You have always been a good student. I remember when I taught you and your brother, you were always the quicker learner. Oof. Are you injured? Just a scratch. But Tumu-chan says it was you who protected the Sand Sluices. I let them get away though. By the way, I came to say goodbye. Alright. I will find the place where this sword will realize its potential, even if you're not with me anymore. I have no doubt you will succeed. There is no more hatred between us, but I haven't given up on surpassing. I'll come and find you when I feel ready. Like I said, anytime you feel ready. See you again. No regrets? What regrets? Who will she seek if one day it wakes from its dream, and you and I return to the void? To manage to let go of her obsession with vengeance at her age, she will let another one go when I'm gone, and forgotten from her mind. Then the sky's the limit for her on the path of Kung Fu. Well, you are the Grandmaster, you're the authority on Kung Fu. Speaking of which, I think you just gave birth to a new legend when you single-handedly turned away the catastrophe on the walls. I was drunk, I have no memory of those events. When you sober up, raise another flask. Where will you be going? Where Nian and Dusk went. I mean, Ling is kinda already in Rhodes too. Kinda. The man has been playing against himself this whole afternoon, not speaking or inviting anyone to play against him. His moves are brilliant, but eccentric. There were a few that confused me. Some Goal Grandmaster I've never heard of, but why would he come to a place like Human? Is it a Sargon guy? Oh. Man faces a Go board outside the parlor. He is not playing against a manual. He thinks for a long time before each move, as though locked in a struggle against himself. Black and white pieces intertwine on the rough wooden board, setting in motion a dazzling battle. Do you know Go? A little. What do you think about the board? The battle has been decided in 3 places. The balance of power is roughly even. But white pieces occupy a large area in the center, with no isolated pieces. It seems inevitable that black will lose by half a point. Look again. I've taught you. Question mark, Go player? There is one KO left in the corner. Keep the ploy and take the last area. White is spread out with more to protect, therefore more ammunition for my KO. The match is not over. Here's a glove. You have a sleeve? Okay. You won't give up. You'll go on until a winner has been determined. The Go game doesn't matter. I'm playing against me in order to determine a winner. His Sui self? That's usually what these mean. Your sword taught me a few things. This game state is my gift to you. I knew you had pieces around me, I just didn't know you had already lost faith in humanity then. Man and beast are different. You sealed yourself in the sword in exchange for a human body. You treated yourself as one of them. What became of you in the end? All your friends are gone, you wander afar alone. No one trusts you, no one knows. Not that you don't know the hearts of man, no. You know it all too well. For centuries, you have always been the one most connected to them. How would you not know? You could not blend in because you know that the hearts of man are unpredictable. You will always be an outsider. All the things you've done since Jie disappeared, you did to find someone to talk to. We've been lonely for far too long. We want to find someone to talk to. We fought for so many years. How ironic that we would end up knowing each other best. You were never my enemy. Never once did I consider you my enemy, even it was you who stopped me then. I'll stop you again if you drag people into your Go game. Of course you will, assuming of course that you can see the board. Okay, so it's the other brother Sui. We'll meet again. Farewell, brother. Chongye picks up a white piece and puts it down in the corner. Slap. Unorthodox. an orthodox classic move. General. Record keeper. This is... The Grandmaster planned to write the Book of Kung Fu 20 years ago, but the responsibilities of human kept him busy. Work finally began on it 5 years ago, with the Grandmaster dictating it to me. I finally finished editing it yesterday. It is a record of Grandmaster's observations and interpretations of all Kung Fu under heaven, every school and branch known to man. Grandmaster wants you to have it. Grandmaster says there is much more in common between Kung Fu and medicine. He has included some instructions in the appendix, which he hopes will improve your health. Where is the Grandmaster? He left Human an hour ago. He says he has already sent away the guests, and you will be able to focus on dealing with things after the disaster. He regrets not saying goodbye in person. I see. Why didn't you go with him? I've been with the Grandmaster since he saved my life 10 years ago. I began helping him record the martial arts of the world when I grew up, meeting many great heroes along the way. The Grandmaster says that all I need to do is study all that I've seen and heard during these years if I wish to pursue the martial arts. If I do not wish to do so, I should go and find something I want to do now that the Book of Kung Fu is complete. Life is a long journey. He has always been like this. The more whimsical encounters there are, the more ties one needs to let go of. Man values formality, beasts value empathy. Rescue and relief operations efforts have begun, sir. Very well. The sun is setting. Oh, the Wangfeng Festival. Yesterday was the last day, but the beacon lighting ceremony was suspended because of the catastrophe. Would you like to resume it? Of course. The wizened general gazes beyond the city and sees nothing but sand. I will beat the drum myself. Sir, you've been at the tower all day. You should rest. We'll take care of it. The journey is long. Someone should see him off. All your companions have returned. Where do you fly off to, alone? He just walks. The drum beats begin. They are heavy, ringing clear and far. 17 beats of the drum, representing the trials and tribulations that befell human the past year, both big and small. The catastrophe has passed. The storm has swept away the many colors in the sky. Clouds burn bright red, scorched by the setting sun. He walks forward, the wind and sand slowly wiping away his footprints. The great city of Human grows smaller in the distance. 18. Stops briefly but does not turn. The 18th beat of the drum, symbolizing yet another catastrophe survived by Human. And I'll be going. Break clouds by rays and all that be. Wades haze along course desolate. Our scoop the stars till starbed fades, and like another we are alone. We made it out. Thank you for digging up the patrol battalion's activities, or we would have been goners inside. Got a message by DBs. Boss and the others have set out for the next location. We should hurry up and meet up with them. Reinstein, Human. We'll get you next time. Hey, is that the one who... Hello, your event? You followed us. Followed? I just stopped to take a break on my way out of Human. But I guess fate meant for us to meet again. Well, that's unlucky for them. Perfect, I'll send you on your way. And then I'll be on mine. Well, unlucky. Wow, pretty nice. I liked it.